America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576. The trap is too harsh. Your presence is the best support for the cause of protecting women's rights. Julie and Aniston were welcoming guests at the entrance of the banquet hall. This was a party held by the two in the name of Me Too, and many victims of the Harvey case were invited to attend, such as Leah Seydoux, Aisha Argento and Anna Frank. In addition, many media people, such as whistleblower Jody and Helen, who was the first to report on the talk show, also came to the party. However, the most eye-catching people at the scene were Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Siebel. Gavin found Martin, shook hands with him, and said, "You and Me Too's support for Jennifer helped her get through the most difficult period. As her husband, I have to say thank you. Martin had some experience in dealing with political creatures. Gavin, you're welcome. This is what we should do. It is also what we have been working hard to promote in recent years. Women's legitimate rights and interests must be protected." He knew that Gavin was a family member of a victim, so he deliberately changed his position. "Many of my friends, Julie, Leah Seydoux, and Cheryl Theron, are victims of Harvey. I understand the difficulties. They are all strong fighters." These words seemed to bring the distance a little closer, and Gavin praised, "Your friends are all outstanding." After the high-sounding words, Martin knew how to narrow the distance between men. "Outstanding men like us are bound to have many outstanding female friends." Gavin laughed and whispered, "I have a few female friends. This San Francisco leader has been involved in scandals in that area and is less concerned about these things. Come to Los Angeles often in the future." Martin said naturally, "You can also attend the gatherings of the Coca-Cola God." Gavin asked, "When will you go to San Francisco to hold a Coca-Cola God gathering?" The two discussed the gatherings and female friends until Julie came with Jennifer Siebel. Siebel asked, "What are you talking about? You seem very happy." Gavin smiled and said, "This is a secret between men, dear. I can't tell you." Siebel looked at Martin, and Martin spread his hands, indicating that he could not help. Julie said, "Men always have some things that cannot be told. Ignore them. Come here. It's our turn to go on stage." There was no sadness or solemnity at this gathering. The atmosphere was very joyful. Everyone present saw the bright prospect of sharing the fruits of victory from Weinstein, and they were all very happy. Afterwards, Julie and Aniston went to the front desk together and pinned the Me Too fists on Jennifer Siebel, Leah Seydoux and others. This also marked that they officially became members of the Me Too organization. After coming down from the stage, Jennifer Siebel found Martin and Gavin again. She said, returning to the familiar Los Angeles, "I have both nightmares and good memories. I once wanted to be a big star like Julia Roberts, but unfortunately." Gavin acted like a model husband and encouraged her, "Honey, the environment has improved. It's not too late for you to pursue your dreams now." The couple sang in unison, and Martin could hear it. He smiled and said, "Director David Fincher and I are about to collaborate on a work called Gone Girl. Jennifer, if you are interested, you can come to the crew and take a look." Sibyl said, "I will definitely go." She smiled and said, "In addition to being an actor, I was also a producer." Martin knew that the other party didn't mind talking about the past, and said with hatred, "Weinstein has deprived Hollywood of an outstanding producer. He should spend the rest of his life in prison and repent for the heinous crimes he has committed." Gavin understood these words. If he wanted to create the image of a husband who loves his wife and family, he also needed to do this. He said, "Everyone is responsible for their own actions, and Harvey is no exception. No one can ignore the influence of this important figure in the California Donkey Party." Gavin left to discuss the women's rights protection activities in San Francisco with Julie and Aniston. Sibyl waited until her husband was far away and suddenly said, "Actually, I have a film project in hand. Last year, an old friend found me and wanted to cooperate with me on a feature film. I was about to start the operation, but this incident happened, and it was delayed. If you think the project is feasible, you can come to Burbank and cooperate with Davis Studio." Martin thought of the funds invested by the Koreans and thought that he could find a way to deduct some of it. My studio has the most professional staff. He would not say that Davis Studio is essentially a shell company. Sybil said, then I will come to Burbank to see you another day. Martin replied, you can come anytime. Today's party did not last long. When it dispersed in the evening, Martin quietly got into the car of Julie and Aniston. Aniston did not ask any more questions and drove directly back to her own home. Julie looked at Martin sideways and said with a smile, teacher, did you have a good chat with Sybil? Martin blocked her way in advance. We just talked about some things about movies. She hasn't given up on Hollywood yet. Maybe she wants to experience the life of a heroine. Great. Julie clapped her hands vigorously. Red sofa. Unspoken rules. Use them all. Remember to call me. I will accompany you to audition for her. Then Martin raised his hand and pinched Julie's thick lips. Are you crazy? Aniston said. She's not crazy. She's in the hair salon. Julie slapped Martin's hand away and said, don't you like to do this kind of thing the most? Martin denied. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Aniston couldn't listen anymore and reminded Harvey's wife Georgina Chapman. Julie followed up. Stuart Townsend and K. Cherylise Theron. These are just accidents. Martin didn't mess with them and turned back to the previous topic. Sybil and I are just talking about cooperation. He added, I'm not crazy yet. Julie stopped joking and said seriously, I'm not crazy, I'm just reminding you not to let your brain control you. Martin said, am I the kind of person who can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant? Aniston interrupted, Angie, let's take good care of him tonight, and Martin will be safe in the future. Julie thought of a good idea. How about this? Let's take the initiative this time. I'll be on top, and you'll be responsible for lifting me up to hit this bastard. Oh, you're thinking beautifully. Aniston was unhappy. Why not you lift me up? Julie said, because I came up with the idea. Aniston just drove the car into the house, but you're in my house, and guests should listen to the host's arrangements. Martin said, don't argue, you all listen to me tonight. The absurdity of this night did not last too long, because Martin had to go to Warner Brothers to attend a partner meeting the next day, and Warner Brothers' new CEO Kevin Tsujihara would officially discuss future cooperation with Warner's partners. Because he had an appointment with Louise, Martin came to Davis Studio first. As soon as he entered the lobby of the office building, he saw several Asians sitting in the waiting area. The middle-aged man saw Martin and hurried over, saying, Mr. Davis, long time no see. Martin recognized him, Wu Maoting, a jewelry and jade investor from Myanmar, and immediately shook hands with him, smiling and saying, it's been a while. He pointed to the stairs and said, please go upstairs. The group went upstairs and entered the reception room. Martin asked a question and asked someone to bring tea over. Wu Maoting made a look at his men. The latter immediately took out a gift box and handed it to him. Wu Maoting put the gift box on the table next to him and said, I'm sorry to come to your house. This is a small gift. It's not a courtesy. The lid of the gift box was transparent, and Martin could see a few cut rubies through the lid. Although they were not big, the quality seemed good. Martin had heard of the fame of Burmese rubies, but didn't know much about them. He just glanced at them, then looked away and said, Mr. Wu, you Orientals have a saying, when you show courtesy to others, you must ask for something in return. Wu Maoting hesitated, but said directly, I want to continue to participate in Davis Studios' film investment. Martin said, I remember you cooperated directly with Warner Brothers. I apologize to you for my recklessness and short-sightedness at the time. Wu Maoting said in detail, 2 years ago, I participated in the joint investment of Terminator 2018. The film's production budget was as high as $200 million, and it finally earned $371 million at the box office. Warner Brothers told me that this film incurred huge losses. I invested $30 million, but now I have only received less than $5 million. He was very angry. I asked a professional accounting firm to check Warner Brothers bills, and they told me that there was no problem with the accounts, and the entire film suffered a particularly serious loss. Martin didn't pay much attention to the profit and loss of this film. It was normal to have a book loss. When facing foreign investors, the big six in Hollywood are best at accounting. Sure enough, Wu Meioting said, Warner Pictures borrowed money from New Line Cinema to raise funds, and the interest alone was as high as $20 million US. New Line, like Warner Pictures, is a subsidiary of Warner Brothers. Martin added, not every Hollywood company is like Davis Studio and Pacific Pictures. Yes, I regret it very much. Wu Meioting sighed. I sued Warner Pictures and spent a huge amount of lawyers' fees to seek justice, but I lost the case. Martin didn't say much, and such a result was not surprising. Wu Meioting said with 12 points of sincerity at this time, Mr. Davis, please forgive my ignorance at the beginning, and give me another chance to invest in Hollywood. He encountered some problems in Myanmar and wanted to gain a foothold here, but the funds needed a channel to transfer, and the film industry was extremely suitable. Of course, it can't be like Terminator 2018, which is too cruel to cheat people. Hearing this, Martin thought of Sybil, thought for a moment, and said, after 2008, Hollywood has encountered a lot of troubles. Mr. Wu, if you want to invest, I welcome you, but I cannot guarantee that the money you invest will be profitable, or even that you can recover your investment. He suddenly changed the subject, but there is one thing I can guarantee. Davis Studio and Pacific Pictures will never do the same thing as Warner Pictures. Chapter 577 A knife hidden behind the sweet words. Without going through the baptism of the account books of the 6 major companies, how could one feel that Martin and Louise were reliable? Wu Meioting had a setback at Warner Brothers before he realized the goodness of his former partners. At this time, Martin had mentioned all the risks up front, emphasizing that the project's profit prospects were unclear. Wu Meioting, on the contrary, believed that Martin was sincere and trustworthy. Martin added, it's a romantic comedy project. I haven't seen the script yet, but the producer is very reliable. I'll contact you after I see the script. No problem. Wu Meioting left his contact information in Los Angeles and said goodbye at the right time. Martin sent him to the front hall of the studio. Before leaving, Wu Meioting shook hands with Martin and said, I'll wait for your good news. Martin responded. These people left, and before Martin went upstairs, Louise came in from outside. She pointed behind her. It seems to be the Burmese investor. Martin said directly, he invested in Terminator 2018 and was cheated by Warner Brothers. Louise understood as soon as she heard it. Are you going to come back to me? Gavin Newsom's wife, Jennifer Siebel, who was harmed by Harvey, has a romance film project. Martin roughly described what happened at the party yesterday. She is not giving up on Hollywood and wants to get me to invest. I originally wanted to deduct a sum from Lone Survivor, and he happened to come over. Louise said, regardless of the success or failure of the project, we can earn management fees and commissions from it. The Newsoms are still worth investing in. I heard from my father that after Gavin's term as mayor of San Francisco ends, he may participate in the gubernatorial race. Of course, he will partner with someone, and if he succeeds, he will become deputy governor. Martin laughed. It feels good to use other people's money to do favors. Louise looked at her watch and said, it's almost time. Shall we go to Warner? The two of them went out together, without taking a car, and walked across the street. The Warner building was diagonally opposite. There were many participants in today's meeting, involving many subsidiaries and cooperative companies of Warner Brothers. When going upstairs, Martin met Dee Gardner of Plan B because of Aniston. The two chatted for a few words in the elevator. When he came out of the elevator, he also saw Robert Rayner of Castle Rock. Since the 1990s, all the films produced by this company have been distributed by Warner Brothers. The group came to the conference center and sat at the long conference table. Soon, more than 20 people sat here, and many of them were communicating privately, discussing what the new management of Warner planned to do. Dee Gardner said to Martin, I heard that the new person in office plans to increase the online and offline commission ratio of movie distribution. Martin was not surprised by this. Distribution companies are at the upstream of the industry chain. North American distribution is easy to say, but only the 6 major Hollywood companies can do global distribution. Louise said, it's best to maintain the status quo. Not long after, Kevin Tsujihara, accompanied by Daniel and 2 other Warner executives, entered the conference center together. The meeting began. Kevin Tsujihara got straight to the point. Today, we invite our Warner partners to come here to discuss the next step of cooperation so that we can continue to work closely together and achieve mutual benefit and win-win results in the future. Martin and Louise sat relatively at the back, quietly waiting for the next words. Kevin Tsujihara's words were still very polite. Over the past 5 years, with our close cooperation and joint efforts, Warner Brothers' performance has always ranked first in Hollywood. I hope we can still maintain our lead over other companies in the future. There was applause at the scene. But since the 2008 economic crisis, Warner Brothers' profits have declined, and global industry channels have narrowed. The turning point came as expected, and Kevin Tsujihara began to emphasize the difficulties. Warner has also faced huge difficulties and tests. We have been persisting. In the past 2 years, Warner has independently resisted the damage and negative impact brought by the economic crisis, and avoided affecting various downstream partners. This has also created a situation where Warner bears the pressure today, and the partners share the benefits. Kevin Tsujihara's words were very nice. Martin and Louise looked at each other, knowing that the knife is often hidden behind sweet words. Kevin Tsujihara said, Warner Brothers has been bearing this situation alone for 2 years. It is no longer able to bear the huge pressure. The normal development of industry cooperation requires all of us to maintain it together. We share profits and risks together. This is the way to a healthy and stable long-term cooperation. The executive from New Line Cinema said, I totally agree. The person from Legendary Pictures next to him said, without Warner's strong distribution capabilities and distribution channels, we will not succeed. Since we have enjoyed the profits brought by Warner, we naturally have to share the risks with Warner. Kevin Tsujihara pressed his hand down. The main risks are still borne by Warner Brothers, and you just need to follow behind Warner. He would not be the bad guy who rushed to the front and said, I have other work to deal with. The meeting will be hosted by your old friend Daniel next to me. Daniel stood up and nodded to his old friends on both sides of the conference table. Kevin Tsujihara left the meeting room. Daniel turned to the main seat and said, everyone, I believe you all know that the distribution costs in Hollywood have been getting higher and higher in recent years, and the distribution commissions between Warner and its partners have never changed. Facing these partners, he was also a little embarrassed, but the strategy formulated by Kevin Tsujihara would not change and must be implemented. Warner Brothers film business is now the best in the industry both online and offline. It is not unreasonable for Kevin Tsujihara to increase the distribution commission ratio with Warner's extensive distribution channels around the world as capital. Daniel agreed in his heart and said directly, from now on, the North American Distribution Commission for films that sign distribution contracts will increase by 2%, the Overseas Distribution Commission by 3%, and the Commission for all offline channels by 5%. Okay, I think it's fair. All those who actively agreed were companies controlled by Warner, such as New Line and Legendary Pictures. Including Martin and Louise, no one else spoke for the time being. Robert Rayner of Castle Rock suddenly said, I agree. Without Warner's distribution channels, our films would not have such high returns. What he said was indeed true. Distribution companies occupy the upstream of the industry chain, relying on channels that face the global market directly. But with such huge interests involved, who would be willing to give in easily? People who are not from Warner Holding Company all looked at Robert Rayner, wondering why the traitor appeared so quickly. Daniel smiled and said, ladies and gentlemen, our cooperation will be more successful. No one spoke for a while, and the conference room fell into silence for a while. Martin looked at Robert Rayner again. He could understand why an old company like Castle Rock made such a choice. Castle Rock has cooperated with Warner Brothers for many years, and its offline channels for films are highly dependent on Warner. It can even be said that the profits of the offline channels of the film library are closely tied to Warner. If it falls out with Warner Brothers, it is not impossible, but the sunk cost is a bit high. It can be said that the longer a company cooperates with Warner Brothers, the more difficult it is to break away from its dependence on Warner. Newly established companies are relatively better. The meeting ended here. When Martin was about to leave, Daniel stopped him and said, would you like to chat privately, if you have time? Martin was no different from before. If you have something to do, I'll definitely have time. The two went to the meeting room on the other side. Daniel said, I want to apologize to you for the 3 old films in the Warner Brothers film library. Martin waved his hand and said, it's okay. It was just an intention. The initiative has always been in the hands of Warner Brothers. Daniel further explained, I greeted the people at Warner Brothers at the time. I didn't expect that after Warner Brothers changed its helmsman, there would be many changes in the management, which led to the situation developing in a direction I didn't expect. He acted very helpless and pushed it all onto others. The people at Warner Brothers are so careless. They clearly promised me, but they turned around and pushed the 3 films into the project discussion process. Exodus even got the green light from the review committee. Martin didn't believe a word of these words, but he didn't show it at all. He sighed. It's lost, so it's lost. Although I think the market prospects are good, it's also difficult for me to raise funds for large-scale productions. But, he said he didn't care, but his face was full of regret. I was thinking that after the film was successful, I would give you a separate agency fee and consulting fee. Daniel was stunned and thought to himself, why didn't you say it earlier? I've already reported the situation to you. If you had told me earlier, I would have left one for you. Martin added, I'm still watching other old movies, hoping to find another project suitable for remake. We'll do it quietly then and not alert those bad guys with bad intentions. Daniel quickly responded, okay, if you find other projects you like, remember to find me, and we'll plan them separately. By the way, what's the situation with Exodus? Martin looked particularly concerned. I heard that the project has made great progress. Seeing this, Daniel naturally thought that Martin was unwilling to give up, and gave a brief introduction. The project is officially named Pharaohs and Gods. The production budget may exceed $150 million US. It is adapted from the Bible as a template, and will involve magical element. Warner Pictures and Christian Bale have basically reached an agreement. The latter will shoot this film after filming Nolan's The Dark Knight Rises. It is expected to be released in 2012. Martin asked, where's the director? Daniel said, we are still talking to Ridley Scott. There's no big problem. Martin remembered that Ridley Scott's Robin Hood would be released at the beginning of this summer. With another epic film, Ridley Scott should be able to handle it with his super thick blood bar. Having said that, according to the rules of past life memories, the harder Ridley Scott fails in epic films, the more powerful his comeback will be when he returns to science fiction films. The novel of the Martian has not been completed yet and is still in the final stages of being finished. It's okay for Martin to wait for Ridley Scott for a while. Chapter 578 Acquisition of Davis Studio. Back to the office in Davis Studio. Martin handed Louise a bottle of water and asked, what do you think? Louise said, since the mid-1990s, Pacific Pictures has been cooperating with Warner Brothers in distribution business. It has been 15 years today. During this period, Warner Brothers has changed its chairman and CEO several times. This is not the first time that the distribution commission has increased, but in the past, it has only increased by 1% at most. Martin heard from Nicholson that in the era when resources were not as concentrated as they are now, the distribution commission of major Hollywood companies, excluding the cost of publicity and distribution, often only accounted for 20% of the North American box office after sharing. Now the average is around 30%, and the works of some new companies and new directors can even reach more than 35%. For example, the commercial films starring Martin in the past 2 years only count the profits within 2 years after the film was released. The increased commission rate of Warner Brothers means that the producer will pay Warner Brothers at least tens of millions of dollars more. In North America, you can hire a killer for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this is the total price before layers of outsourcing. Martin said, the old films are not greatly affected, but the new films, Gone Girl is not so bad. We signed a distribution agreement in mid-January. We will also shoot the second part of John Wick this year. The box office and revenue of the sequel will definitely increase greatly, tens of millions of dollars. Louise thought for a moment and said, your studio has only been established for a few years. During this period, many of the films you shot, such as House of Wax, The Departed, and The Dark Knight, were originally Warner projects. The copyrights are all in the hands of Warner. The only ones that really hold the copyright in your hands are Wanted, Limitless, and John Wick. Your sunk cost is very low. Martin thought for a moment and said, Gone Girl will not be greatly affected. Follow the existing agreement. You can quietly contact several other companies for the sequel to John Wick. With the performance of the first part of this film, it should not be difficult to get a better distribution agreement. Louise nodded. Leave it to me. She made a decision quickly. In the future, Pacific Pictures business will be divided into two parts. Pacific Pictures will continue to invest in your project. Pacific Pictures will continue to cooperate with Warner for other projects. If they cannot cooperate, they can find other companies. Martin said nonsense casually. Be careful, I will lead you into a ditch and make you bankrupt. I believe in your vision and ability. Louise has gradually adjusted her mentality in the past year or so, and she is at ease to be a producer who controls the project. As for the rest, making money is not shabby. Following Martin's project, there is both spiritual enjoyment and physical pleasure, and you can also get financial returns. Where can you find such an investment? Martin then called Chad Stahelski and asked about the preparations for John Wick 2. The script has been completed. Chad is working on action scene design with Chen Hu. After he finishes filming Gone Girl, he can transfer to the crew to shoot. Chad also reminded Martin that he should not relax his daily exercise and training. Martin has been training for the past few years, and he doesn't even need to be urged or supervised. After experiencing the Burbank Middle School and Santa Monica Pier incidents, he knows best that these critical moments can save lives. Assholes who mess with others too much will naturally worry about being messed with by others. In the Warner building, another meeting came to an end. In addition to promoting the Hobbit trilogy in the DC movie universe, Kevin Tsujihara proposed a plan to expand the film business. The content is very old, which is also what the 6 major Hollywood companies have been doing in recent years, acquiring those high-quality small and medium-sized production companies. Warner Bros. Has successively acquired Legendary Pictures and New Line Cinema since the beginning of the new century. In this way, they can directly swallow up the other party's film library and bring high-quality content. The latter brought Warner the complete copyright of the Lord of the Rings series. Warner Bros. Has mature models and operating mechanisms in this regard, and the risk is much smaller than investing in unknown new film projects. After discussing with several trusted subordinates, Kevin Tsujihara initially decided on a list: Castle Rock Pictures, Pacific Pictures and Davis Film Studios. Castle Rock and the Pacific are indeed good. Someone raised an objection, but Davis Studios is just a shell company established by Martin Davis. The film library shouldn't exceed 5 films, right? The person who proposed it said, strictly speaking, there are only 3 films, Wanted, Limitless and John Wick. But don't forget that John Wick is preparing for a sequel. The box office of the first film exceeded $400 million and it also brought about a new trend of action films. The original cast will all return for the second film, and the revenue can only be higher. He paused slightly and said, from the perspective of the world of the first film, at least a trilogy can be made. Some of the characters, such as Winston played by Mean, can also be used to shoot spin-offs. Kevin Tsujihara has learned about Martin's movies in detail and said, the prospects for the John Wick series are indeed good. The man continued his words and said, it is reliable that in addition to Gone Girl, Martin also bought the film adaptation rights of the 2 novels Prince of Thieves and The Martian. Judging from his successful precedents in the past few years, the prospects for the adaptation of these 2 novels are also very good. Kevin Tsujihara said, these 3 companies are being pushed into the acquisition review process as quickly as possible. The CEO has great power, but there are also restrictions. After the meeting, the relevant departments of Warner Bros. Immediately took action to collect information and data from the 3 companies to measure their future prospects. When Gavin Newsom left Los Angeles, Jennifer Siebel stayed. The First Lady of San Francisco called the director Keen Lee, who had worked with her, and made an appointment with Martin on the phone, and came to Davis studio together. Siebel introduced Keen Lee to Martin and said, Keen is both a director and a screenwriter. I think he writes very good scripts. Martin asked directly, can I see the script first? Siebel said, of course. The script is here. Keenly gave Martin a printed copy of the script and said specifically, "This is tailor-made for Jennifer." Martin took it. "Please wait." He asked someone to bring coffee and read the script first. The script is called Romantic Troubles. As the name suggests, it is a romantic comedy, mainly revolving around the heroine who is also called Jennifer. Tailor-made? Even the name is Jennifer. The plot setting is also interesting. The heroine Jennifer has a new boyfriend, but when she is with her new boyfriend, she always has the illusion of being with her ex-boyfriend and can keep talking to him. This setting is very similar to Little Days or Holy Valley movies. Just looking at the script, the screenwriter has set up a lot of poker scenes for the heroine. Martin is also well informed in Hollywood, and it is not difficult to judge that Jennifer Siebel needs to undress in these scenes. For Hollywood actresses, these are not a big deal. But Siebel has another identity. There were some things Martin had to ask clearly. "Jennifer, you will play the leading role?" Siebel smiled and said, "Of course. This is a play tailor-made for me by Keen." She was very smart and understood what Martin meant. She said, "Gavin has read the script carefully and agrees that I can play the leading role in this play. He thinks it will become a masterpiece of art." Martin nodded, closed the script, and returned it to Keenly and asked, "Have you estimated how much budget is needed for filming?" Keenly was well prepared. He took out a detailed shooting plan and handed it to Martin. "I have made detailed plans for every aspect. Jennifer is the biggest star. The crew does not need other stars. I can definitely get it with $5 million. Although he did not have to invest his own money, Martin still read the plan carefully and said, "The plan is well done." He could not do it, but he had seen a lot of it. He could make a rough assessment in his mind whether it was real material after reading it once. Keenly smiled slightly reservedly. "I have made several works, although none of them have been released in theaters." Martin put away the plan and said, "I will ask the company's people to conduct professional evaluations. Please wait a few days. I will inform you as soon as there is news." Sibyl has waited for a long time to become the heroine, and she still has the patience to wait a few more days. She said, "My biggest wish now is to complete a work as the heroine. Whether the final product is in theaters, on TV stations, or on the internet, as long as it is publicly broadcast, I will be satisfied." Martin said, "I can't guarantee that it will be released in theaters, but there will be no problem on TV stations and the internet. This type of film is difficult to get in the theater market. Finding a distribution company and doing publicity and distribution will cost a lot of money, and it may lose more. Martin still cares about investors." Sibyl stood up and shook hands with Martin with a smile. "Everything is up to you." Martin gently shook her hand. "Wait for my call." The two left the draft of the script and the plan and said goodbye. The so-called review was actually done by Martin alone. He first called Thomas and asked him to insert any suitable young actors into the crew. Then he notified Wu Meioting that the project was ready. Not long after, Wu Meioting came to Davis studio and saw the script and plan sent by Martin. Martin stated in advance, "The investment in this project is only about $5 million US. There are certain risks. It may be difficult to enter the theater. I will sell it to TV stations or video websites depending on the situation." Wu Meioting quickly flipped through it. He regarded this project as a stepping stone to express his sincerity. After all, he had abandoned Davis Studio and Pacific Pictures and switched to Warner Pictures. The result was all tears. Wu Meioting said, "I will invest in this project in full." Martin shook hands with him. Davis Studio will strive to make it profitable. This is a work he has no memory of, and it can be regarded as a test. The project was finalized, and Martin found a reliable producer to be in charge of this project through Thomas. Then, his attention temporarily turned to the Oscars. At the annual Oscar nominees luncheon, Martin was nominated for Best Actor again for Benjamin. David Fincher was also nominated for Best Director. Chapter 579 God is not as crazy as him. At the sunny golf course at the Los Angeles Country Club, after finishing a hole, Thomas drove Martin and Daniel back to the rest area in his electric car. The latter ended the golf topic and turned back to the movie. He picked up the drink cup and raised it to Martin. "Congratulations on getting nominated for Best Actor again." Martin raised his glass in response and said, I just won the Best Supporting Actor last year. It is difficult for the role of Benjamin to win the Best Actor. I don't have any advantages, and the role uses too much CG technology. Daniel took a sip of his drink and said, you are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Warner Brothers will fully support you. The other party's words sounded nice, and Martin was not vague. Warner has always been my confidence. Daniel followed up immediately. Since you entered Hollywood, you have been cooperating with Warner Brothers, and our two sides have cooperated tacitly and created many box office myths. He smiled. Martin, have you considered working more closely with Warner Brothers? Martin didn't understand, so he didn't say anything nonsense, and still talked about the Oscar. Warner will fully support me in competing for the Oscar for Best Actor. Daniel didn't expect Martin to answer like this. He was slightly stunned and replied, with your acting skills and artistic expression, if you continue to cooperate with Warner, the Best Actor will definitely be in your pocket. Martin smiled and said, I hope so. Daniel found that when chatting with Martin, he would be led by him unconsciously, so he just said directly, what I just said about closer cooperation with Warner Brothers was not referring to the Oscars. He asked sincerely, Martin, are you interested in joining the Warner family? Thomas, who had remained silent, suddenly looked at Daniel. Martin was also a little surprised, and asked slowly, am I not a member of the Warner family now? Daniel said, Warner Brothers is interested in acquiring your Davis film and television studio. Martin nodded slightly and asked, like New Line Cinema and Legendary Pictures? Yes. Daniel said, Davis Studio will become a subsidiary of Warner, as long as the price is right. Martin does not object to being acquired by Warner, since it is a business behavior. He directly asked the price. I want to know, how much is Warner willing to pay for it? Daniel was prepared when he came. Warner has conducted a systematic evaluation. $150 million US. He raised his hand to stop Martin from speaking and said first, your studio has only been established for 5 years. Including the upcoming Gone Girl, there are only 4 film copyrights in the film library. Except for a publicity and marketing department, other departments can be basically ignored. Martin was of course not satisfied with the price. Daniel hadn't finished speaking yet. This includes the rights to the sequel to John Wick, and your contract as the leading actor in the trilogy. Of course, Warner will pay your salary and dividends truthfully. In addition, the copyrights to Prince of Thieves, Lone Survivor and The Martian, as well as the copyrights of other scripts you purchased, are also included. I personally enjoy working with Warner very much, and I want to strengthen the relationship between the two sides. Martin's words were equally direct. If the price offered by Warner is right, I can sell the studio to you. At this point, he couldn't help shaking his head. $150 million, in my eyes, can't even buy the rights to the sequel to John Wick, let alone the adaptation rights to the 3 novels. This is a purely commercial act, and Daniel said the matter at hand, the success or failure of adapting those 3 novels into movies is completely unknown. Even for the sequel to John Wick, there is also a considerable risk. There are many sequels to hot-selling movies that have poor commercial feedback. Martin nodded and said, I have a way to avoid these risks. I will take away the copyrights of these 3 novels, the John Wick series, and other scripts. In order to avoid severance costs after the acquisition, I will find a way to get rid of the staff. The remaining assets of Davis Studio will be sold to Warner Brothers for $150 million. Daniel laughed. Martin, you know this is impossible. Martin spread his hands. Our differences are too big. Commodities always have a price tag. Daniel asked, what is your desired price? $500 million. Martin thought this price was very reasonable. In addition to money, he also asked for other things. The production of the sequel to John Wick will be entirely based on my team. Daniel thought the price was a fantasy, but he and Warner would have no objection to the latter condition. Martin hadn't finished his words yet. I won't talk about the salary and share of the film. The adaptation of the other works must also be led by me, from the budget to the director, etc., must be implemented in the contract. Daniel couldn't agree. The senior executives of Warner's related film companies would definitely not agree. He said directly, "This is unrealistic, Martin. You know it's impossible in a big company. In the next 10 years, the executives of Warner Brothers will be more cheerful than each other. Martin still wants to star in the project in his hand, and it is impossible to give up the leading power." He said, "Let's not talk about this for now. $500 million is my psychological bottom price." Daniel shook his head. "Your asking price is too crazy and does not meet the market conditions." This initial contact ended. Leaving the country club, Thomas got into Martin's car and asked, "Are you really going to sell the studio?" Martin said, "If Warner Brothers agrees to my conditions, it's not impossible to sell the studio to them. We can just register another one." Thomas just listened to what the two said and knew that Warner wanted the project in Martin's hand. Martin thought for a moment and said, "Warner Brothers will definitely continue to contact the studio. I don't want the relationship with Warner to change too much in the short term, so it's not appropriate for me to talk to Warner Brothers directly. So, you can talk to Warner Brothers on my behalf." Thomas asked, "What are the conditions?" Martin roughly remembered that Warner Brothers would often have brain short circuits in production in the next decade or so. The conditions for project dominance cannot be compromised. He tapped the armrest of the seat gently. "The price can be lowered to $450 million. Hearing these two conditions, Thomas knew that it was impossible to reach an agreement. The two sides have different standards of measurement. Warner Brothers has its own set of standards, and so does Martin. There are huge differences in this regard. Martin then joined the Gone Girl crew to prepare for the filming, occasionally exercise, and discuss action scene design with Chad and Chen-Hu. The work became busy. Thomas negotiated with Warner Brothers personnel on behalf of Martin several times, and the differences between the two sides were always huge. By the time the Oscar ceremony began, there was still no sign or possibility of reaching an agreement. Warner Brothers also showed a certain degree of sincerity, and the acquisition funds increased to $200 million. But Thomas, who represented Davis Studio, insisted on a minimum of $450 million. Warner Brothers suspended the acquisition negotiations and turned its main target to Castle Rock Pictures. Success brings more success, but it also makes people lose sight of themselves. In Kevin Tsujihira's office in the Warner building, John Berg, the new president of Warner Pictures who led the negotiations, said, "Martin Davis overestimates himself. God is not as crazy as him for asking $450 million. Kevin Tsujihira was not very happy that his first acquisition, after taking office, ended in failure. I think the offer of $200 million is very sincere. Most Hollywood stars can't make that much money in their lifetime." John Berg is Kevin Tsujihira's brother-in-law and he doesn't have too many scruples when he speaks. "I think we should put some pressure on Martin Davis to help him see himself clearly. Kevin Tsujihira will not express his opinions easily." John Berg continued, "For the next movie, the distribution company can put pressure on Davis Studio, such as a higher distribution commission. The sequel to John Wick is larger in scale, and its publicity and promotion will be more sensitive." Kevin Tsujihira waved his hand. "You go discuss it with Daniel." He turned to the main topic of today. How is the progress of Pharaohs and Gods? This is the first major film project that Kevin Tsujihira has truly led since he took office, and he is particularly concerned about it. John Berg said, "Ridley Scott has already completed the post-production of Robin Hood. There is no problem with the release date. We have reached an agreement with him. He will start preparing for this project after the Oscar ceremony." Kevin Tsujihira asked again, "Is it okay to release it in 2012? John Berg was very confident. Ridley is more efficient than other directors. He said that the release date is spacious enough. The review committee gave the green light to Green Lantern. This project should also be accelerated. You should keep in touch with Hamada of DC Films." The heads of key subsidiaries of Warner Brothers were all replaced by Kevin Tsujihira's confidants. This is a key step for the DC movie universe to catch up with Marvel. It cannot be missed. John Berg nodded and said, "Hamada has chosen a very good director, Martin Campbell, who has directed films such as GoldenEye, The Mask of Zorro and Casino Royale. The male lead is Ryan Reynolds, who received a very good response in Wolverine. Although the female lead has not been finalized, one of the candidates is Blake Lively, who has become very popular in recent years. These sound quite reliable. Kevin Tsujihara personally participated in the project establishment meeting of Green Lantern. In order to catch up with Marvel as soon as possible, Warner Bros. Is preparing to raise $200 million for filming and production. After John Berg left, he immediately went to DC Films to discuss the details of the project with Hamada. This film will be jointly promoted by DC Films and Warner Films. The entire Warner Bros. Is full of confidence in the project. A complete movie universe plan, a full budget, reliable management and production team, a director with a lot of successful experience, more mature CGI technology, and a protagonist that is popular with the market. There are risks, but they are much smaller than Marvel's Iron Man. Even the management of Warner Bros. Believes that the risk of Captain America being prepared by Marvel Studios is much greater than that of Green Lantern. My brother died of a heart attack in my hometown. He was only in his early 50s. He will be in my hometown these 2 days. I can only write when I have time. Please forgive me if the update is late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Professional Attack. At Davis Manor, Elizabeth Olsen, dressed in a gorgeous outfit and glamorous, dragged her black skirt and came to Martin, pinning the fist symbol in her hand on his left collar. Martin was wearing a Bryony haute couture suit, a Cartier men's watch on his wrist, and a Coke-shaped crown on his right collar. He put down his Nokia N98 mobile phone, opened the jewelry box in front of him, took out a necklace made of 7 flawless rubies, and put it on Elizabeth's neck. Elizabeth was surprised, and her hand brushed over the necklace made of platinum, broken diamonds and rubies, and she smiled sweetly. "I like this gift." Martin asked. "I have good taste, right?" Elizabeth stood in front of the dressing mirror and admired it carefully, saying, "It's so beautiful." Martin stood a little further away, admired it and said, "You are even more beautiful." Elizabeth smiled even sweeter. Martin picked up another fist symbol and pinned it on her chest. Elizabeth said, "I don't want to do feminism. I just want to be your saint forever." Martin said, "As long as you want." Ahem. Bruce came in from the door and reminded, "It's time to go." Martin picked up his Nokia phone and took Elizabeth out to the car, which was naturally a Cadillac. Sponsors not only have sponsorship fees every year, but also spend resources to help him compete for nominations and awards. Martin must work hard to promote them. The Cadillac flagship car drove out of the manor and headed straight for the Hollywood Kodak Theater. Elizabeth remembered something. "No news from channel number 5. Martin nodded slightly. "Last year, Tony Feldman caused a paternity test incident. France took the initiative to cut off contact with Thomas. So far, they have not contacted Thomas again. It depends on their attitude on this matter." "How are Tony and Stuart?" Elizabeth asked. Martin didn't pay much attention. Bruce continued, "The situation is a bit complicated. Stuart Townsend, under the advice of his lawyer, is now countersuing Tony Fairman for stealing his genetic material. This case is expected to take a long time." Martin sincerely wished, "May these two be entangled forever." "Are you cursing or blessing?" Elizabeth asked with a smile, and changed the subject. "Some time ago, Louise introduced Irene Lauder to me, and the latter planned to make me a beauty spokesperson." Martin said, "If your sister's brands don't do beauty, you can try it." Elizabeth said, "They don't have any plans in this regard for the time being." The car quickly approached the Kodak Theater. Although the red carpet of this Oscar Awards was wider and longer, the mainstream color was black. Including Martin and Elizabeth, many guests who walked on the red carpet responded to the call of Jolie and Aniston, wearing black dresses and pinning the Me Too fist logo on their chests. Even the place where the members of the Coca-Cola cult gathered turned into a black ocean. Martin and they drank Coke as usual, dealt with the on-site interview, and entered the Kodak Theater. As soon as they entered, they saw Nicholson and Meryl Streep, who was also wearing a black dress, talking. Martin took Elizabeth over and greeted the two. Seeing Meryl beaming with joy, he asked, "Meryl, did something good happen?" Meryl smiled happily. We have reached an agreement on the divorce, but it will not be announced for the time being. It may be delayed for a few years. In contrast, Nicholson was frowning. Martin knew why without having to guess. If he didn't add insult to injury now, when would he? He said to Meryl, to celebrate your return to being single, would you like me to introduce you to an excellent man? He told me a few days ago that he wanted to get married again and experience the warmth of a family. Meryl said, sure, I really want to meet him. Nicholson shouted angrily, shut up. How could Martin give up? He said, Jack Nicholson, or 3-time Oscar winner, the famous leader of the Face Gang, a man who can make Martin Davison Leonardo willing to be his younger brother. How about it? Very good. Meryl asked Nicholson half truthfully, Jack, when will you propose to me? Nicholson's old face turned red, and he turned around and left. Meryl smiled and waved at Martin, and quickly followed him. Elizabeth said, you like to fool around too much. Martin smiled and said, I'm doing good things to help Jack solve his loneliness in old age. The two entered the hall. Since Benjamin was nominated for 13 Oscars including Best Picture, Best Director and Best Actor, their seats were in the first 2 rows. Martin had just walked to the guest area when someone greeted him. Blake Lively stood up in a black dress. Hi, Martin. Elizabeth glanced at her and whispered to Martin, I'll go over first, you guys chat. Martin nodded, and after she left, he held on to his seat and said, long time no see. Blake said softly, I'm too busy with work, on the set, on publicity, running around, it's endless. I watched Gossip Girl. There was no sharp conflict between the two. Martin praised sincerely, Queen S is great. Blake said, it was you who gave me confidence back then. The two also had a sweet time living together. Martin thought of the time from the summer of jeans to Burbank High School, then looked at Blake in front of him, and was silent for a moment. Blake felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, and took the initiative to say, when are you free? Let's go out for coffee. She then patted her head and said, look at me, you like tea? Martin did not respond, but asked, I recently heard a piece of news that Warner and DC are planning to shoot the superhero movie Green Lantern. I heard that you are interested in competing for the heroine. Blake said directly, the 3rd audition will be held soon, but the competitors are also very strong. Diane Kruger and Eva Green are both interested in competing for this role. Martin thought about it, and for the sake of past friendship, he felt it would be better to say it directly. Blake, I don't think you are suitable for this role. What do you mean? After all, you know me well, and I know your strengths and weaknesses. Blake immediately understood what Martin meant. The prospects of this film are not good. This movie almost completely shattered Blake's path to becoming a movie star. Even though he later starred in some movies, he was more like an internet celebrity rather than a movie star who spoke with his works. Martin looked around and whispered, my personal feeling is that the current leaders of Warner are a group of Japanese, which doesn't give me a good feeling. Blake lowered her head and thought. She knew Martin very well, and knew that he would never talk nonsense at work. This is up to you. Martin was about to leave. I'll contact you when I have time. Blake promised, I won't tell anyone. Martin nodded to her and went to the front seat. Blake returned to his seat. The agent came over and asked, what did you talk about with Martin? Blake said, we talked about the past. Although he and I don't keep in touch much, we didn't have any conflicts when we broke up. Do you want me to talk to Thomas and tie you together to create some news? The two belonged to WMA, and the agent was also familiar with Thomas. You have high exposure, which is beneficial for you to compete for the heroine of Green Lantern. Blake decided to follow Martin's advice and said, I want to withdraw from the audition for this film. The agent was stunned and asked quickly, why? Blake, do you know how much work I have done to get the role? You can't be so willful. Blake said, I've made up my mind. You are disrespecting my work results and your father's efforts during this period. The agent was very angry. Think about it carefully. Blake shook his head directly. No need. The agent was so angry that he didn't know who to vent his anger on, so he picked up his bag and left. Elizabeth saw Martin coming back from the front row and ended her conversation with Kathleen Kennedy. She asked, how was the conversation? Martin told her the truth. I persuaded her to give up a role. Elizabeth stopped asking, we have 13 nominations. So we should be able to win a lot of awards, right? Kathleen Kennedy and David Fincher nearby all shook their heads and sighed. The situation was not optimistic. David Fincher looked at the Me Too logo on his collar and said, "Don't even think about the best director. This Oscar will make history." Kathleen Kennedy said, "The best picture hope is not great either." Martin encouraged morale. "At least we have achieved a good harvest in business, and the film has a good box office. Thanks to 13 Oscar nominations." After the nominees' luncheon, Benjamin had a rebound in North American theater attendance. The North American box office has accumulated $189 million and the global box office has reached $368 million. After the Oscars are over, no matter how many awards it wins, there will be another small rebound. Several people discussed for a while who might be the biggest winner tonight, and the award ceremony kicked off. Because of the Harvey Weinstein case that swept the entire Hollywood and even North America last year, this year's Oscars has a strong Me Too plot. The host is Helen from Warner TV. At the end of her opening speech, Meryl Streep came on stage and sang a song Me Too. Overthrowing Harvey Weinstein has become the political correctness of the entire Hollywood industry. After all, even the Academy expelled Harvey. Martin left his seat at this time and went backstage through the side door. As the winner of last year's Best Supporting Actor, he will be the guest presenter of the Best Supporting Actress award today. This is also the first award presented today. After Martin came on stage, he said the opening speech is a routine, read out the list of nominees, opened the envelope, and announced the result. The winner is Cormoran Monarch from the movie Precious. Amid the applause of the audience, the fat black woman came on stage with her skirt lifted up, took the little golden man from Martin, and after the routine thanks, said a lot of anti-racism words. Of course, the anti-racism of black people is only against discrimination against American blacks. Chapter 581 Disney and Netflix. When Barbara Streisand, a legendary female figure in Hollywood, who has achieved outstanding achievements as a singer, actor, director, and producer, took the stage as the presenter, everyone knew the result of the Best Director. It was obvious that Danny Boyle, the best director of the previous session, did not take the stage, and a senior female member took over as the presenter. Martin turned his head and looked at David Fincher and saw a flash of unwillingness on his face. David Fincher is not the director who has been criticized by film critics after cooperating with Netflix. He still has an Oscar dream. But the Oscars are destined to make history tonight. As expected, the name that came out of Barbara Streisand's mouth was Catherine Bigelow. The Hurt Locker not only won the Best Director, but also the Best Picture. Summit Entertainment and the film's investors David Ellison and Megan Ellison became the biggest winners tonight. In contrast, the crew of Benjamin, which won 13 Oscar nominations, but only won 2 consolation awards for Best Makeup and Best Art Direction, became the biggest tragedy tonight. It was just a little short of catching up with the preferential treatment that The Shawshank Redemption enjoyed at the Oscars. Martin comforted David Fincher, "Let's shoot faster this time and fight for the next one." David Fincher also held back his energy. "I will improve efficiency this time and try to release Gone Girl during the holiday season." Martin said these words. The fundamental purpose is to arouse David Fincher's competitive spirit and improve the efficiency of filming and production. After all, this filming is always more casual. After this awards ceremony, Elizabeth went home directly, and Martin had to attend the Oscar night party. After Vanity Fair insisted on hosting many parties, Oscar night has become a co-organized party between the Academy and it, and even the Oscar losers will show up at the party. As soon as Martin entered the banquet hall, he was stopped by Taylor Swift, who came to the party. Taylor pushed him to the photo area on the side. "I have 2 friends who are also your fans, and they have been clamoring to take a photo with you." Martin asked curiously, "Your besties?" Taylor said as he walked, "Like you, members of my friend group. The last time I sang for you, didn't you give me an idea and ask me to find a way to form a celebrity friend group?" Martin reminded, "Remember, you are the leader, and the members must be famous and able to attract the attention of the entertainment media. During the window period of your works, you can play some tricks of little girls talking and making up." Taylor has completed his evolution and even gone a step further. "Not only have I made a plan, I'm also going to find a singer of similar status to fight with her online." Is this method of hype feasible? Martin first praised, Taylor, you are getting more and more resourceful. Then he reminded, pay attention to the frequency of hype. Taylor nodded slightly, then waved to the front. Carly, Selena, look who's here. Two girls, one tall and one short, came over. The former had blonde hair and long legs, and was taller than Taylor. The latter is a Latin American with a round face, and natural baby fat. Taylor introduced, this is Carly Kloss, this is Selena Gomez, they are both my good friends. Then he took Martin's hand, you all know him, my close friend, Martin. Carly Kloss shook hands with Martin, and rushed to stand next to Martin. Please take a group photo for me. Martin pointed to an official Oscar reporter, Bill, come over and help me. Bill immediately came over with a camera, and took photos of Carly Kloss and Selena Gomez with Martin, and finally took a group photo of Martin and the other four. After taking the photo, Martin saw Alan Horn waving at him, and said to Taylor, I have something else to do, you guys talk first. Taylor grabbed him and asked, are you free tonight? Martin said, not tonight. Taylor said with regret, I have to leave early tomorrow morning. She thought for a moment and said, next time I organize a gathering for the sisters, you can come too. Martin nodded, no problem. Speaking of this, he wanted to settle accounts with Leonardo. This bastard lacked the spirit of hard work. He was a typical 11-second 100-meter runner who talked big. He said he was going to organize a big gathering of Russian and Ukrainian supermodels, but there was no news until now. It was a pity that Leonardo didn't come tonight, otherwise Martin would definitely send his blessings and wish him to be forced to get married by 10 pregnant women tomorrow. Seeing Martin walking away, Carly Kloss poked Taylor with her elbow and asked, have you tried it? How does it taste? The first batch of post-90s people in the entertainment and modeling circles have grown up. They are wilder and more unrestrained than their predecessors. Selena Gomez also asked, is it as amazing as the legend says and tastes amazing? Taylor was much more aggressive than them. He came up to the two of them and whispered, not only does it taste good, it also moisturizes the vocal cords and makes my singing voice more beautiful. Didn't you notice? Does my singing sound better than before? You. Carly Kloss and Selena Gomez were stunned, thinking, are these sisters kidding? Taylor blinked, you are still young and don't understand the benefits of this. Carly was dissatisfied, we will be 18 soon. At the dining table in the corner of the banquet hall, Alan Horn asked Martin, I heard that Warner Brothers wants to acquire your studio. They want to acquire it, and I also want to sell it, but the talks broke down. Martin said directly, Warner doesn't want to pay $450 million. This price also surprised Alan Horn. If it were me, I would never agree. Martin smiled. This is where the disagreement lies. I think the studio's existing assets are at least worth this price, but others don't think so. Since there is a disagreement, Alan Horn simply changed the subject. Warner Brothers has increased its distribution commission, which is very unfair to the partners below, especially actors, investors, and producers like you who always have box office hits. Even if the commission is increased by 1%, it means millions of dollars in losses. Martin said, Warner Brothers' performance has been ranked first in Hollywood for many years, and its distribution channels are very strong. That represents the past, not necessarily the future. Alan Horn said, after Kevin Sugihara took office, he promoted a large number of Japanese and nepotism people. I believe you know this. Do you think this is a normal management model for a company? Can they maintain the glory created by Warner Brothers in the past decade? Martin has already seen the clues from the two projects Pharaohs and Gods and Green Lantern, and coupled with the holes he has dug, the future is unpredictable. He asked directly, Alan, from what you said, you want to bring me to Disney? I remember that you are the president of Disney Pictures, and you are in charge of distribution, right? Alan Horn said, I'm also thinking about your old friend. Both Disney and Buena Vista International are strong enough. Walt Disney's offline channels are no worse than Warner. There is also Robert Iger. Martin, you may not be familiar with him, but I can assure you that he is far superior to Kevin Sugihara in terms of leadership and personal charm. Martin nodded. I have heard people talk about Robert Iger. I heard that all the big moves of Disney in recent years came from him, such as the acquisition of Pixar Studios and the acquisition of the entire Marvel He paused slightly and said, Alan, I'm very worried about meeting another Kevin Tsujihara. If you can take charge of Disney's distribution label, I will immediately send someone to discuss the distribution of John Wick 2 with you. Alan Horn laughed. Disney Pictures has not only merged Hollywood Studios and Touchstone Pictures, but also merged Disney's distribution label. In the future, it will focus on the production and distribution of live-action films. Martin said, it seems that you have been eyeing me for a long time. Alan Horn admitted, I can't meet you today. I also planned to contact you before you went to shoot Gone Girl, but unfortunately you have already signed a distribution contract with Warner Brothers. Martin picked up the wine in front of him and clinked glasses with Alan Horn. I will ask someone to talk to Disney Pictures later. Alan Horn took a sip of wine and said, I will ask my deputy to talk to your people. The two finalized their intentions and the interview ended. After Martin left, he originally wanted to go home. Before leaving, Elizabeth said that she would wait for him to return in a dress. This is also a very special experience. But David Fincher stopped him and introduced the middle-aged man next to him. This is an old friend of mine, Greg Peters, who used to be a producer and now works at Netflix as a product content director. Greg immediately came over to shake hands with Martin. I have wanted David to introduce you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Martin, it is my honor to meet you today. Martin smiled and said, I'm very familiar with Netflix. Greg didn't understand and looked at Martin curiously. Martin didn't need to hide it. I'm a shareholder of Netflix, but a small shareholder. The shares are all public shares purchased in the primary market. Greg said, are you very optimistic about the development of Netflix? Martin has collected a lot of information about Netflix. You started out as a DVD rental business, and now you have developed online on demand, with tens of millions of paying users in North America. This may become a way for families to watch movies in the future. David Fincher said, I have paid attention to social networks. With the popularity of smartphones, many people are even accustomed to watching some feature films on their phones. Greg said, Netflix has also seen this development trend and has been optimizing and screening data to provide users with more and better content experience. He changed his tone and said, what bothers Netflix the most at present is content, especially high quality content. Hollywood is different from before. They regard Netflix as an enemy. If we want to obtain the authorization of high quality content, we need to pay a higher price. Without high quality content, it is difficult to attract new paying users, and even old users will be lost. Martin has tens of millions of Netflix shares in his hands. Of course, he wants its stock price to rise. He said, if you have sufficient cash flow, you can hire producers and directors to shoot and produce high quality content. Chapter 582. 20 Million Club. Greg Peters was not surprised to hear Martin's words. He smiled and said, Martin, we have thought of something, and this is what Netflix is going to do. David Fincher, however, poured cold water on him. The existing internet, computers and ordinary household devices cannot achieve the viewing effect of a theater. Greg was prepared for this, so our self-made content is not a fancy visual effect blockbuster, and the first priority is the plot. Martin suddenly remembered Jennifer Siebel's film and said, I have a project on hand with relatively limited investment. It is a romantic comedy type, and the prospect of entering the theater is uncertain. Greg quickly asked, are you starring in it? It's not me. My studio invested in the production. Martin knew how to arouse the other party's interest and said, the heroine is Jennifer Siebel. Greg confirmed, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, Gavin Newsom's wife. Martin said, that's her. Greg realized the potential value of the film and said, can I see the script? If you want to sell this film, please notify me first. I'll have someone send you the script tomorrow. Martin thought that selling the film to Netflix might bring in more income. When the film is finished, I'll invite you to watch the sample. Greg said to Martin, I'm not going back to San Francisco today. I'll stay in Los Angeles for one night and wait for your script tomorrow. Compared to these two people, David Fincher was much more pure and simply didn't interrupt. Greg said again, David, Martin, if there is a suitable project, can I invite you to produce high quality content for Netflix? Neither Martin nor David Fincher had any intention of saying yes for the time being. For David Fincher, a traditional Hollywood director, cooperating with Netflix is not the best choice. Martin didn't want to give Netflix any clear answer for the time being. Netflix wants to expand its territory, and the best is what is not easily available. Greg knew that it was difficult to convince these traditional Hollywood directors and stars. The key was not what he said, but what kind of compensation Netflix could pay. The topic ended here, and Martin said goodbye and left. Greg left the banquet hall and went to check in. David Fincher accompanied him upstairs and asked, "Does Netflix really want to invest heavily in the project?" Greg said, "Reed Hastings wants to shoot a high-quality series that can continue to attract users, but the project has not yet been determined. I recommended you to him. David Fincher's idea will not change for a while. Wait until I finish Gone Girl." The two got on the elevator and came out. As soon as they walked out of the elevator door, David Fincher saw a familiar person, the new president of DC Films, Hamada, and smiled and nodded at him. Although the two sides were not familiar with each other, they knew each other, and Hamada also responded. Following Hamada was a blonde actress. The two of them turned out of the elevator first and entered the same room. David Fincher had a vague impression that it seemed to be an Australian actress. On the other side, Martin returned home and found that there were several guests at home. Kristen Stewart from next door came over with her friends to set off fireworks with Elizabeth. The three Stallone sisters, Sophia, Sistine and Scarlett, and the Fanning sisters, led by Elizabeth, moved out the inventory in the warehouse and set off fireworks. Not long after, Charlize Theron from next door also came to join in the fun. After a while of noise, everyone dispersed. Martin and Elizabeth began their romantic night. The next morning, after sending Elizabeth to Louise, Martin came to the studio and asked someone to send a copy of the script to the Hilton Hotel. Greg read the script carefully and found that the heroine had many artistic scenes. He called Martin and asked, "Are you sure Jennifer Siebel will play the heroine? Does she agree to play the role in the script?" Martin replied, "The script was handed to me by Jennifer herself." Greg understood and said solemnly, "Martin, you must notify me as soon as this play is completed." Martin replied, "No problem. As long as the film Romantic Trouble is not badly made, it will probably be sold." Martin is still very particular about what he does. While making a profit for himself, he tries his best to prevent investors from losing money. Martin was about to leave for the filming of Gone Girl, so he specially invited Leonardo and Nicholson to have tea together in the afternoon. In Leonardo's mansion, the three of them enjoyed afternoon tea. Martin questioned Leonardo, "Where is the Eastern European party you mentioned? More than 2 months have passed, and there is no news." Nicholson did not let him go. "Are you going to bring them to the cemetery to see me when I lie in the coffin?" Leonardo smiled. "I will bring a group of Russian beauties to dance for you." Martin put down the teacup and tapped the table with his fingers. "Don't change the subject, Leo. Where is your promise? Where is your conscience? Where is morality? Where is your credibility? Have they all been fed to the dogs?" Leonardo felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry, I took a few girls to Hawaii for vacation recently and forgot about this. Wait a moment, I will contact someone soon, and I promise to satisfy you." Nicholson said, "I will believe you again." Martin's attitude suddenly changed. "Leo, you may not know that Jack will soon usher in a new marriage life." Leonardo became interested. "Really? Great. Let me think about it." He first pointed at Nicholson. "You are going to get married. It's dangerous." Then he pointed at Martin. "Jack, have you forgotten what Martin, the bastard, likes to do most?" Nicholson unconsciously replied, "Other people's wives or fiancés." Martin didn't expect that these two bastards would unite. Nicholson said, "Fortunately, I never thought about marrying Meryl Streep." Martin was speechless. "You two's worries are completely unnecessary." Nicholson patted Martin on the shoulder. "For the sake of our brotherhood, I will never give Meryl any chance." Leonardo replied, "Meryl is not as good as 19-year-old Jennifer Lawrence." Nicholson counterattacked, "Leo, marry Lorraine. I don't mind you being a playboy. Go to Las Vegas to get the marriage certificate now. Martin and I will take care of the wedding." Martin said, "If we divorce tomorrow, this house will be renamed Nicholson." Leonardo scolded, "I treat you as brothers, but you are plotting against my property." Very good. I must get you drunk today. The three of them finished afternoon tea and went to the small bar indoors. Martin and Nicholson picked out 2 bottles from the most expensive batch of wine in the wine cellar. They would not go home until they were drunk tonight. Until Leonardo was drunk again and shouted Giselle Bundchen. In the next 2 days, Martin went to the crew of John Wick 2 to discuss action design with Chad and Chen-Hu. Next, he would go to Mississippi to shoot, which might last for 2 months. Just when Martin left Los Angeles, the North American box office of The Curious Case of Benjamin Button broke through the $200 million mark. After the Oscars, the box office of several popular films increased. Although Benjamin only won 2 insignificant awards, it still took advantage of the popularity of the Oscars to achieve a rebound in the North American box office, reaching a total of $203 million. The film is a long-term screening and will not be withdrawn from North American theaters for the time being. Overseas, the box office has also exceeded $200 million, and after the Oscars, several countries have successively purchased the screening rights of the film, and the global box office can still go up. This film also surpassed the $327 million of SE7N, creating the best box office performance of David Fincher since he started acting. With the success of many films in a row, there is a voice in the industry that Martin's ability to win the box office alone is close to the level of top superstars. Gone Girl also announced Martin's salary for the new film, and the basic salary is as high as $20 million, not counting the supplementary salary of John Wick and Benjamin. Martin has truly entered the 20 million club with Gone Girl. No one doubts that Martin was able to get a salary of $20 million because his studio led the investment and production of this project. Because the box office of many previous films proved that Martin had the capital to get a salary of $20 million. The Hollywood Reporter published an article on the front page of the next day. Hollywood's 20 million club has added a new member, Martin Davis. In this era of star shortage, Martin Davis deserves the title of star more than Johnny Depp and Keanu Reeves. The latter two have only proved their strong box office appeal in a single series, while Martin Davis has proved his commercial strength through many different series and different types of films. In the mansion in Burbank, Blake Lively looked at the entertainment headlines on The Hollywood Reporter and was a little absent-minded for a while. Even she did not expect that the high-quality stock at the time would soon become a star who could compete with Will Smith, Tom Cruise and Leonardo. Eric Lively came in from outside at this time. Before he came close, he said, "Oh my god, has the Pacific Ocean flowed into your head? You actually gave up the leading role of a big production with a production budget of up to $200 million." Blake was too lazy to pay attention to this brother, who was not in a clear mind. Eric didn't finish his words. "Such a good opportunity. Your father did so much for you in advance, but you just gave up with a word." Blake frowned and asked, "Who got the role?" Eric said, "Australian actress Abina Kish. I heard that DC Films president hammered her, overcame all objections, and used her as the heroine." Blake said casually, "I know, this project has nothing to do with me. Don't mention it in front of me again in the future." Warner Brothers convened a grand press conference, hosted by new CEO Kevin Tsujihara, and officially announced film projects such as Pharaohs and Gods and Green Lantern to the outside world. This also marked the beginning of a new era for Warner. Chapter 583 Frosting Storm. Cape Girardeau, Missouri. This city was originally located along the Mississippi River. It suddenly became lively because of the arrival of the Gone Girl crew. It is common for people to watch the excitement, not to mention that 3 top Hollywood stars came this time. From the first day the crew arrived in Cape Girardeau, reporters from local newspapers and TV stations started 24-hour tracking mode. Several theaters also knew how to take advantage of the popularity and launched special screenings of Martin Davis, David Fincher and Charlize Theron's movies. The attendance rate is quite good. As for those who are just watching, there are even more. In the studio near the river, the crew has kicked off the formal filming. Martin got off the trailer in a decent suit and entered the studio. David Fincher glanced at him and reminded him, "Now you are not a scumbag, but a writer who can get a certain income from columns, showing the side of cultural elites." Martin said, "I'm good at these." David Fincher has worked with Martin on a film and is quite confident in him. Charlize Theron also entered the set at this time. She wore a striped sweater with straight jeans and smooth blonde hair. She looked delicate and beautiful. David Fincher looked at her and said to the stylist, "Sally's facial lines need to be softer." He said to Charlize herself, "Put away your sharp edge completely. You are now a cool girl, a woman whose appearance and temperament can impress men the most." Charlize Theron nodded, sat on the chair, and asked the stylist to slightly adjust the shadows on her face until David Fincher was satisfied. A few minutes later, the extras who had been waiting entered the set to serve as the background for the male and female protagonists to meet. This was a gathering of the New York creative community. Nick Dunn, who came from a small town in Missouri, met Amy, a magical girl in New York. Martin got into the state quickly, but the shooting did not go smoothly. David Fincher called for a stop again and again, constantly adjusting Charlize Theron's performance. The first scene was shot more than a dozen times before David Fincher called it through. After leaving the role, Charlize first said to Martin, "I'm sorry that I made you follow me to a shoot again and again. I'm too slow to warm up." Martin said, "It's okay, everything takes a process." Charlize then apologized to other actors and staff on the set, showing that she was very good at dealing with people. She has always had a good reputation in the circle, and is a female star with relatively few negative news. The first day of shooting was mainly based on the indoor rivalry between Martin and Charlize. After shooting a few scenes, Charlize gradually found her feeling, and the number of NGs decreased significantly. After all, many years ago, she basically played such female roles that relied on beauty to win. David Fincher was not as casual as he was when shooting Benjamin. He wanted the film to catch up with today's holiday season and compete for the next Oscar, so he had to ensure the efficiency of the crew. The photography, art director and director team that have been working with David Fincher for a long time are somewhat unaccustomed to such a tight rhythm. David Fincher's raw and urging voice could be heard from time to time on the set. Assistant director Paul asked Fincher's assistant Molly, "When did David become James Cameron?" His loud voice scared the Asian carp in the Mississippi River to death. Molly reminded, "David is not in a good mood because of his failure at the Oscars this time. This has put a lot of pressure on himself. You should pay more attention to it and try to keep up with his shooting rhythm." Paul nodded, "I can see that a gentle person in daily life can be even more terrifying once he gets angry." Everyone on the set became serious, and the crew's work efficiency was significantly improved. At lunch, Charlize sat at the same table with Martin, and Charlize specifically asked, "Isn't it said that David is a rational person on the set, and his work style is relatively gentle? Was he like this when you worked with him on Benjamin?" Martin swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, "No, the overall atmosphere of the crew was relatively relaxed when filming Benjamin. Now David wants to improve the efficiency of the crew, so he tightened the spring on the first day. I guess he wants to use this method to get the whole crew to cheer up at the beginning of filming." Charlize ate the food carefully, nodded and said, "That makes sense. We do need to speed up the pace. I will leave the crew in mid-May at the latest." Martin looked at her crew work schedule and deliberately asked, "Why don't you want to stay with me on the crew for a while longer?" Charlize smiled and said, "Will you be short of women? Super playboy." Having said that, she still explained, "I'm going to South Africa. I'm the ambassador and image ambassador for the South African World Cup bid. The South African World Cup will be in June, and there is a lot of publicity work to do before the opening." Martin understood. The English Football World Cup is the most popular sporting event in the world. Charlize invited, "Are you interested? If you want to go, the organizing committee will definitely send you a special invitation letter. You can take Elizabeth to watch the opening ceremony and the final. I'm interested in football." Martin thought about it and said, "I guess the schedule is not suitable. It happens to be during the promotion and release period of Inception." Charlize said, "I will let the organizing committee send you an invitation letter first. If you don't have time to go, we will talk about it later." The two were chatting when David Fincher and producer Dana Brunetti came over and talked about the budget and tax refund of the film. The crew came to Missouri to shoot. One is that most of the plot takes place in a small town in Missouri, and the other is that Missouri has also introduced a tax refund policy. Dana has specially calculated that, as long as the crew uses 25% of local employees during the shooting, they can get a tax refund and save 15% of the shooting cost. There is an advantage in tax refund compared to Atlanta. In order to compete for Hollywood crews to settle in, states across the United States have become more and more competitive in recent years. After the release of the film, the tourism and service industries have a great pulling effect. However, Missouri has just started, with only a few small studios, which cannot compare with the increasingly large filming base in Atlanta. After a while, the author of the novel, Gillian Flynn, also came here and talked about the sales and promotion of the novel. Since it was published and released last year, Martin and David Fincher jointly announced the film adaptation. Gone Girl has entered the New York Times bestseller list and has now squeezed into the top 3. With the filming of the movie and related publicity and promotion, it is not a luxury to top the bestseller list. Gillian Flynn has also transformed from an entertainment magazine reporter to a best-selling author. The best-selling novel has also brought the most basic audience group to the movie. After a little lunch and a short break, the group returned to the set and continued filming. The focus of the afternoon shooting was the love scene between the male and female protagonists. The rise of the internet and social media has killed too many paper media writers, and the Pornick is one of them. At this time, he met Amy, a rich lady, who also showed the cool girl temperament that men like. Of course, he had to a young man from a small town, worked hard, married a rich woman, and realized the value of life. Martin performed very well, because this was too similar to his experience. When he started in Atlanta, Martin once hoped to get close to Kelly Gray and lie down from then on. During this period, he planned to be a hero to save the beauty, had a common hatred of the enemy, and designed a pink kettle, just to make Kelly look at him with new eyes. Strictly speaking, Martin's behavior is no different from Nick. The biggest difference between the two is that even if Martin succeeds, he is still active enough. When he finds that he can't lie down, he immediately shows his full spirit and uses the stairs built by Kelly to climb up desperately, instead of shrinking in his turtle shell and becoming a decadent man from then on. The last show in the afternoon, in the studio, set up as a loading and unloading site, at David Fincher's command, the dust machine raised some icing sugar, creating a sweet storm. Cherylise, wrapped in a coat and wearing black boots, walked into the studio arm in arm with Martin, and the air was filled with sweetness. Cherylise let go of Martin, as if dancing a ballet, spinning with open arms, dancing in the icing sugar storm. The sunny and handsome male lead followed from behind. Whether in the camera or in the eyes of the cast and crew on the set, the two looked like a match made in heaven. The icing sugar flew all over the sky, shimmering in the air, and fell on Cherylise's lips like snowflakes. Martin walked up, embraced Cherylise, and gently brushed her red lips. "You are sweet from head to toe. How can I resist not kissing you?" Cherylise leaned against the wall and closed her eyes slightly. Martin kissed her, just as he often did at Cherylise's house. The male and female protagonists confirmed their relationship. In Martin's eyes, this is also one of the scenes that best reflects the theme of the movie. In his private discussion with Cherylise, he said, "A couple should be together forever." The sweet kiss did not last. "Stop. This one is over." David Fincher shouted from behind the director's monitor. "Martin, Sally, you did a great job. That's all for today. Call it a day." Martin let go of Cherylise's red lips, but did not leave, one hand still supporting the wall. Cherylise's eyes were full of fire, and she said, "I'm sweet from head to toe. How can you bear not to take me away?" Martin looked at the falling icing, stretched out his hand to catch some, and touched Cherylise's red lips. "I want to make you sweeter." Cherylise raised her head and let more icing fall on her face. After half a minute, Martin took Cherylise and left. No one on the set was surprised, as if it was commonplace in Hollywood crews. Martin left the studio, dragged Cherylise and ran, saying, "Let's find a place where no one is around." "Are you crazy?" Cherylise licked her sweet lips and said deliberately, "I'm single now. It doesn't matter if someone takes a picture of me. Are you sure?" Martin didn't answer, but opened the trailer door and dragged Cherylise up. The next moment, all she could smell and taste was a sweet aroma. The trailer began to shake, and the real frosting storm began. Chapter 584, Scumbags Quotes. In the break area on the set, Charlize took a sip of water and said to Martin, "Someone asked me why I wanted to get involved with a playboy like you." Get involved. Martin nodded slightly and asked seriously, "Sally, you said a verb, right?" Charlize put down the water and raised her middle finger to Martin in an unfeminine way. "I told him that I wanted to get back and make up for the lost 9 years." Martin pressed her finger back. "Him? Keanu Reeves?" Charlize replied, "It's Keanu." This time she changed the word. "Keanu especially doesn't understand why I'm involved with you." Martin said, "I'll give you a standard answer, because I have strengths. I'm sexy, handsome, gentle, funny, and powerful, and can provide you with high emotional value. No matter how strong your needs are, I can easily get it done." Charlize was silent for a while, because these were indeed what she needed, and she also experienced it from Martin, which made her feel extremely happy. She didn't want to be completely suppressed by Martin, even in words. After thinking for a while, she said, "Is this your latest scumbag quotes?" Martin laughed. "What kind of scumbag quotes are these?" Charlize shrugged and suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought about finding someone to marry?" Martin paused for a moment and said, "Every relationship between a man and a woman has the most wonderful beginning, which is always the sweetest part of the relationship, but when it comes to the ultimate proposition of marriage, most of them will become a mess." Charlize didn't know when she took out a pen and a notebook and quickly wrote down Martin's words. Martin didn't stop her and asked, "Is it necessary?" Charlize deliberately said, "Writing down scumbag quotes will make it easier to identify scumbags. Maybe I can find true love in the future." Martin said, "Sally, are you planning to get married?" "I've never thought about it." Charlize had personally experienced the most tragic marriage war. At that time, she was young and almost became a victim of the war. Martin was really thick-skinned to a certain extent. "Look, I never thought about getting married, and you don't plan to get married either. We can bring the highest emotional value to each other. Isn't it the most suitable for us to mix together?" This was quite shameless, but Charlize found that she accepted it easily. She couldn't help but think of what she said when she acted with Martin and said, "A wild girl with a scumbag." Martin followed up with the next sentence, "Forever and ever." The assistant director came over at this time and notified the two to prepare for filming. Martin walked into the set that was arranged as a library first, and Charlize put on a coat and followed. David Fincher sat behind the director's monitor, turned along the slide rail, and asked, "Do you need to clear the scene?" The next scene to be filmed was an intense action scene. Martin didn't care. Charlize didn't know how many large-scale scenes she had filmed, and said, "No need to clear the scene, just shoot normally." The various departments of the crew made final preparations. Martin asked, "Is there anything I should be careful about? You know my sensitive spots." Charlize lowered her voice, "Don't go after my sensitive spots. We can't just finish this scene and leave the entire crew here to get into the trailer." Martin raised his eyebrows slightly. "I'm one of the crew's bosses. If I tell them to wait, they'll have to wait." Charlize rolled her eyes. "You don't want to save face, but I do." The script supervisor came to the camera and clapped the board, and the shooting began. A romantic and fierce battle began. The shooting went exceptionally smoothly, and every take was passed in one take. The photography assistant couldn't help but whispered, "It feels like Martin and Charlize are in better shape." The director of photography said, "They either practice on the set or in the hotel every day. They are so skilled." The photography assistant nodded repeatedly, "Yes." He couldn't help but envy. This is a woman that Hawking couldn't date in countless parallel universes, and Martin got it right. Costume designer the Sad was nearby and said, "If you have Martin's wealth, figure, appearance, fame, and commercial value, you will have a chance, but the key is that you have Martin's strengths and can do some things. Otherwise, even if you have a one-night stand, there will be no second night." The photography assistant asked, "Is that true?" The sap, who is mainly responsible for the women's clothing, smiled and said, "Of course, I heard Charlize Theron say it herself." The crew, true or false, there are all kinds of rumors. A week after the start of filming, two other main actresses joined the filming. Leia Seydoux came to the crew to report that she will play the younger sister of the male protagonist Nick in the film. There is also an actress who is Nick's cheating mistress. This person is a client of WMA, and her agent brought her over to say hello. Martin felt the car lights dazzled before he could see the person's face clearly. Leia Seydoux's breasts are not small, but in front of this girl, they are just average. Martin has read the original book, and Andy, the mistress, has amazing breasts in Gillian's description. The girl in a tight jacket and ripped jeans passed the agent and walked quickly to Martin, saying excitedly, "I finally meet you, leader." Without waiting for Martin to speak, the girl unzipped her zipper and took off her jacket, revealing a red t-shirt that was pushed up high inside. The two highest parts of the t-shirt seemed to be installed with powerful springs, and they popped out with a bang, shaking up and down, jumping for joy. Martin had never seen such a female follower before, but he would definitely have an impression if he had seen it. The girl first proved her identity and then introduced herself. "I'm Kate Upton, a little model and little actor." The voice was not low, and everyone around heard it. Several photography assistants were muttering to themselves, "This is also called a little model and little actor? Then what is big?" Martin understood that this was someone from the Coke cult, and nodded slightly. "Hello, Kate." Kate was not old, but she was not the type with big breasts and no brains. When she came, she was reminded by her agent, and she immediately expressed her attitude and position. "Master, I'm your believer. If you need anything, or have any instructions in the future, just come to me." Martin smiled at her and said, "Film well." Kate replied, "Okay." The agent who came over came forward and shook hands with Martin. "Do you remember me, Martin?" Martin smiled and said, "Green, your workstation was not far from Thomas before, and sometimes we would get together and chat for a few words." Green's face was full of surprise. "Yes, I also helped you get water and make coffee." Martin patted his shoulder. "So, I asked Thomas to give you this opportunity." This was of course a polite remark, but Thomas knew how to say it. Martin left here quickly. Green looked at Kate Upton next to him and pointed to his forehead and eyes. "On the crew, you should watch more, think more, and talk less." Kate Upton nodded repeatedly. Green said again, "Remember, Martin is the key. He can change your life and future with just one word." Kate Upton is not stupid, and said, "I know." Green sighed. "If I had insisted at the beginning, Martin might have been my client." Thomas' resume was not as good as his back then. If he had chosen Martin, there would be no Thomas at all. Green thought that Thomas's ability was not much better than his, and he never actively helped Martin find projects and jobs. He did all the work of a follower, but he became a partner of WMA. When Martin became a superstar, Thomas would definitely be promoted to a senior partner of the company. Green even felt that choice was sometimes more important than ability. Martin stood at the edge of the set, watching David Fincher and Cheryl talking about the play. The heroine was going to smash the glass table, splash blood on the ground, and fake a murder scene. Leia Seydoux came from behind and asked, "You have so many fans here?" Martin said, "I can't help it. Who made me a leader?" Leia Seydoux asked, "Can I join the Coke God cult?" "Of course, it's just a pan-faith organization." Martin added, "The Coke cult is now a platform. You can meet more people at the party after joining." Leia Seydoux nodded. "I'll buy a commemorative Coke and register on the official website later." Martin said, "I'll have someone notify you in advance when we meet in Los Angeles next time." In the afternoon, the crew moved outside the city to shoot. This quiet little town was boiling. It was probably rare to see a Hollywood crew shooting on the spot. With the names of Martin, Cheryl and David Fincher, the crew was surrounded by media reporters and onlookers as soon as they arrived at the Mississippi River. For a while, the scene was full of noise and chaos, like a duck farm. Martin came out of the Mack-Ute trailer and his voice became louder. "Look here, Martin. Martin, we love you." Some other men shouted, "Cheryl Theron, you are my goddess. Marry me, South African Diamond." At least hundreds of people surrounded the set. It was as chaotic as it could be. David Fincher also had a headache and called several assistants. "Hurry up and communicate with the people on the scene. If this goes on, we don't have to work today." Several assistants and the crew's security were all dispatched to negotiate with media reporters, police officers who assisted in maintaining order, and the spectators. In Los Angeles or Atlanta, these things are easily resolved after communication. The assistant who came back first told David Fincher, "There is no problem with the media reporters, but we have to provide some news appropriately. This is the most common method used by the crew." David Fincher nodded. "Okay." The person who communicated with the local police chief also came back and said, "Sheriff Hampton said he can't do anything. This is not Cape Girardeau, it's just a small town. There are not many police officers in the police station. Except for those who stay on duty in the police station, all others have been sent here." Martin came over at this time, glanced at the people in police uniforms, and said, "The youngest is almost 50 years old." Several more people came back one after another, and the feedback was not good. Most of these spectators were curious, and came to watch the crew filming, or chase stars spontaneously. They were not organized. Martin said, "They besieged because of curiosity. If the curiosity is gone, there will not be so many people in the future." David Fincher has been very particular about efficiency since the beginning of filming. When it comes to the work plan for each day, he frowned and said, "Is this afternoon wasted in vain?" Martin looked around and found that most of the spectators were men, many of whom were not young. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have a way, maybe it will work." Chapter 585, The Monster in the River. The area around the temporary studio was still as chaotic as a flea market. I don't know when the gossip started to spread, and it spread to everyone in a few minutes. I just heard a few production managers talking about the crew sending some people to the nearby hot spring village to shoot bikini scenes. I heard that too. They said they specially found 20 or so young and beautiful girls. It is said that it is very explicit, topless. The more the news spread, the more exaggerated it became. Every time it passed through someone's mouth, it would be exaggerated a little bit. By the time it spread to the temporary studio, it had almost changed. Martin Davis and Cherylise Theron are going to the hot spring village to shoot large-scale scenes outdoors, and there will be 20 or so naked beautiful girls to support them in the first week. It seems that the scenes in the film will have some special ceremony. Martin Davis and Cherylise Theron will be naked when shooting. The hot spring village is an open place. If we follow them, won't we be able to feast our eyes? Not only men were interested, but also women. Several young girls asked excitedly, "Can we see Martin's butt?" The grey-haired aunt next to them refuted, "What's so good about Martin? I heard that his best friend named Mean will also star in this movie. I wonder if we can see his butt." Just as the crowd was talking about it, the most conspicuous large trailer on the temporary set opened, and 20 women with good figures got off one after another. They were dressed coolly, with only 3-point bikinis on their bodies except for shoes. The headlights of the one walking in the front seemed to be equipped with automatic spring machines, and her steps seemed to have been specially practiced, and the headlights would always jump up and down when she walked. Kate Upton, who is not even 18 years old, gives people a slightly fat feeling, but her figure is really amazing. As she walked towards a bus, most people turned their eyes to her. 20 or so bikini girls got on the bus one after another and threw kisses to the outside through the window, which immediately confirmed the news circulating in the crowd. Several function cars and Cadillacs set off first, and the bus followed. The set immediately became more chaotic, and the crowd left one after another and followed the convoy to the hot spring village. The place was not far away, and even those who did not drive here could walk there. Even most of the media reporters had left. Not long after, the temporary set became quiet. There were only about 20 people left in the crowd, and the media reporters could count them with one hand. These people basically would not affect the filming. On the set, David Fincher got off a trailer, picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "All departments should start preparing immediately." The originally quiet temporary set quickly became lively. Everyone got off the trailer and got busy with their work. Martin took the storyboard and came to David Fincher. He looked around and said, "It's not bad." David Fincher nodded and said, "Your method is very effective." He reminded, "Hurry up and prepare. I'll go and get familiar with the position." Martin was about to leave when he remembered something and reminded, everything that happened just now can be recorded in the crew's behind the scenes footage and used for publicity later. David Fincher was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said to his assistant, write it down quickly. Not to mention his directing level. In terms of publicity and marketing hype, Nolan is at least 2 streets ahead of David Fincher. There are 3 main scenes in this place. The scumbag male protagonist Nick Dunn walks and chats with his wife Amy, his sister Margaret and his mistress Andy by the river. He weaves sweet words with the former to coax Amy into having sex with him. He discusses with his sister how to get Amy to pay for opening a bar. He drags his mistress here for a tryst to admire the pair of particularly bright headlights that Andy has. It's not art if you don't take off your clothes or show off. Without enough exciting artistic scenes, how can we compete for Oscars? The scenes shot by the crew today do have some large-scale scenes for Martin and Cheryl, but they are not in the hot spring village. But here, the scenes in the hot spring village are all about hiding after Amy disappears. After Martin and Cheryl are familiar with the movements, David Fincher gave the order to start shooting. Martin and Cheryl were walking by the river. Just after they finished 2 lines, there was a loud bang nearby. Something jumped out of the river and fell back, splashing a lot of water. Cheryl was startled and quickly hid to Martin's side. Martin glanced and said, "What a big fish." If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be a carp or a black carp, which is collectively called Asian carp in the United States. It is said that the Mississippi River is flooded. David Fincher never stopped shooting. Martin and Cheryl reacted quickly on the spot and continued to act on the spot by taking advantage of the sudden incident. Anyway, the final result of this scene will not change. The 2 people will go into the woods and end up taking off their clothes and messing around. For the Oscars, there will definitely be more artistic scenes. In David Fincher's shooting plan, there are more than 15 artistic scenes between Martin and Cheryl alone. Maybe after the post-editing, not so many scenes will be used, but it is better to be prepared when shooting, and the camera must be shot more. The 2 neatly dressed people go into the woods and soon startle countless birds and then come out in disheveled clothes. Martin then has another scene, going to the trailer to touch up his macup and change clothes. Cheryl also goes to the trailer. Martin asked, "I heard that some people in the 1990s filmed this kind of drama for real? Why, you want to do it too?" Cheryl said with a cold face, "I won't play such a crazy trick with you." Martin spread his hands. "I'm purely curious, just asking." Cheryl looked at him carefully, making sure that she was just asking, and said, "There are a lot of rumors, but no one can tell, except the parties involved." Martin came to the trailer and remembered something. "Sally, let's go out together this weekend." Cheryl also wanted to go, but didn't have time. "An official filming crew from the South Africa World Cup is coming, and I need to cooperate with them to shoot some promotional videos." She asked curiously, "What activities do you want to organize?" Martin thought of the fish just now, and an idea popped up. "I heard that there is a fishing project in the Mississippi River." Cheryl turned her head and glanced at the river. "The Asian carp are rampant here. It seems that the government and environmental organizations are very troubled. It is said that they often jump onto boats and hurt people. I've been to Asia, and they are very quiet in the river." Martin said some gossip. Who knows what the Americans dumped into the river, turning them into river monsters. Cheryl laughed. "When did you become a supporter of this conspiracy theory?" Martin said seriously, "Since I've been in frequent contact with politics." Cheryl waved her hand and went to her trailer. Martin got in the car, changed clothes and touched up his macup, and returned to the set to meet Lea Seydoux to continue filming the scene of walking along the river. All the expenses of the male protagonist Nick depend on Amy, house, car, daily life. Even the money for his sister to open a bar came from Amy's fund. In other words, Nick was a very successful man at the beginning. This scene is about Nick and Margaret, brother and sister, discussing how to get Amy to pay for the bar. Unfortunately, there were carp explosions on the river again. Martin was okay and handled it easily, but Lea Seydoux' psychological quality and ability to respond on the spot were not as good as Cheryl's, and she was out of the play. David Fincher had to call a halt and reshoot. Who would have thought that the fish in the river had become spirits? The crew paused to let them rest and started filming them to join in the scene. As soon as the script supervisor hit the board, they started splashing water to play. After several NGs in a row, David Fincher was so angry that his face turned green. Lea Seydoux went to apologize to him. David Fincher waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with you. Many actors will lose their roles when they are disturbed. This kind of thing cannot be blamed on the actors." David Fincher did not blame Lea Seydoux, but was just annoyed by the fish in the river. Martin called some production staff to come and throw stones into the river. Some fish were scared away, and some big fish, whether they were brave or scared, jumped onto the water surface to act as bombs. God knows how many huge Asian carp there are in this river. Martin thought to himself, this is only in the United States. If you change to another place, you will definitely become protected animals. While scaring the fish away, the crew quickly finished filming this scene. Kate Upton came back after a circle at this time to put on makeup and change clothes. David Fincher walked to the viewing platform on the riverbank that would be used for filming, leaned on the guardrail and looked down, and saw several swimming shadows. Martin came over from behind and said, "It's the weekend, come out and relax." He pointed to the big fish that could be seen vaguely in the river. "How about we have a fish shooting competition? Let them know how powerful humans are." David Fincher said, "Good idea, I'll join." Martin waved to Bruce and asked him to contact the organization. Bruce went directly to find Gillian Flynn, who was from Missouri and had lived in Cape Girardeau for a while, so she knew this place better. The crew quickly set up the slide and camera here. Kate Upton also came to the set. David Fincher specially called her over and talked about the play for a while. This girl was the outbreak point of the conflict between Amy and Nick, and also the fuse for Amy to really take off the disguise of a cool girl. Charlize Theron has an extremely outstanding appearance and temperament, and her only shortcoming is her breasts. In Gillian Flynn's original novel, when Amy cursed Andy in her heart, her words were also focused on her breasts, which were much larger than hers. Therefore, the focus of Kate Upton's first appearance was naturally on her breasts, not her face. During the filming, Martin only needed to appreciate it, and he would not try it, nor did he need to say or do much. Kate Upton wanted Martin to try it. Isn't it right for believers to devote themselves to the leader they worship? But Bruce reminded her early on that Kate Upton is not yet 18 years old. How could Martin, who planned the nanny gate, the teaching gate and the Harvey incident, make a mistake in this regard? During the filming, Martin's performance was enough to show that Nick was attracted by the exaggerated headlights. "I have to go to the hospital today, and I may have to stay for a long time. There have been too many messes recently." Chapter 586. Teacher Ma has no moral principles. The sound of motors hummed from the water, and several speedboats were ready to go. Martin put on his quiver, took his recurve bow, and boarded the speedboat driven by Bruce. Behind, Kate Upton, who was dressed coolly, extended her hand. "Master." Martin pulled her. "Be careful." Kate Upton got on the boat steadily and said, "I grew up in Miami, Florida. I have been dealing with water and boats since I was a child. Apart from horse riding, I'm best at water-related sports." Martin nodded and said, "After I pull up the fish, you are responsible for throwing them into the cabin." Kate Upton replied, "No problem." The speedboat next to them slowly drove away from the pier. David Fincher on the boat was carrying a shotgun and said to Martin, "The weapons you use are too primitive. You will lose the game." Mean, who had just come from Los Angeles before the weekend, stood on another boat and shouted, "If Martin uses a gun, it will be too unfair to us." Producer Daniel's boat overtook. "Mean is right. It will be fair to give Martin a set of bows and arrows and a pistol." A total of 6 speedboats drove out of the dock and rushed towards the vast lake. Gillian found a local club to organize this fishing activity. The advantage is that you can use firearms that meet the regulations to hunt fish under the guidance of professionals. Bruce drove the speedboat to the left front, and Martin stood near the bow, carefully observing the movement of the lake. This lake is connected to the Mississippi River and is also flooded with Asian carp. And because of the good water quality and abundant aquatic plants, it has become a habitat for many big fish. The 6 speedboats separated on the vast lake, and soon they could not be seen. There was a faint sound of gunfire. Kate Upton looked at Martin with concern. Bows and arrows are definitely not as good as hunting rifles. Martin nailed to the speedboat, pulled out an arrow, and put it on the bowstring of the compound recurve bow. In the previous life, when he was a stuntman, he practiced bows and arrows, and he could play horseback shooting. In the past 2 years, he practiced again for the filming of John Wick. Bruce operated the speedboat and walked out of the large S shape on the calm lake. As the water surface was disturbed, fish began to explode out of the water. A big fish jumped out from the front right. Martin's eyes and hands were quick. His bow was like a full moon, and his arrow was like a meteor. Just as the big fish was about to fall into the water, the arrow pierced its round body, bringing out a puff of blood. The fish fell into the water and struggled desperately, trying to shake off the arrow that pierced its body. Martin's hands, wearing anti-cut gloves, grabbed the spear gun line connected to the arrow and dragged it back. The fish was very strong, and it took Martin a little time to drag the fish to the side of the boat, because it was the first time he and Bruce cooperated in this regard. This was a very large carp, which looked at least 20 kilograms. Martin didn't need to use a scoop net, but directly lifted the fish onto the boat, untied the hook and arrow, and threw the fish behind. Kate Upton went to pick up the fish. She was quite skilled. She held the fish's gills with both hands, lifted it up, and threw it into the cabin. Martin gave her a thumbs up and looked for a new target. Soon another fish jumped out of the water, much larger than the previous one. Martin clenched his bow. Bruce's boat turned over there. At the moment when the water surface exploded, Martin slightly turned the bow and loosened the bowstring. With the sound of breaking wind, a streak of blood bloomed again. Martin just grabbed the spear gun line and heard the sound of whirring wind from behind him. When he subconsciously lowered his head and turned around, he caught a glimpse of a big fish breaking through the water and jumping up. The fish jumped higher than the side of the boat. This might be a male fish. It might have had enough of being a fish and wanted to learn from mammals and taste what it felt like to suckle milk, so it flew towards Kate Upton. But it jumped over, and after its head missed it, it struggled to swing its tail. The head couldn't feel it, but the tail could. Martin heard a crisp snap, and Kate Upton, who was originally sitting in the boat, covered her chest and fell down, and she also let out a scream. The big carp that jumped up, exhausted its strength, and fell into the cabin with a bang. Kate Upton was in so much pain that tears came out of her eyes, but she showed her tough nature. She stood up and held down the big fish, picked up a short stick on the side, and swung it up to hit the fish's head. She covered her chest and gasped, "I'm fine." Martin saw that she was not in any trouble, so he turned around to pull the fish. In just a moment, the fish under the water dragged him to the bow of the boat with amazing pulling force. Martin put down the recurve bow, grabbed the spear gun line with both hands, and assisted the winch at the bow to pull the fish together, and shouted, "Bruce." Bruce drove the speedboat and cooperated with Martin to play the fish. It was unknown how big the fish under the water was. With Martin's strong strength, he felt that he would be pulled into the water at any time. After a while of fighting, the power of modern machinery was not something a wounded fish could resist. A beta-sized black carp was gradually pulled to the side of the boat. Although it was shot through the body by an arrow, the big black carp was still full of vitality, shaking its head and tail, and refusing to accept its fate. Martin noticed Kate Upton sitting behind him with her hands on her chest, looking like she was in pain, so he decided to end the fight quickly. The big bluefish struggled desperately to escape. Martin pulled out the pistol from his waist, and without even aiming, he pulled the trigger while opening the safety. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in a row, each of which hit the big bluefish's head, and blood immediately gushed out. The water surface soon became quiet, and the big bluefish floated on the water, staring blankly at the boat with its dead eyes, as if to say that you have no martial ethics. The unsportsmanlike mastermind dragged the fish onto the boat, and it felt like it weighed about 30 or 40 pounds. Bruce had already stopped the boat. Martin asked, "Kate, how are you?" Kate Upton said, "I'm fine, I've recovered, just keep going." Martin took a glance and found that her chest was red and her cup size was at least 1 size larger, so he said, "Let's go back and check it out first." Kate Upton wanted to say that you can just check it out for me, but there was Bruce behind her, so she didn't say it after all. She rubbed her chest, stood up, and said, I'm fine, really, let's continue. Seeing that she didn't look like she was in trouble, Martin reminded her, tell me immediately if you feel uncomfortable. Kate Upton said, I will. Bruce started the speedboat and continued the hunting trip. When the sun was about to turn from the east to the middle, 6 speedboats returned to the dock one after another. Martin's boat had just stopped at the wooden pier, and Kate Upton went ashore to the nearby dressing room. David Fincher's boat came from behind, and he shouted, Martin, how many did you catch? Martin asked someone to come over to carry the fish, and said, not many, maybe a dozen. David Fincher didn't want to talk to Martin. Mean often played with guns, and was a pretty good shooter. He shouted from his boat, I caught 8. Producer Danu simply stopped talking. No one was eating these fish, so Martin went ashore and said, leave all the large herrings in your hands to me. Worried that these people didn't understand, he pointed to the meter-sized herring and said, this is the fish that looks like this. Many people from the crew came and were preparing a picnic party on the shore. Mean came over with a large herring and asked curiously, boss, what do you want this fish for? It's not delicious. Martin said, there may be gems in it. He followed the club people to the burial pit that had been dug in advance, found a knife to cut the largest herring along the large joint of the pectoral fin, and asked Mean to bring a stainless steel spoon to pry the herring stone off the fish's occipital bone. Mean looked at the dirty mass and said, it doesn't look good. Martin said, because it hasn't been processed yet. He took out a bag and put it away and asked the club's workers to dissect other herrings to find herring stones. Some herrings didn't have them, and Martin harvested a total of 5 large and small ones. He put them in a bag and handed it to Bruce, saying, find a place where the sun can't shine and slowly dry it. When we return to Los Angeles, go to Chinatown and find someone to process it. Bruce put it away. Martin took off his gloves and washed his hands. He saw Kate Upton coming out of the cabin's dressing room after changing her clothes in the distance and said, remind me later and give the biggest one to Kate as compensation for her injury. Bruce replied, got it. Mean came up and said, boss, this thing is very rare. Can you give me one later? Celine Dion likes these weird things the most. He followed Martin to the men's dressing room and said, faced with Celine, a wealthy woman with a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars, I don't know what to give her. Martin immediately changed his words. Old Bruce, the biggest one is for Mean. Bruce put his arm around Mean's shoulders and said, tell me the truth. How many people are you dating at the same time? Mean waved her hands. Not many now. Only Celine Dion, Emma Thomas and Isabel Huppert. He sighed. Sophie Marceau only spent more than a dozen nights with me and then ignored me. Bruce was deeply impressed. You are such a fucking love saint. Martin and his 2 friends changed their clothes and came to the picnic area. The fishing club held a small ceremony. The club leader announced that Martin won the fishing competition and awarded him a trophy. After Martin received the trophy, he gave it to the injured Kate Upton, ladies first. Kate Upton took it, took the initiative to pat her chest, and said tremblingly, don't worry, I'm fine. After the ceremony, the picnic began. It was also very interesting to have a group of people eating, drinking and having fun together. In the afternoon, the club will also organize a fishing competition and a women's swimming competition. Martin was not interested in the former, but he became the referee of the latter, and then was dragged into the water by a group of women. I don't know how much oil he was touched in the chaos. Near the evening, the crew returned to the base. After returning, Martin paid for all the crew members to enjoy a Mississippi-style meal. While eating, Gillian Flynn found Martin and wanted to talk to him about some work. Martin asked, are you in a hurry? Gillian smiled and said, I just wrote a part of the new work. Let me show it to you first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Darkland. Gillian Flynn came just in time. Martin had just finished his meal. He put down his knife and fork, picked up his napkin, and wiped his mouth, and said, "A new work so soon." After completing the script of Gone Girl, Gillian Flynn has been busy. Although she followed the crew to Cape Girardeau for filming, she rarely shows up on the set. "I'm used to being busy and can't sit still." She smiled and said sincerely, "While Gone Girl is still popular, I'll quickly release a new work. I'm still a poor writer now." The sparsely populated buffet restaurant was a bit messy. People around may have heard Gillian Flynn's words and cast their eyes on her. Martin invited, "Let's go to another place to chat." Gillian nodded, "Okay." The two left the restaurant and came to the cafeteria on the same floor and found a quiet booth. Gillian took out the printed manuscript and handed it to Martin. The new work is called Dark Place, and the overall style is similar to the previous one. You can tell from the title. Martin took it and opened it to read. This is a novel with a female lead. When the heroine was a child, her mother and sister were brutally murdered by a perverted killer, and she identified her brother as the murderer. But when she grew up, she found something fishy. Because of Gone Girl, Martin read it very carefully, searching his memory while reading, but he had no impression at all. Later, he simply stopped recalling and concentrated on the novel. Martin read the back and asked, "Do you want to touch on the guiding questions when questioning young children for evidence, which has been reflected on by society in recent years?" Gillian replied, "Yes, there are elements in this regard." Martin nodded slightly and continued to read on. He finished the thin manuscript quickly. Maybe Gone Girl was too amazing, or maybe the novel was not finished yet. Martin felt that this Dark Place was not particularly outstanding. Gillian saw Martin close the manuscript and asked impatiently, "How is it?" Martin didn't want to mislead people, so he said, "Personally, I still like Gone Girl more. When I was writing, I didn't have the same feeling of joy as in the last one." Gillian roughly understood her strengths and weaknesses. The last one had a classic case in reality to learn from. Agatha Christie's experience in dealing with her cheating husband gave me enough inspiration. Martin returned the manuscript to Gillian. "You finish it first." Gillian smiled. "Okay." Martin left the cafe first, went upstairs to his room, and just as he was about to take a shower, someone knocked on the door from outside. He looked through the peephole and opened the door. Leah Sedaux didn't wait for Martin to get out of the way, and even she and Martin squeezed into the room together. In order to play the role of Margaret, she cut her long hair into medium short hair. Except for the different hair color, she looked quite like the appearance in blue is the warmest color in Martin's memory. Of course, the romance and style that belonged exclusively to French women were even better, like a flame. For Martin, this was completely different from the feeling he had with Cheryl. In the cafe downstairs, Gillian put away the manuscript and waited for a while. The agent came in from outside, sat opposite her, and asked, "How was the chat?" "What did Martin say?" Gillian told the truth. Martin wants to wait until the novel is completed before talking. The agent frowned slightly and asked, "What about when you talked about Gone Girl?" Martin only read the beginning at that time, and he showed great interest. Gillian recalled the first time she talked to Martin about the previous book. He knew something about Agatha Christie's special experience, so when Amy used a similar method to retaliate against Nick, he became interested as soon as he heard it. She thought for a moment and said, "I remember very clearly that Martin only read the first half of the novel and decided to buy the film and television adaptation rights and asked someone to come and discuss cooperation." The agent said, "Finish the novel first and leave the publishing and adaptation rights to me." He deliberately encouraged Gillian. Gone Girl has entered the top 3 of the New York Times bestseller list. Your next book is highly valued by publishers. The movie of the same name adapted by Martin and David Fincher has a very high chance of success, so you don't have to worry about the adaptation rights at all. Gillian thought so too. "I will try to finish the novel before the movie is released and publish it when the movie is released. If it can be on the bestseller list again, the copyright can be sold at a good price." Gone Girl is a new work by a new author. Although Gillian has signed a compensation agreement with Davis Studio and the adaptation copyright share of the Writers Association, she can't get as much as she did after she became famous. The agent persuaded, "It is true that Martin helped a lot in your success, but business matters are business matters. We are not limited to working with Martin alone. There are many Hollywood production companies, and many of them have called me to seek opportunities to work with you. Gillian thought for a while and said, you keep in touch with them, and we will wait patiently for Gone Girl to be released. The agent agreed. As long as Martin can drive the film to commercial success, the value of you and the next book can be easily raised. However, if Martin's offer is right, we will still give priority to working with Martin. Gillian used to be an entertainment reporter. She knew that Hollywood was full of pitfalls, and Martin was relatively reliable. She said, Martin used to live across from my house in the Coty community. I watched him succeed step by step, from a third-rate little star to a first-line superstar today. This seemingly quiet weekend, the crew was not quiet at all. Gillian Flynn's talk with Martin about the work fell into the ears of those who cared. Just like breaking news, a lot of news in Hollywood can be exchanged for money. In the cafeteria, without caring about enjoying the free food, the production assistant Foster hurried out, found a quiet place, took out his cell phone and dialed a number in Los Angeles. After the call was connected, he said, Mills, it's me. There's something you need to do immediately. Mills on the other end said lazily, I'm enjoying wine and beautiful women. It's not an important matter. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Foster looked around and made sure there was no one around before raising his voice and saying, big money making news. If it goes well, each of us can get tens of thousands of dollars. Wait a minute. After a while, all the messy voices disappeared, leaving only Mills' voice. What big money making news? Foster didn't say it directly, but reminded, before I came to Missouri, didn't you tell me that someone should pay attention to Martin Davis's movements, especially the new film project? Yes, that's it. Mills emphasized, as long as your news is confirmed, I can sell it at a high price. He knows how to impress people, old buddy, no matter how much it can be sold for, we'll split it in half. Foster stopped talking nonsense. Tonight, Martin Davis is talking to someone about a new film project. Gillian Flynn, the author of Gone Girl, has written a new work, and Martin is talking to her about the adaptation. Mills was overjoyed, but he still asked, are you sure? Foster said, I saw it with my own eyes, and heard it with my own ears. I can't be wrong. Mills hung up the phone and immediately contacted a man named McDonald, who was a member of the assistant group of John Berg, the new president of Warner Pictures. The two soon met at Starbucks in Burbank. McDonald was dressed in a formal suit, and his face was full of pride. He followed the right boss and his status within Warner Pictures rose. When he saw Mills, he said directly, is there any news about the job you were assigned to do? This didn't sound very pleasant. It was clearly a deal, where you paid me to do the job, so how did it become an arrangement between superiors and subordinates? Mills was slightly dissatisfied and reminded him, I have some results, but what about the compensation you promised? McDonald frowned and said, let's talk about the results first. Mills revealed a little, I got accurate information that Martin Davis was not idle during the filming. He was still looking for, and planning new projects. McDonald asked directly, original or adapted? Mills did not speak, but just looked at him and smiled. McDonald could apply for a sum of activity funds, so he immediately took out his personal checkbook, signed 2 checks in a row, and pushed them over. Mills took a look and said, this news is worth $500,000. For the sake of our friendship, you have to give me at least $100,000. Are you kidding? McDonald was so angry that he almost exploded. It's just a piece of news. Mills said, it's indeed just a piece of news, but it is related to the project that Martin Davis is planning. He bent his fingers and tapped the table repeatedly, emphasizing, the person who took a fancy to that project is Martin Davis. McDonald picked up the coffee and took a sip. Mills added, you work for Warner, and you know Martin Davis better than I do. He has been working with Warner for many years. Has there ever been a movie that failed at the box office? Which one did not make the producer and distributor earn more than tens of millions of dollars in profit? He sneered. Compared with the possible tens of millions of dollars in revenue, such critical information is not even worth $100,000. McDonald put down the coffee cup. I can only give you $10,000. Mills shook his head. You are insulting the name of Martin Davis and the legendary success he represents. Wait for me. McDonald got up and left the cafe to find a place to make a phone call. Mills waited patiently. If McDonald refused to pay, he could find other companies. There must be companies in Hollywood willing to pay for the news of Martin Davis's favorite project. After waiting for a while, McDonald came in from outside and asked, "Are you sure Martin Davis hasn't bought the project he likes?" Mills said, "He hasn't moved that fast, but if you are hesitant, it's hard to say." McDonald nodded. "$100,000 is too much. I can only give you $50,000. Mills stood up and high-fived him. "Deal." Soon someone came to pay, and McDonald also got the key news and reported it to John Berg immediately. The latter asked him to take a red-eye flight to Missouri tonight. Chapter 588. Wealthy. Where did you get it? In the temporary set, Martin took the herringbone stone sent by Bruce and was quite curious. "Can you find someone to make this here?" Bruce said, "I went to New York to meet Kim and Chloe a few days ago and went to Chinatown and asked someone to do it." Martin opened the boxes one by one. All the herringbone stones had been carefully polished, showing a very bright orange-red color, and were carefully trimmed into a heart shape and hung under a platinum chain. Bruce added, "They were going to use a black lanyard, but since you're giving it as a gift, I think platinum is more suitable." Martin suddenly sighed. Too many horn carvings have been given away, and it doesn't seem special. A heart-shaped stone would be nice, too. He simply said, "Didn't you, Lily, Harris and others set up a company to buy Australian horns? Buy some of these stones along the Mississippi River and make them all into heart-shaped pendants. I'll give them away later." Bruce asked, "Give it specifically to women?" Martin picked up an orange-red stone and put it in the sun to look at it. "Don't you think only beautiful women can match such a beautiful stone?" Bruce understood. "With your vision, you shouldn't need too many." Martin packed up a few boxes, found Mean first, and gave him the biggest one. "For you." Mean opened it and took a look, very curious. "Is this what was in the fish's head that day? It's really amazing. Next time I go to Las Vegas for vacation, I don't need to prepare any other gifts. For Uncle Mary, it doesn't matter whether the gift for Celine Dion is expensive or not. What is key is rarity. Some rich people, especially billionaires, like to collect some strange things." Martin gave one to Leah Sedowicz and Kate Upton. Leah Sedowicz entered the set to get familiar with the position and did not look closely. Kate Upton put it on her neck and stuffed it into the valley. It squeezed out again and said quickly, "Master, is there your blessing on it?" Martin replied casually, "It has the blessing of the Coke god." "Great." Kate Upton stuffed it back. "I will definitely wear it close to my body in the future." Martin smiled and went to the temporary rest area on the set. Because of Martin's deep personal relationship with Cherylise, the male and female protagonists' rest chairs have always been placed together. Cherylise asked, "You are giving out gifts. Do you have any for me?" Martin took out a box and handed it to her. "This is yours." Cherylise was not polite and touched it. "It looks a bit like amber, and it's heart-shaped." "Martin, you are casting a wide net." Martin was so shameless. "Only if the net is wide enough can you catch mermaids." Cherylise put away the box and took out a notebook to write down the words. Martin said, "Save some face for me please, and write it down in front of me." Cherylise said, "The scumbag's quotes. Of course I have to write it down in front of the scumbag." The filming was about to start on the set, and the two stopped talking. Leah Sedowitz's two scenes were shot quickly. Martin and Cherylise went on stage again. Today's scenes were shot very smoothly, and David Fincher announced that they were done before 3 p.m. The scene of Finding Amy will be shot next week, and Martin specially called David Fincher, producer Danu and publicity director Dixon to have a meeting. In the office, Martin asked someone to turn on the projector and project the publicity plan made by the studio according to his intentions. He said to David Fincher, "Before we started shooting, we discussed the shooting of the scene where we were searching for Amy." David Fincher was not good at publicity and hype, so he just said, "I agree with your plan." Danu and Dixon both looked at the projection screen. Martin turned on the laser pointer, pointed at the content on the screen and said, "The studio has already sent invitations to many media, many well-known bloggers, and social media experts to participate in the search for Amy. This week, they will come to Cape Girardeau from all over the United States to participate in the search for Amy next week." Danu asked, "Will they report the whole process?" Martin nodded. Not only will they report the whole process, but David and I also allow them to use mobile phones and portable devices to shoot at will and update their blogs or other social media at any time. Dixon interrupted. I have contacted the local side. There may be thousands of local people participating in the search and filming. David Fincher reminded. Don't forget, all participants need to sign a waiver agreement. I don't want a large number of shots with faces appearing in the post-editing to be unusable. Dixon said, this aspect has been communicated properly. Martin said, we need to create momentum for the event. What about the police station in the town? Dixon said again, we have sponsored several police cars for them. Except for the necessary on-duty personnel, the rest of the police officers will cooperate and join the search for Amy. If the novel had not been published yet, or was not well known enough, the crew could have easily created a viral marketing campaign to find the amazing Amy. But Gone Girl has been on the New York Times bestseller list for so long that people who have read the novel can easily figure out what happened after reading the related reports. It would be better to be more direct in this marketing campaign. Martin, Danu and Dixon discussed it, and David Fincher's speech was more from the perspective of filming a movie. The marketing campaign would definitely not affect the normal filming. In the following week, the town where the crew was stationed became really lively, with hundreds of entertainment reporters, bloggers and social media influencers coming one after another. Unexpectedly, many fans of Martin and Charlize Theron, as well as fans of the original novel, also came to Cape Girardeau. For a time, all the hotels in the town were full. Blogs, entertainment websites and social media were full of news about the Gone Girl crew. On Monday morning, the sun had just risen, and thousands of people on the outskirts of the town were divided into several areas, lined up horizontally, and launched a dragnet search. Because they had communicated in advance, the reporters put on the vests of their newspapers, set up cameras and video cameras, and could shoot at will except for the location of the crew members. Entertainment bloggers held smartphones one by one, constantly capturing the scene, and uploaded the newly taken photos and videos to the website as soon as possible. While searching and shooting, social media influencers did not forget to communicate with fans in the comment section. Unfortunately, the current network and mobile terminals are not powerful enough. Although there are some live broadcast websites in North America, it is difficult to live broadcast on mobile. The residents of the town participated in the search and shooting very seriously. They were very excited about the possibility of appearing in the movies shot by Hollywood's top directors. Even if they were just Martin's background board, it would be enough to show off for a lifetime. What's more, many of them are believers of the Coke God. Even the police in the town were fully equipped and went into battle, and they did it in an orderly manner. The vests prepared by the crew to search for Amy were all distributed, but the number was naturally far from enough. Martin and David Fincher discussed it briefly and simply let the Coke God appear directly in the movie camera. People without vests can wear Coke God's cultural shirts. Coca-Cola's millions of dollars in advertising sponsorship fees are certainly not given for nothing. Martin, the leader, is also actively promoting his organization. Before noon, Gone Girl and Looking for Amazing Amy were all over the internet, with thousands of people, many media and bloggers participating, and the work of Martin and David Fincher. It triggered a traffic explosion on the same day. Related blog posts, tweets and discussions can be seen everywhere on the internet. Where is Amazing Amy? Thousands of people gathered in Cape Girardeau to find Amy. A comprehensive analysis of the scumbag done and the paranoid Amy. It's terrifying to think about it. What will happen to the scumbag after his girlfriend finds out about his cheating? Obviously, some male media reporters or bloggers are using this method to play tricks on Martin Davis, a famous Hollywood scumbag. David Fincher only filmed the scene of Looking for Amy for one day, but the impact lasted for a long time. In any case, the crew got the heat they wanted. After many entertainment reporters came here, they simply didn't leave and followed the crew to shoot and report. There are wonderful gossips here. Martin Davis obviously has a special relationship with the three actresses in the crew. He often has stories that cannot be described with two of them. There is a big name Hollywood director. David Fincher's ambition to hit the Oscar for Best Director is well known to passers-by. There is also a best-selling author. With the attention this event has attracted, Gone Girl has surpassed all competitors in the latest bestseller list and won the championship. Gillian Flynn has attracted much attention and has become a darling in the eyes of the media. Her divorce experience, her creative process, and her being neighbors with Martin were all dug out by media reporters. There is no doubt that a novel that tops the bestseller list for 2 consecutive weeks is enough to create a star writer. Gillian Flynn's reputation can be transformed into actual commercial benefits through her works. Although MacDonald of Warner Pictures disguised himself as a media reporter and quietly came to Cape Girardeau and secretly negotiated the adaptation rights of Dark Places with Gillian Flynn and her agent, the news still reached Martin's ears. After all, this was a project led by Davis Studio. Many Hollywood crews hire personnel when they are formed, and the personnel composition is always complicated. But some people are biased towards Warner, and some people are biased towards Martin, the head of the crew. Someone quietly passed the news to Bruce, and Bruce told Martin. Martin asked, "Do you know how much Warner spent on the copyright?" Bruce shook his head. He just occasionally heard Gillian and the agent talking about it. It seems that the initial offer for the basic copyright fee was $3.5 million US. Warner is worthy of it, Martin exclaimed. Wealthy. Chapter 589. Warner's account period changes. In May, Charlize Theron left the crew after finishing her role as the heroine. She would fly directly to South Africa to participate in a series of activities before the opening ceremony of the World Cup. Then, Martin received an invitation from the World Cup organizing committee. However, the time of the South Africa World Cup coincided with the promotion and release of Inception, so Martin had no time to go. The pre-screening promotion of Inception has begun, but Martin will not join the crew until the filming here is finished. On the first weekend of May, Elizabeth, Lily and Thomas came to Cape Girardeau to visit the set. Inside the hotel, after kissing Elizabeth, Martin turned to look at Lily and said to Bruce, "Where is the gift I prepared for Lily?" Bruce secretly criticized Martin for being a rude person, dragged out a small box, and opened it to find that it was full of orange herring stones. He had purchased them all through the fishing and hunting club. Lily is now famous and well informed. She asked, "What kind of stone is this? I haven't seen it before." Martin said, "It's for you. Take some time to make them all into heart shapes for me and match them with the platinum necklace. I'll pay you later." Lily curled her lips, but did not refuse. She took out a few stones and looked at them carefully, thinking about what she could carve on them. Thomas winked at Martin at this time. Elizabeth knew that they had something to discuss, so she went with Lily to look at the stones. Martin called Thomas into the study together. Thomas said directly, Gillian Flynn's new work was directly signed with Warner Pictures, and the adaptation rights fell into Warner's hands. Martin nodded slightly. "I know, she came to me first. I feel average about the unfinished and already written parts of the work, so I didn't give her a clear answer. So that's it." Thomas thought that Warner Pictures had snatched it by force with its financial resources. "I have no objection to Gillian cooperating with Warner. This is her freedom." Martin couldn't stop it either. After all, Gillian was the first to bring the work to him for review. Thomas asked, "The news got to Warner so quickly?" Martin was not surprised. There are many people on the crew who talk a lot, and many of them have worked with Warner. He remembered, "The day Gillian came to see me, we were in the cafeteria, so it's normal for someone to hear Gillian's words. I thought Warner was targeting us." Thomas talked about another thing. Warner Brothers completed the acquisition of Castle Rock Pictures and obtained absolute controlling rights. Castle Rock has become a subsidiary of Warner Brothers. Martin understood what he meant. "Do you think Warner wants to put pressure on me to sell the studio in some special way?" Thomas explained. "Not only that, Warner Brothers officially sent a letter to WMA saying that the profit-sharing period of the 2 films John Wick and Benjamin all needs to be postponed due to overseas channels and bank settlements." Martin asked, "How long do they plan to postpone it?" "Varying from 3 months to 6 months. Thomas said roughly. "The payment period for each share is different. Warner's meaning is very clear. All the shares involving Davis Studio will be paid at the end of the payment period." He added, "This way, they can squeeze the Davis Studios funds without defaulting on the contract. Hollywood's payment terms have a time frame. At first, Martin took advantage of Louise's long-term cooperation with Warner Brothers, and later he had market appeal as support. Warner Brothers usually paid him, and the studio's share in the middle of the payment period. Martin asked, "Only targeting me and Avis Studio?" Thomas replied, "No, it's mainly because the works are not subsidiaries of Warner Brothers." Martin could only sigh. Warner is no longer the Warner it used to be. Thomas said, "For many years in a row, Warner's new management is confident that Warner Brothers will continue to lead Hollywood in the next decade." Martin stood up, turned around, and said, "As for our share, it's all in the tens of millions of dollars. The interest alone is a considerable income." Bruce, who had been silent, remembered his responsibilities as a manager and interrupted, "Warner Brothers is not suitable. Let's change to another distributor." Thomas reminded, "As far as Hollywood is concerned, Warner Brothers is the label with the strongest comprehensive distribution capabilities." Martin said, "There is another one that is catching up." Thomas understood what Martin meant. "Are you talking about Walt Disney?" "Yes, Disney." Martin said simply, "Disney acquired Pixar and Marvel. I got accurate information from Catherine Kennedy that their next target is Lucasfilm." Bruce followed up, "Is there going to be another new Star Wars movie?" Martin ignored him and continued, "The most important point is that the Disney Pictures controlled by Alan Horn not only merged production companies such as Hollywood Pictures and Touchstone Pictures, but also integrated Disney's distribution channels. Are we going to cooperate with Warner Brothers next?" Thomas asked, and then he said something else quickly. Louise's negotiations with Warner Brothers on John Wick 2 did not go smoothly. Warner Brothers just increased the distribution commission and payment period, and refused to make concessions. This was also within Martin's expectations. Warner Brothers made concessions to people as soon as the policy was announced. These policies naturally existed in name only, and even Kevin Tsujihara, the CEO, would lose his dignity. Martin basically no longer had hope for Warner Brothers, but Warner Brothers had expectations for him. Thomas said, "Kevin Tsujihara contacted me and asked you to go to the Warner building to meet him when you return to Los Angeles." Bruce heard that this was wrong. "What did he say?" Thomas took out his mobile phone and played the recording directly. "You tell Martin to come to see me at Warner as soon as possible when he returns to Los Angeles, understand?" Although the other party's tone was like treating a subordinate, Martin didn't say anything and thought for a while. "I'll talk about it when I return to Los Angeles." He turned to other aspects. "Jessica is negotiating with Disney Pictures on behalf of the studio. You will assist her when you return, and Louise will also join the negotiation later." Thomas replied, "I will go back tomorrow." The study fell into a brief silence. The three people knew that they were drifting away from Warner Brothers. This time, the senior personnel changes of Warner Brothers affected all levels of the industry chain. Hollywood, like many business circles, likes to follow the successful. According to Thomas, even if Warner Brothers increased the distribution commission and extended the profit-sharing period, most of the original partners still chose to cooperate with Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers has been the first in the industry for many consecutive years, which is the best persuasiveness. The three chatted for a while, and Thomas took the lead to say goodbye and leave. Bruce asked, "You heard that Warner Brothers was going to get the copyright of Dark Place. Why didn't you make trouble to sabotage it?" "Not making trouble now is to make big things happen in the future." Martin didn't say much, only mentioned one point. "Warner Brothers sent someone here to negotiate the copyright issue so quickly. Why?" Bruce thought for a while and said, "Because Gillian talked to you?" "No, it's not just that. In addition, Gillian is now the best-selling author on the bestseller list, and Gone Girl is being adapted by you and David Fincher, and it is likely to become a popular movie." Martin said, "The more popular Gone Girl is, the greater the adaptation value of Gillian's new work." Bruce already understood. This movie is very likely to be the last movie that the studio will ask Warner Brothers to distribute. Martin nodded. Warner Brothers will have enough motivation to see the potential huge profits. Gillian Flynn's previous and later works are bundled together. Burbank, Warner Building. Just after work in the morning, McDonald came to his office and waited for his immediate boss John Berg. Although he returned to Los Angeles last night, he stayed up all night. His eye bags were heavy, his eye sockets were sunken, and his eyes were bloodshot. Just like this time, he paid a heavy price to achieve his goal. McDonald knew John Berg to some extent. Not only did he have to do his job well, but he also had to let his boss see his efforts and hard work. Hearing the noise of John Berg's office door, McDonald hurried over with the manuscript. "Done?" John Berg asked. McDonald placed the photocopied manuscript on the desk and said, "The novel is called Dark Places. Gillian Flynn has only written half of it. I followed your instructions and quietly obtained the film adaptation rights as quickly as possible." John Berg took the manuscript and flipped through a few pages. In fact, the content was not important to him and Warner. Gone Girl has topped the New York bestseller list for 4 consecutive weeks. Gillian Flynn is in great demand. It is easy for her new work to attract attention. McDonald said, "There is also a movie co-produced by Martin Davis and David Fincher." John Berg nodded. "As long as Gone Girl is successful, the new work we bought at a high price will naturally attract market attention when it is adapted." McDonald said no more. John Byrne waved his hand. "Go back and have a good rest for 2 days." After his subordinates left, John Berg went upstairs and went to the small conference room for a meeting. Not many people participated in this meeting, except for Kevin Tsujihara. The rest were all bigwigs from core subsidiaries. Hamida from DC, John from Warner Pictures, and Daniel from Warner Distribution. At the beginning of the meeting, John said, "Let me tell you a good news first. The film company has obtained the film adaptation rights of Gillian Flynn's new work Dark Places." Daniel didn't know and asked, "Isn't she cooperating with Martin?" John said, "Warner Pictures is more sincere than Martin." "Well done." Kevin Tsujihara nodded to his brother-in-law John and asked Daniel, "Is your progress not going well?" Daniel said, "We may lose the distribution rights of John Wick 2. Chapter 590 Digging Another Hole. All the people present were senior executives of Warner Brothers. It was difficult to hide the dynamics of the industry from them. Disney Pictures did not hide its contact with Martin Davis. After the Oscars, relevant news was circulated. Daniel specifically reminded, after Alan Horn took over Disney Pictures, he has been in contact with Martin. If we don't make adjustments in the distribution, it is very likely that we will lose John Wick 2. Hamida and John Berg did not intend to respond. In the end, this matter depends on Kevin Tsujihara's attitude. Kevin Tsujihara has just taken office, and it is impossible for him to slap himself in the face with the first policy he implements. Moreover, the helmsmen of large companies are superior to actors and stars. But he also knew that this sequel had certain commercial value, and said, "Originally, I was thinking of waiting for Martin Davis to return to Los Angeles and calling him over to talk in person." Daniel waited for his next words. "Forget it, I won't talk to him, so as not to send him the wrong signal and make him think that Warner will no longer be Warner without him." Kevin Tsujihara emphasized, "I still say the same thing. Why can those small companies and small studios make money? Because they follow Warner Brothers, not Warner Brothers following them." After stating his attitude and position, he said to Daniel, "We must strive for it if we can. Wait until Martin Davis returns to Los Angeles, then you go talk to him." Daniel had a headache, but what he chose was the right path in the eyes of himself and others. His identity as a Warner executive was the source of his power. "I'll go talk to him." Daniel still had some expectations for Martin, and Martin's work could provide stable performance. "Try to keep him in Warner." John Berg suddenly said, "I have an idea, even if Martin Davis no longer cooperates with Warner Brothers. I mean the worst case scenario. He just tasted the sweetness. Martin Davis has a very good vision. We can keep an eye on him. As long as he is interested in a script or a novel or comic, we can also talk to him. With the financial resources and strength of Warner Brothers, I believe those people will make a wise choice. It is common in Hollywood to compete for projects, especially projects with good profit prospects. In the past, many companies competed for the Da Vinci Code. Sony Columbia finally defeated a number of Hollywood opponents with a high price of tens of millions of dollars. Kevin Tsujihara made a decision easily. He looked at Daniel and John Berg and said, "You should pay more attention to Martin." The discussion about Martin and Davis Studio ended here, and several people turned to discuss other things. After the meeting, Daniel and John Berg walked all the way and specifically asked about the relevant matters of Dark Place, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. The crew's filming came to the last day, and the set was arranged like the Helen show. Martin and Helen sat on 2 single sofas respectively, asking and answering questions like participating in a talk show. Mean, wearing black-rimmed glasses, stood outside the camera of the talk show, and frequently reminded Martin in the scene with gestures. He played Martin's lawyer in the film. This scene was put on the last day, because the crew had to coordinate Helen's schedule. Martin and Helen are old partners, and there was a script prepared by the crew. The questions and answers were very smooth, and even though many of the shots were long shots, they were basically passed in one take. Stop. David Fincher called a halt to the filming. Get ready for the next scene. Helen's makeup artist immediately stepped forward to wipe the sweat off her face. She smiled and said to Martin, "I didn't expect that the first time I made a movie, I would play myself." After her makeup artist left, Martin said, "We can't help it. Helen's show is too famous. Gillian directly used your talk show name in the book. We had to ask you to come and play yourself. I'm not popular enough now. The most popular person is TMZ's deputy editor-in-chief Jodie." Helen lowered her voice and asked, "Didn't you see the previous news?" Martin shook his head. "No, I've been busy filming." He asked, "Did Jodie win the award?" Helen said simply, "At the Pulitzer Prize in early May, Jodie won the Pulitzer Prize for journalism as a whistleblower." Martin said, "It's not easy. Winning the Pulitzer Prize for journalism, based on the scandal of a Hollywood tycoon, may seem outrageous at first glance, but when you think about Guan winning the Nobel Peace Prize as the president last year, it seems that the Pulitzer is a little more reliable." Helen said again, "I really want to invite Harvey to my show now, but unfortunately I can't." Martin understood what she meant and said, "I can't do anything either. Harvey probably wants to kill me." David Fincher's voice came from the director's monitor. "The last scene is about to start shooting. All departments should prepare." Martin and Helen said no more, leaning back on the sofa to brew their emotions. In the rest area outside the studio, Bruce dragged a big box in. Lily asked curiously, "Martin is going to distribute souvenirs again?" Bruce said, "Traditions cannot be abandoned. This is what the High Priest Robert said. He has been insisting on the coke sacrifice, and asked Martin to continue distributing souvenirs after each filming as in the beginning." Lily said, "That big head. He was talking nonsense all day in Atlanta, like a charlatan." Elizabeth next to him didn't know Robert. When she heard the name Atlanta, she resisted her curiosity and didn't ask. Lily asked again, "Are those fish stones you just got?" "Probably not." Elizabeth said, "It's probably the horn statues." Bruce said, "They are all horn statues. The fish stones are limited in number, and were given to Lily before." The shooting was about to begin, and the three stopped talking. The last long shot mainly shot Martin's close-up. It was not easy for Martin to perform a long series of lines with his voice and emotions, and he had to NG twice in the middle. It was not until the third shot that David Fincher shouted, "This shot is past." He also announced, "All the scenes of Gone Girl have been shot, and now it's closed." There were not many people left in the crew, and it was not particularly lively. David Fincher and Danu were both relatively calm people, so there were no special arrangements. Martin liked to have some fun, but he still respected the director on the set, and didn't even prepare lace and colored strips. Applause broke out on the scene. In the applause, the shooting stage of this play was completed. Martin called Bruce and gave him a souvenir in person. Because of copyright issues, except for the crew of The Dark Knight, all other statues were carved, based on Martin as a blueprint. Over the past few years, Martin's statue, like Tom Cruise's cake, has become a very iconic thing in Hollywood. There was no one around. Bruce whispered, "If one day, the Australian buffalo becomes extinct, you will be the culprit. In a place like Australia, the buffalo can't become extinct." Martin changed the subject and whispered, "I have good news for you. Jodie won the Pulitzer Prize for journalism." Bruce's pelvis ached when he thought of Jodie, and he said, "I saw the news." Martin had bad intentions. "When you return to Los Angeles, remember to congratulate people. This is a major event in life." Bruce didn't want to pay attention to Martin. Martin didn't let him go. "Jodie is very beautiful, with delicate features. With a little makeup, she looks better than many Hollywood actresses. Bruce picked up the empty box and turned around and left. Elizabeth came over and asked, "You hit Bruce again?" Martin smiled and pulled Elizabeth out of the studio. "Come on, accompany me to remove my makeup. I rented a private plane, and we will go back to Los Angeles today." Elizabeth took Martin's arm and smiled sweetly. "Let's go home." Before 6 p.m., Martin and his group boarded the rented business plane and returned to Los Angeles. Elizabeth was going to shoot an advertisement for Estee Lauder the next day. Martin also wanted to come back early to finalize the relevant distribution matters before the filming of John Wick 2. Because it involves the promotion and distribution of Inception, this movie will not start shooting until the second half of the year. The next day, Martin came to Davis' studio, called Jessica and Thomas, asked about the progress of the negotiations with Disney Pictures, and called Alan Horn. Alan Horn had just joined Disney and wanted to gain a foothold as soon as possible. It was a great achievement to be able to attract Martin. He made the biggest concession within his authority. Disney's distribution commission in North America will be 27% after the box office share, and overseas will not exceed 40%. The specific details will be discussed in detail, just like the offline commission. In addition, Alan Horn also agreed to add corresponding guarantee conditions to the contract, which will not change within 5 years. Martin wants the next 10 years. Compared with Warner Brothers. North American Distribution Commission, which has increased to 30%. Disney Pictures is more sincere. Martin just hung up the phone with Alan Horn, and his cell phone rang. It was Daniel who called. The other party learned that he had returned to Los Angeles and wanted to make an appointment with John Berg of Warner Pictures to visit him. Martin made an appointment in the afternoon. Seeing that the call was over, Bruce reminded, Warner Pictures held a press conference a few days ago. John Berg hosted it himself, and Gillian Flynn, who came back from the crew in advance, attended the press conference. The press conference was mainly to introduce the new project that Warner Pictures will cooperate with Gillian. Martin said, "It seems that John Berg regards this as a great achievement." Bruce said, "After all, it is a project you are optimistic about." Martin just shrugged. What is he doing with Daniel? Bruce was curious. Is he here to demonstrate? Martin shook his head. Who knows? The people promoted by Kevin Tsujihara don't give people a good impression. Bruce thought for a moment and asked, are we really going to do nothing? Watching others snatch Gillian's project away without doing anything? If Leonardo and Nicholson knew, they would laugh at you for the rest of your life. Martin thought about it carefully, and that was the case. He pondered and said, why don't we dig a hole and try? They are going to visit us, and it doesn't matter if they don't step on it. Bruce agreed. Anyway, we won't lose anything. Chapter 591 A New Era of Fairy Tale Movies. If you want to dig a hole, you must have the right tools. Daniel called suddenly, and Martin had a sudden idea. There was not much time left, so he could only think of a more reliable way. Just like Bruce said, it doesn't matter if the other party doesn't step on it. Martin recalled carefully, and the only thing he could think of in a short time was movies. Last time, Daniel took advantage of him in the so-called remake of the old film library. Of course, Martin was not a good guy, and he casually gave Daniel 3 projects that might be particularly rewarding. This time Daniel came again, and brought the new president of Warner Pictures with him, which showed that they were destined to be together. Martin asked, Old Bruce, which Hollywood movies do you think are so expensive to produce that it makes people's scalps numb? Soft science fiction that requires visual effects, superhero movies, and hot action blockbusters. Bruce thought of the new trilogy that Warner Brothers wanted to plan some time ago, and said, there are also epic blockbusters, especially magical epics. The last sentence reminded Martin that among the 3 old movies he gave to Daniel, there was a magical epic, and Warner Pictures had already approved the project. The production budget is $150 million, starring Christian Bale and directed by Ridley Scott. The other 2 are also fairy tale adaptations that can be related to magic. Unfortunately, the latter 2 have not yet received the green light from the Warner Review Committee. Martin searched his memory. In his previous life, when he was browsing his phone, he seemed to have seen news about Hollywood's big loss-making flops in the shock department. For example, Green Lantern and Leo Leia's epic film left a deep impression on him. There is also Mars Princess, that Disney has already started to produce. Martin remembered that one is still a classic fairy tale, so he will continue to add fuel to the fairy tale. Old Bruce, find a bookstore as soon as possible. Martin searched on Google and found the relevant book titles. He said, go buy 2 fairy tale books, Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack the Giant Slayer. Bruce said, I'll go right away. Martin reminded again, the books should not be too new or too worn. It's better to have traces of being flipped through. Bruce understood, leave it to me. He came out of the studio, deliberately stayed away from this neighborhood, found 5 bookstores, and bought 2 suitable books. Back in Martin's office, Bruce put the 2 books on the table. Martin took them over. The 2 books were new, but they had been flipped through. Jessica came in from outside and handed Martin a plan book, saying, we don't have enough time. Everything is blank. Martin said, just the cover is fine. He handed the plan book to Bruce, read it carefully, and flipped through it several times. Bruce took it, opened the cover, and saw that it was all white paper. He pulled a chair over and sat down, flipping through it again and again. Martin also read the 2 fairy tale books to familiarize himself with the specific contents that he had long forgotten. After lunch, he took a short break. It was almost time for the appointment with Daniel. The two had a brief discussion and arranged their desks. Martin had just returned from Missouri and had a lot of work to do in the studio, so he was very busy and his desk was a little messy. Several documents waiting to be signed were placed in the front left, and there were pen holders and other things standing casually on the side. Other books and documents were also a little messy. Among them were the 2 books Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack the Giant Killer. Under the book, a small part of the plan was exposed, and people could see the words Project and Jack. Martin had to dig a hole at random and wait for Daniel and John Berg to come. It was not until 2:30 in the afternoon when Daniel and John arrived at the door of Davis Studio. I'm here to discuss distribution. Why do you have to follow me? The former was slightly dissatisfied. John smiled and said, let you introduce me to Martin. I want to dig out more interesting film projects from Martin in the future. How can we not know each other? Daniel reminded, you'd better be careful. Martin is not easy to mess with. John restrained his smile and said, I know he is not easy to mess with, but you also have to understand that we are executives of Warner Brothers, the investors and distributors, and the people who give them food to eat. Daniel said no more and went straight into the door of the studio, and John hurried to follow. The receptionist came to greet them and led them to the 3rd floor. They knocked on the door of an office, and Martin immediately came out to greet them. Come on, please come in. Martin shook hands with Daniel and John and said, I just returned to Los Angeles from Missouri last night. I have a lot of things to do today, so it's a bit messy. Don't mind. John noticed that the office was not big, and Martin's desk was a bit messy. Maybe he was working on something when they came. He quickly glanced across Martin's desk and paused when he saw the 2 fairy tale books. John thought he was very careful. The 2 books showed signs of being flipped recently. The slightly curled corners and the obvious creases on the covers proved this. People of Martin's age are generally not interested in such fairy tales. It was not difficult for John to make this judgment. Then he felt as if it was expected. The bound printed manuscript under a book was placed casually, revealing a small half of the cover, and words such as Jack and Project could be seen. Is this a new project? John remained calm and glanced at it as if he didn't see anything. Daniel tried to introduce John Berg to Martin. Martin said a few polite words to John and invited the 2 to the reception area to talk. Daniel went straight to the point and said, Martin, I heard that you are negotiating with Disney Pictures about distribution. Martin said, Alan Horn is an old friend of ours. He approached me a while ago to discuss cooperation, and I couldn't refuse. He was equally direct. The conditions offered by Disney Pictures, just the North American Distribution Commission, are 3 percentage points lower than those of Warner Brothers. If you take into account the overseas and offline commissions, based on the first John Wick film, the producer's revenue will increase by tens of millions of dollars. Daniel reminded, you overlooked one point. The high revenue of John Wick was due to Warner Bros.' extensive global channel operations. Without Warner Bros. Global channels, the total revenue of the film would be discounted. Martin added, John Wick 2 Feet is a sequel to a blockbuster movie. Isn't it inappropriate to simply and crudely apply a rigid distribution strategy? This involves multiple films from multiple companies, and the situation is very complicated. Daniel knew very well that Kevin Tsujihara could not change, and only the partners below could change. Warner Bros. Distribution channels can effectively increase the total revenue of a film. Only when the total revenue is high can you get more share. The disagreement between the two sides was a deadlock, and it happened that the current captain of Warner Bros. Made this not. Martin sighed lightly. Disney's distribution channels may not be worse than Warner Bros., Daniel emphasized, but in the past few years, Warner Bros. Has done the best in various online and offline channels in Hollywood. I have cooperated with Warner Bros. For many years, and I'm an old friend of you. If the conditions of Warner and Disney are not much different, I will definitely give priority to cooperating with Warner. At least half of what Martin said was true. He looked at Daniel. You know, although the film producer is my studio, it involves multiple investors. I must take their interests and opinions into consideration. At this point, there was actually nothing to say. The two sides could not reach an agreement at all. John had prepared a lot of things to say, but after seeing the two books, except for the occasional interjection, all the other things were kept in his stomach. Daniel finally failed to reach an agreement with Martin, and left the Davis studio with John. After seeing the two off, Martin asked, "How is it?" Bruce had been staying in the corner of the office and observing silently. The man from Warner Pictures has seen the desk. Just because someone has seen it doesn't mean he will step on it. Martin stopped asking and went to Pacific Pictures to find Louise. On the other side, after John separated from Daniel, he immediately returned to his office and asked someone to find the two books, Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack the Giant Killer, and quickly flipped through them. He had read the books a long time ago and roughly remembered the main contents. These classic fairy tales have been adapted many times by film and television companies around the world through animation or film and television. John suddenly remembered that two of the three projects provided by Daniel before were also related to fairy tales, namely Peter Pan and the Wizard of Oz. This was a project that Martin Davis was optimistic about, but Daniel calculated Martin, resulting in Martin not getting the copyright. Martin turned around and prepared to make other fairy tale movies. Is a new era of fairy tale movies coming? John did not jump to conclusions. He pressed the intercom and called his assistant McDonald, saying, "Go collect information and see if other Hollywood companies have plans or projects to adapt classic fairy tales, mainly medium and large scale investments." Yes. McDonald did it immediately. John had not finished reading Jack and the Beanstalk when McDonald came back. He handed the printed detailed information to his immediate superior and said, "Currently, many companies have launched plans to remake classic fairy tale movies. Relativity Media has invested heavily and found Julia Roberts to run a project called Snow White and the Magic Mirror." John was also reading the information. McDonald continued, "Universal Pictures plans to invest about $150 million to shoot and produce Snow White and the Huntsman. Kristen Stewart and Charlize Theron have already joined. Disney plans to combine Grimm's fairy tales such as Cinderella, Little Red Riding Hood, and Rapunzel to shoot a live-action fairy tale musical." John nodded slightly and immediately understood why Martin was interested in fairy tales. Many companies in Hollywood have plans in this regard. Other companies have, and Warner certainly has to have plans in this regard. John's eyes fell on the two fairy tale books. It would definitely not work to simply adapt and shoot according to the fairy tale plot as in the past. Perhaps it would be a good idea to combine them. The works of many big companies in the industry made John feel more and more feasible. He even had more ideas. The end of Warner's most popular fairy tale Harry Potter series was inevitable if the new fairy tale movie project was successful. Chapter 592 Encouraging Nolan. The differences in distribution have not yet spread to other projects. Inception, directed by Nolan and starring Martin, and produced by Warner Bros. And Legendary Pictures, will be released during the Independence Day holiday this summer. The film cost as much as $160 million to produce, and Warner Brothers spared no effort in promoting and distributing it. From media reporters to critics to theater managers, Inception received high praise from them at 3 previews. During the time when Martin was filming Gone Girl, Warner Brothers had launched a massive publicity campaign for Inception. Giant posters were hung on landmark buildings in the streets of major cities across the United States, such as New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. At first glance, these posters would give people the illusion that the dream scenes in the movie were happening in reality. Nolan also turned into a marketing director, constantly releasing various reel highlights during the crew's filming to attract the attention of the media and fans. He led a viral marketing campaign, launching a series of activities on the internet through core ideas such as dream machines and conscious crimes, so that the audience can have a preliminary understanding of the key settings of the film in advance, which will make it easier to watch the film. After dealing with the work at hand, Martin also joined the promotion of Inception. In the lounge of Entertainment Weekly, Martin is preparing for the next interview. Bruce knocked on the door and came in, putting away his phone. Seeing that there was no one else here, he whispered, "I just received news that Warner Pictures intends to adapt a fairy tale fantasy production and is already publicly recruiting screenwriters and directors." Martin was not surprised by this. He had considered this when he chose Jack the Giant Slayer because of the huge success of Alice in Wonderland. Many Hollywood production companies have set their sights on classic fairy tales of the past. The box office of this film is almost $1 billion. Bruce had read in the newspaper, "Hollywood is following suit seriously. How can other companies resist?" Martin said, "There are many advantages to adapting classic fairy tales into live-action movies. Most of them have exceeded the copyright period, and there is no need to buy the copyright at a high price. The stories are circulated throughout the city and have an extremely wide audience, and peripheral works are easy to develop." Someone once said that Hong Kong films follow suit seriously, but in fact, Hollywood is even worse than that. A live-action fairy tale movie is a big hit, and multiple projects are immediately launched in the industry. Bruce scratched his head. "Warner won't make a real-life fairy tale movie that will be a huge hit at the box office, right?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "Other companies may be able to do it, but Warner is more difficult." Bruce asked, "The new management team?" Martin shrugged and didn't say much. "As far as I can remember, in terms of Hollywood movies, Warner Brothers had the strongest performance from shortly after 2000 to 2010. In the decade after 2010, Walt Disney not only caught up, but also surpassed Warner Brothers." Martin didn't quite understand why, but Alan Horn switched from Warner Pictures to Disney Pictures because of his failure in the personnel struggle, which made him feel that there was some connection. It may be caused by many factors, and Alan Horn is also an important factor. The door of the lounge was knocked again, and Bruce went over to open the door and stepped aside. Nolan came in from outside. Martin stood up to greet him, shook hands with him, and asked casually, "I heard that The Dark Knight Rises has already started filming?" Nolan nodded. "It's a little earlier than planned. We have to take Bale's schedule into consideration. He has signed a contract with Warner Brothers for an epic film, and filming will start in late July." Martin said, "I've heard of Exodus directed by Ridley Scott." Because of the schedule and other reasons, Nolan was not very interested in this project. He said, "It's such a boring story, and Hollywood has filmed it over and over again, fearing that the world doesn't know about it." Martin said, "There's nothing we can do. They are like this." Nolan still remembers what happened during the filming of Inception, saying, "They dare to do it, but they dare not admit it, and they dare not let people talk about it." Martin was equally helpless. "Warner Brothers also notified me not to mention the Moroccan kidnapping incident during the promotion. It was originally a good promotional point." Nolan was very unhappy when it came to this, and he was also very dissatisfied with Warner Brothers. "They all say freedom of speech, but when it comes to those people, there is no freedom of speech. As long as you don't stand on my side, you are the enemy." Martin sighed. This is the general trend in the circle. Nolan knew that he had said too much, but he had no one to talk to except Martin, who knew the inside story. He could only say, "Thank you for helping me vent my anger about Harvey Weinstein." Martin smiled and said, "It's mainly for myself. I'm scared of him. I was lucky last time, and it was a stuntman who was shot. Maybe it will be me next time." Although Harvey Weinstein denied it, Brad Pitt confessed that it was Harvey who coerced him to find a set art assistant in the crew to do it. Pitt became a witness for the prosecution, and Harvey was charged with one more criminal offense. The assistant came to inform the two that the interview was about to begin. Martin and Nolan entered the decorated room together and were interviewed by Grace, the chief reporter of Entertainment Weekly. The two sides had communicated in advance and basically talked about movies. At the end of the interview, Grace suddenly asked a question. "Martin, I heard some people in the crew say that you can't understand director Nolan's script." Martin considered himself a poor student, but it was nonsense to say that he couldn't understand the script. He clarified, "Of course I can understand the script. Director Nolan can prove it." Grace looked at Nolan. Although Nolan liked to make big news, Martin denied it, so he told the truth. Among all the actors in the crew, Martin was the one who understood the script the fastest. Martin broke the news at the right time and said, "The rumors must be biased. When I was in the crew, there was a stage when I was deeply immersed in the play. I couldn't tell which was reality and which was a dream. It was director Nolan who helped me out. Nolan is worthy of being a director who can divide his attention on the set and write real highlights." Almost without any pause, he immediately followed Martin's words. "I told Martin that where I'm is reality and where I'm not is a dream." Martin laughed. "Director Nolan easily helped me solve the problem of being too immersed in the play." He put away his smile and said seriously, "Director Nolan is extremely smart and leads a talented team. All of this makes me excited." Nolan also started the business mutual praise mode. "Martin is the kind of actor every director is looking for. He can always understand my intentions at the first time and complete it better than I imagined. I hope to continue to work with him in the future." The two of them praised each other for a while, and it seemed that they had met too late. Grace had to call a halt and ended the interview. Nolan and Martin came out of the magazine together and said as they walked, "After filming The Dark Knight Rises, I will completely bid farewell to superhero movies and prepare to focus on science fiction." Martin said, "Call me if you need anything." Nolan stopped, thought for a while, and asked, "I heard that you have many disagreements with Warner Brothers." Martin had no need to hide. "It's mainly about the distribution commission. Warner Brothers now has the highest proportion in the industry. The Nolan couple and the studio jointly established by Jonathan Nolan also participated in the production and investment of Inception and The Dark Knight Rises. Warner Brothers took more distribution fees, which actually hurt their interests." Martin said another truth. "Our old friend Alan Horn is now the president of Disney Studios. Disney Studios only takes 27% of the distribution fee in North America, and it is almost the lowest in the industry for overseas and offline distribution. Alan contacted me. Nolan was thinking seriously, let's get together and talk when we have time." Martin said, "Okay." The two came out of the magazine and got into their respective cars and left. Bruce drove onto the main road and asked, "Do you want to encourage Nolan to leave Warner Brothers?" "No." Martin firmly denied. "I'm just worried about my friend. He may suffer a lot of unnecessary losses in the future." Bruce glanced at the time and said, "I'll take you home. Don't wait for me for dinner. I have a date." Martin asked curiously, "Kim and Chloe?" Bruce's face was full of grief, as if he was going to the execution ground. "Jodie made an appointment with me to celebrate her winning the Pulitzer Prize for journalism." Martin said, "It's in the basement storage room at home. Go get any gifts you need." Bruce was still a little stubborn. "I'm not bringing anything." "That's right." Martin, the bastard, said directly, "For Jodie, Bruce is the best gift." Bruce drove into Davis Manor. He didn't want to say a word to Martin. He changed to an ordinary car, drove out of Beverly Hills, and came to the TMZ headquarters building. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jodie, who was wearing delicate makeup, opened the passenger door and got in the car. She came over and kissed Bruce. "Old Bruce, you look so cool today." Bruce asked, "Where are you going?" Jodie's desire to celebrate was written on her face. "Of course, I'm going to my house. Half of the Pulitzer Prize I won is yours. Of course, we have to celebrate together. You took all the risks." Bruce said, "The credit is all yours, and it has nothing to do with me." Jody said, I understand that it has nothing to do with you to the outside world, but in my heart, half of this award is yours, but all the honors are given to me, and I must reward you. Bruce also insisted, no reward is needed. I will go to your house for a meal to celebrate your winning, and then I will leave. Jody smiled. Okay, let's go eat first. Not long after, the two entered Jody's house together. Jody personally prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the winning with Bruce. After the dinner at Davis Manor, Martin waited for a long time, but Bruce did not come back. At around 10 o'clock, he finally received a text message from Bruce. I'm not going home tonight. Martin finally got his chance and immediately replied, you're disloyal. Chapter 593 You Became a Spy? Kodak Theater in Hollywood, the world premiere of Inception. The two sides of the red carpet in front of the theater were completely occupied by two groups. One group wore black clothes and held up various posters or slogans supporting Nolan. These people were all die-hard fans of Nolan created by The Dark Knight. In the hearts of this group of people, he became a god with just one movie. The other group wore red t-shirts, and the logo of the Coke god was all over their bodies and heads. They were believers of the Coke god. When Martin walked on the red carpet, whether in black or red, everyone shouted enthusiastically, Master, I love you. Forever Coke God of War. Joker, forever God. You are the agent of chaos. Martin waved as he walked, causing more shouts. He came to the area where members of the Coke God gathered, took the pen given by a believer, and signed for several people. Coke. Coke. People around were shouting. Martin took out a can of Coke with his backhand like a magic trick, opened it, and toasted with the believers. Forever Coke Cult. Forever Coke God of War. Amid the shouts of the fans, Martin raised his Coke again. Cheers to you lovely ones. On the other side, where people in black clothes gathered, the shouts were even louder. Martin, this way, this way. Martin put down his Coke, crossed the red carpet, and came to the opposite side to sign the posters of the Joker and Cobb. A man wearing clown makeup asked, will you star in the new Batman? Martin smiled. Sorry, this involves commercial secrets. I can't answer. The young man in a suit next to him asked, Martin, can you set up a chaos cult? This question was asked. Martin simply pretended not to hear it, signed autographs for a group of fans, smiled and waved and left here. Coming to the media area in front of the Kodak Theater, he accepted the routine interviews of reporters and praised the film. The preview of Inception has a very good reputation and deserves the praise. Afterwards, Martin came to the area where the main creative staff of the crew gathered and waited for the director to come. Mean came over and whispered, boss, I gave the pendant you gave to Celine done. Celine was very happy and happily sang For Me Alone. Martin said, Celine was happy not because of the gift, but because you were the one who gave it. Mean laughed cheerfully, boss, the gift you chose is still unique. Ellen Page saw the two men whispering and asked curiously, what are you talking about? Martin pointed at Mean. I was asking him how to pick up girls. Ellen Page didn't believe it. At that party in Paris, I saw you leave with a woman easily. She shook her head and sighed. I spent half the night trying, but didn't pick one up, and I was entangled by several men and almost couldn't get away. Mean said, you should have called me at that time. Ellen Page shrugged. You were with that woman who looks like Sophie Marceau. I was embarrassed to disturb you. At this time, earth-shaking shouts rang out on the red carpet again, and Nolan walked onto the red carpet. He has an unparalleled appeal among the fans dressed in black. To this day, these people are still fighting to the death with fans of The Godfather and The Shawshank Redemption on IMDb. Nolan quickly came to the waiting area and joined Martin and other main creative staff to take a group photo in front of the sponsor's backdrop. Soon, the group entered the theater. Guests and crew members had to enter last, including Martin and Nolan, and all went to the theater lounge to wait. Nolan's pressure was obviously less than when The Dark Knight premiered. He said to Martin, the response to the blockbusters this summer is good. I hope we can continue this good luck. Martin said, it shouldn't be a big problem. The first movie released this summer was Iron Man 2. Although the word of mouth was not as good as the first one, it was a big hit at the box office. Later films such as Toy Story 3, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Despicable Me and The Karate Kid were all box office successes. Inception was chosen during the best Independence Day period of the entire summer season. There was another big production during the same period. Paramount Pictures produced, and Night Shyamalan directed The Last Airbender. This director from India is a great man. Not only did he make the classic The Sixth Sense, he also fairly and impartially cheated the 6 major Hollywood studios. After chatting with Nolan for a few words, Martin saw Daniel and John Berg, the president of Warner Pictures, who were accompanying Kevin Tsujihara. The latter came over directly, shook hands with Martin, and said, "I have always admired you very much. You have worked hard from the bottom to become a Hollywood star today. The roles and works you have played are both entertaining and artistic, which is quite rare." Martin understood what he meant and said calmly, "If possible, I also hope to continue to cooperate with Warner Brothers." Kevin Tsujihara said, "You take the initiative to make concessions." He still hoped to keep this cash cow, and casually wrote a blank check. "Warner will give you a superstar and an Oscar for Best Actor." Hearing that the other party did not even mention the concession of profit, Martin smiled and said, "Let me think about it carefully." Kevin Tsujihara naturally looked down on him. "Opportunities will never come again if you miss them." Without waiting for Martin to say anything else, he strode towards Ridley Scott, with Riddler's agent Harry Emanuel beside him. Daniel came over and patted Martin on the shoulder and followed him. John Berg stayed behind and said to Martin, "The film Pharaohs and Gods adapted from the Book of Exodus will start filming soon. Are you interested in playing the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses?" Martin shook his head and said, "I can't adjust my schedule. The promotion of Inception is over, and I will soon shoot John Wick 2. John Berg left without saying anything more. Martin sighed in his heart. He couldn't jump into the hole he dug himself. Ridley Scott's eyes turned to him at this time. Martin reacted quickly and nodded to him. Old Ridley also nodded and whispered a few words to Harry Emanuel beside him. Harry found Martin and said, "Ridley asked me to ask you, when you rejected his invitation, did you think that Robin Hood would fail at the box office?" This film was released in May and the North American box office in the first week was $36.06 million US. Compared with the investment of nearly $200 million US, it can only be said that both the box office and the reputation are extremely unsatisfactory. Martin spread his hands. "I just don't have the right schedule. You know my schedule is very full." Ali asked, "Don't you think Ridley Scott is no longer good enough?" "Of course not." Martin told the truth. "I wanted to invite him to direct a movie project, but unfortunately, Ali knew some of the inside story. Unfortunately, the project was snatched away by Warner." Martin said vaguely, "The Exodus is written in the Bible, so Warner can't say it snatched it away." He began to lay the groundwork for the future. "Tonight is not suitable. Please tell director Ridley Scott that I'm a fan of Alien, Blade Runner, Matchstick Man, Gladiator and Black Hawk Down, and I have always wanted to work with him." Ali knew Martin to some extent and knew that he was not joking. Martin said again, "If possible, can Ridley leave the schedule after filming Pharaohs and Gods for me?" Ali said, "I will give Ridley feedback truthfully." 2 people came late and entered the VIP room at this time. Martin said something to Ali, walked over and said, "You 2 bastards, you are late." Nicholson said, "Leo received a call on the way and stopped to wait for a while. This bastard's driving speed is not as fast as his 100-meter sprint." "Shut up." Leonardo glanced at the people in the VIP room, hooked his hand, and called Martin and Nicholson to go out, and said in a low voice, "Do you know where the call came from?" "Russia." Martin was stunned. "You actually became a spy." "Leo, I'm going to report you." Nicholson immediately followed up, "Is there a reward for reporting a spy?" Leonardo put his hands on his hips, turned around angrily, and said, "Have you forgotten that I plan to organize a big party for Russian and Ukrainian models?" Martin, a fence sitter, changed his direction in an instant and accused Nicholson, "You go and catch the spy quickly. The reward is just enough to cover the party expenses." He asked Leonardo, "Are you sure?" Leonardo raised his head, pointed his chin at Martin, and said, "Aren't you going to Paris for the European premiere in a few days? I chose that time period, and it's all young models." Nicholson didn't bother to refute Martin, and said, "You didn't tell me on the way, you bastard. You think I'm the boss? Very good. This time I'm only responsible for carrying the gun." Martin was very conscious. Leo arranged the party, and I paid for it. Leonardo put his arm around Martin's shoulders. This is what good brothers should be like. Martin was curious. Who did you invite this time? Don't get your hopes up. Leonardo took precautions. Basically some second-tier models and actors from Russia and Ukraine. There are only a few supermodels. You know them. Most of the Russian supermodels have walked the Victoria's Secret show. Martin not only knows them, but also has a deep friendship with them. Bruce came out of the lounge door and said to Martin and the other two, "Get ready to enter." The three bastards stopped chatting and returned to the lounge. The guests attending the premiere entered first. Nolan and Emma Thomas then entered the theater with Martin and other creative staff. After the routine question and answer session with the media and fans, the crew sat in the first row. Martin sat next to Nolan. On Nolan's other side was Emma Thomas, then Menez and Tom Hardy. The latter looked at Martin frequently. With Brad Pitt's confession, a new criminal charge against Harvey Weinstein got out of control, and the so-called truth about the shooting incident on the crew also came to light. Most of Tom Hardy's grievances fell on Martin, and he felt that he had taken the blame for Martin for no reason. But he knew that the two of them were far apart in status and position, and he could only endure his grievances. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594. Another box office champion. Movies are a dream, but Nolan brings the audience into a dream within a dream, and Martin is the pioneer of dream stealing. He plays a role of Dom Cobb, a dream stealer who is best at sneaking into other people's dreams and stealing valuable information and secrets from the subconscious. If necessary, he will also perform further memory transplantation and tamper with the other person's memory. A creative concept and theme, a simple story, but Nolan once again uses a relatively complex narrative technique. Even so, this movie is not difficult to understand at all. Hollywood has proved time and again over the past few decades that overly complex movies will only drive away the audience and cut themselves off from the market. And Nolan also used a lot of visual spectacle shots that can attract passers-by. In dream scenes, there is no need to respect the physical laws of the real world at all. All kinds of space flips, seawater backflow, city collapse, etc. can be fully played. The only thing that can limit movies is budget and imagination. When the subtitles on the big screen of the Kodak Theater fell, and the ceiling was lit up, the audience burst into warm applause. If The Matrix created a new realm of pretentious movies, then Inception pushed it to a new height. The whole audience was applauding, and Nolan took the main creative staff to the stage to take a bow. Tom Hardy had been quietly observing Martin, watching Martin standing with Nolan, enjoying the most crazy admiration from the audience. Thinking about everything he had endured for Martin, he couldn't help but feel unbalanced. The greatest injustice and hardship fell on him, while the profits, money, and glory belonged to others. Following the main creative staff of the crew to take a bow, Tom Hardy did not feel excited at all, only depressed and sad. After finally making it to the end, he came out from the backstage and met up with his agent. The two walked out together. Tom Hardy asked, when Inception just started filming, "Director Nolan told me that he wanted me to play Bane, the villain in The Dark Knight Rises. Why did someone else get the role?" The agent said, "The crew gave us feedback that you are not big enough. They are talking nonsense." Tom Hardy didn't believe it. If that was the reason, Director Nolan wouldn't have invited me. The agent was silent for a moment and said, "Before the shooting, when I communicated with Emma Thomas, Nolan's idea had not changed. But shortly after the shooting, before the crew went to Paris, when I asked again, Nolan said that inviting you was just a preliminary idea, and the specific details would be decided after Bane's audition." Tom Hardy couldn't help but say, "Another shooting." The agent didn't want his client to think he was incompetent, and the ready-made reasons and excuses were in front of him, so he simply pushed it forward. "The shooting had a huge impact on you. Everyone thought it was you who did it. No one was willing to defend you. Director Nolan also overturned the idea of looking for you to play Bane." "I know." Tom Hardy asked. I was not their target originally. The agent nodded and replied, according to Brad Pitt's confession, he was instructed by Harvey Weinstein to target Martin Davis. He comforted, Harvey Weinstein will be severely punished soon. Tom Hardy did not speak, thinking that the culprit was not Harvey, but Martin. Harvey was far away from him, but Martin was very close. But Tom Hardy suppressed all these in his heart. Martin, that bastard, was not easy to mess with. On the other side, Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson got in the same car and prepared to go to the nightclub to wash their faces. The topic of the three was still on the party prepared by Leonardo. Leonardo had been looking at his mobile phone and said the latest news. In addition to models, there will be several Russian and Ukrainian actresses who want to break into Hollywood. Martin suddenly remembered Catherine the Great, who often appeared in short videos on the internet in his previous life. Unfortunately, he only remembered that the other party played such a role, but did not know her name. Nicholson said, Russian and Ukrainian actresses, such as Mila Jovovich who works in Hollywood, are not counted. I only know Yelena Kurikova. I talked to her when she was developing in Hollywood, but unfortunately she returned to Russia later. Martin asked, Jack, are you talking about a serious chat? Nicholson spread his hands. Isn't it normal to have a deeper chat after the chat? Leonardo shrugged and said to Nicholson, you will be disappointed. Yelena is too old. The actresses who will come will be similar to models. They will not be very famous. After all, this is my first time organizing a party there, and I haven't fully figured out the way yet. Martin suddenly thought of a question. Leo, there will be no swallows among the people you invited, right? Leonardo has heard of it. KGB swallows? Don't worry, there will definitely not be any. It is not easy to train a swallow. Each one is very precious, and it is impossible to use it on us. He said carelessly, even if there is, what can it do? I will hire the most professional security and inspection, and they will only become prey when they come in. Nicholson was in the mood. I've heard so many rumors about swallows, but I've never seen one, let alone tried one. Martin said bluntly, because you have no value. Yes, you have value. Nicholson countered, after killing so many Russian spies, the swallows will definitely calm you down completely. Leonardo deliberately asked, how to calm down? Nicholson pulled out with one hand and gestured with the other hand to cut with a knife. Of course it is like this. Martin knew very well that he had never killed a Russian spy. It was all framed by the LAPD and the FBI. Leonardo pressed Martin's shoulders. Hey, you won't be scared and become a soft egg? Martin would certainly not admit it. What a joke. I have always been the toughest one. The three of them washed their faces and felt refreshed. They ran to Avalon to have a few drinks before going home. Martin had a text message on his phone, sent by Thomas. Warner Brothers conducted a questionnaire survey at the premiere, and the audience responded very well. The next day, the media reputation of Inception was lifted. Kenneth Turan, a columnist and critic of the Los Angeles Times, gave great praise to the film. The anti-physics discussion, wonderful action scenes, impactful emotions, and Martin Davis's astonishing performance as always in Inception are all fascinating. Other media also gave rave reviews. Martin Davis once again proved his excellent vision in selecting films. Inception, cooperating with director Nolan, is a fascinating science fiction dream journey. On the website, it was a carnival for movie fans. One person with 1,000 faces. It is just like Martin, a good actor. In the same commercial film, the character he portrayed showed a completely different temperament. In John Wick, he almost performed the action scenes to the extreme, and this Inception showed elegance, humor, and wisdom. As the film's reputation was lifted, various statistical data were released, with a Rotten Tomatoes freshness of 94%, an IMDb average score of 9.2 points, an MTC Media score of 83 points, and a comprehensive score of A from the CS Live audience. Inception has a great reputation. Of course, there are also negative reviews. For example, some groups are targeting Martin. Martin's movies are always very messy, full of violent elements such as explosions, gunfights and killings, which have nothing to do with art. He is as far away from artists as New York to Los Angeles. Apart from money and gold, who can make everyone like him? There are Martin fans, and there are Martin haters. Martin is still good. Nolan has a large number of haters because of the battle for points on IMDb for The Dark Knight. As soon as Inception finished its premiere, many one-star bad reviews appeared on the relevant columns of IMDb. This movie is pure garbage, one of the worst movies in history. I know that my remarks will inevitably be attacked by Nolan's brainless fans, because I see through the essence of Inception bullshit. Similar comments were quickly drowned out by crazy praise. But for this super large production with a production budget of up to $160 million and a total publicity and promotion cost of $80 million, the only real measure of success or failure is commercial benefits. Among all commercial benefits, box office is the most basic. Commercial screening means that online advertising consumers give bad reviews to advertisements, which will definitely affect offline sales. On Thursday night, Inception was released in advance in 1,800 theaters in North America. Because it was an original film, the midnight box office only earned $4.12 million. Is it going to flop? Bruce frowned when he received the report from the night before in the manner, this number is a bit low. Martin was calm and reminded, the midnight box office of Avatar was only $3.53 million, which is the inherent disadvantage of original films. If it weren't for his and Nolan's fame, it would be good for this movie to have a midnight box office of $2 million. Martin asked, what about The Last Airbender in the same period? Bruce said, $2.75 million, but it is an animated adaptation. He suddenly changed his tone, but the film has a very bad reputation. The IMDb score is not over 6, and the CS Live audience score is only B. Martin said, after today, the success or failure will be clear. This year's Independence Day coincides with the weekend, and Americans have a 3-day holiday. Starting from July 2nd, Inception will be fully released in 3,988 theaters in North America. The film did not adopt the strategy of simultaneous global release. Even in markets such as the UK, Mexico and Brazil, it will be released next weekend at the earliest. Even though Inception has Martin and Nolan, the inherent high risk of original movies still makes many people full of doubts. In the past, countless box office superstars and big name directors have fallen on original movies. On Friday, Inception earned $26.54 million and took the first place in the box office list. The Last Airbender, which was released at the same time, only earned $15.57 million. The former has excellent reputation from the media and the audience, indicating that it will have a very stable box office trend. The latter has a very bad reputation. Chapter 595 I won't tell you, even if you kill me. As the film was released on a large scale, the spinning top at the end inevitably became the focus of discussion among fans. There was a lot of discussion on the internet about where the cob returned to reality. Martin and Nolan mentioned this part during the filming. The latter was well prepared and asked the publicity department of the crew to guide it, which triggered the topic. The protagonist must have returned to reality because his father-in-law only appeared in reality. He did not return to reality. His children never turned around and showed their faces. The above is wrong. The protagonist returned to reality. If you look closely, you can find that the protagonist played by Martin wore a wedding ring in the dream, but there was no wedding ring in the real shot. The third floor observed it very carefully. I will watch it again. Watch it again +1. I want to watch it again too. As a result, many fans chose to buy tickets for the second time to verify the new viewpoints. Gradually, more views emerged, and some of them were beyond the expectations of Martin and Nolan. The so-called dream theft and implantation are not true. I guess the real content of the film is that the protagonist in the first class cabin had a dream. The protagonists in the dream were him and the passengers in the same cabin, so when they got off the plane, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Not to mention, this view is supported by some people. Regardless of the view, Martin and the publicity team of the crew fanned the flames behind the scenes, inciting the discussion to become more intense. For commercial interests, an open ending was created. The audience kept expressing various opinions for the ending. In order to support the views and refute the opposing views, they bought tickets to enter the theater again and watched carefully from beginning to end with wide eyes. The carrier of the film is like the reading comprehension done by students. when it is placed in front of everyone, it far exceeds the original intention of the creator. Even the creator himself can't explain it clearly, and will be judged as 0 points. Often the more you watch, the more the audience interprets the various plot parts of the film. As the discussion deepens, this craze can't be stopped at all. The craze has also spread to the North American media. The more controversial the topic, the more popular it is with the media. The ending of Inception has become a hot topic of public opinion. In the crew's publicity notice, a bunch of reporters blocked Nolan and asked for details of the ending. Nolan looked innocent and said, "I don't know either." The reporters were dissatisfied, and one of them asked loudly, "You are the director, how could you not know?" "Because the ending was not designed by me." Having participated in many face gang gatherings, Nolan has completely learned to be shameless. In order not to be besieged, he denied everything. He said, "The ending was provided by Martin. I thought it was good, so I used it. So you should ask Martin for details." Martin on the other side was originally very leisurely and was exchanging experiences of picking up girls from different angles with Ellen Page. The reporters surrounding Nolan suddenly rushed over here. Ellen Page asked curiously, "Who did you sleep with last night?" The entertainment reporters are like crazy. Martin was also very surprised. "I slept alone at home last night." Ellen Page stepped back. "You hold the front. I will go to get help." After that, he ran away without loyalty. Martin was fearless, straightened his clothes, and let the reporters surround him. Several security guards including Bruce were around to withstand the pressure. The one rushing to the front was actually a female reporter, with disheveled hair and untidy clothes, but it did not prevent her from asking questions. "Martin, has Cobb returned to reality?" Martin did not want to cause such trouble, and said, "You should ask the director." Another reporter said, "Director Nolan said that the idea of the ending of the film came from you, and he just filmed it according to your opinion." Martin could not help but be stunned, and then realized that he was a step slower and was sold out by Nolan. This British director is even more disloyal than Ellen Page. Now the trouble has fallen on Martin, but for the sake of the film's box office, he can't really answer, and who knows what Nolan thinks of the ending. Martin paused for a moment and said, "There are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. My original intention was that the fans could see the open ending and imagine the ending they wanted." He threw the pot back again. "I just provided an idea. The specific film is a matter for the director and producer to consider. I'm just the male lead, and I don't have this power." The female reporter refused to let Martin go and said loudly, "But you are not an ordinary actor. You are a member of the 20 Million Club and you are also a producer on the crew. You must know the ending." Martin avoided the main point and said, "When I filmed this film, I was not a member of the 20 Million Club. In a word, I would never tell you." The craze for interpretation triggered by Inception also kept the box office going high, and the theaters always maintained a high attendance rate. After 3 days of the first weekend, the film earned $75.68 million in nearly 4,000 theaters in North America, and sat on the throne of the box office champion without suspense. The Last Airbender, which was released on the same weekend, only earned $36.67 million in the first week. If Night Shyamalan's new film wants to make a profit, it can only rely on longer-flying channels. Warner Bros.' goal for theaters is to recover costs through box office as much as possible and rely on offline profits. At present, our estimates are still a bit conservative. At a small meeting of Warner Bros. Executives on Monday, Daniel said, "As long as we maintain a healthy box office trend, we can achieve profitability through the box office." Kevin Tsujihara was looking at the specific data report of Inception and said, "Nolan is a good director and has a lot of stuff." John Berg said, "This film was successful, and he asked for more power in The Dark Knight Rises." Kevin Tsujihara thought about it for a while and said, "It can be given to him, but the final editing rights still belong to Warner Brothers." Hamida never spoke, because the movie under discussion had nothing to do with him. Daniel said at this time, the cinema company conducted a sample survey, and more than 1/3 of the audience in the first weekend were members of the Coca-Cola cult. He sat in the position of Warner executives, receiving salary, bonuses and dividends provided by Warner Brothers, and naturally had to be responsible for Warner's performance. He reminded, "Martin Davis has a strong market appeal. John Berg took over and said, "The leader of this film is Nolan." Kevin Tsujihara did not speak for the time being. Daniel said again, "It will not be bad for us to continue to cooperate with Martin." "You are right. I also want to continue to cooperate with Martin Davis." Kevin Tsujihara emphasized again, "But the cooperation method must be led by Warner Brothers. He must either accept Warner Brothers' conditions or be acquired by us." Daniel sighed secretly and said no more, then continued to discuss the film project. John Berg talked about the recent situation. Warner Pictures will adapt a fairy tale fantasy movie with the same name as Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack the Giant Slayer. It has been greenlit by the Warner Brothers Review Committee, and the production budget is as high as $160 million. The director is confirmed to be Bryan Singer, who has directed the X-Men series, Superman Returns and Wolverine. In addition, Gillian Flynn has already finished writing the novel Dark Places, which she spent a lot of money to buy the copyright. The project has also been greenlit because she plans to invite heavyweight actors and directors to join. The production budget can be as high as $80 million. Warner Brothers has also communicated with Random House about the publication and listing time of the novel, just waiting for the release of Gone Girl starring Martin. Daniel made a final effort to keep Martin's film, but it still ended in failure. Warner Studios, Pharaohs, and God Studio has been officially established. In the director's office, Ridley Scott is reading the newspaper, the latest Hollywood Reporter. On the front page, Martin and Nolan stood side by side, looking into the distance. The cooperation between the strong and the strong has created a science fiction classic, Inception. The best director, the best actor, the best story, and this best dream came true. Ridley looked up, looked at the agent opposite him, and asked, "Harry, if Martin had been chosen for Robin Hood at the time, would the result be different? Why do you have such an idea?" Harry Emanuel naturally wanted to protect the company's top star client, and said again, "Martin didn't have time at the time." Ridley nodded slightly. I know. Ali said, "Everyone has their mistakes, and Robin Hood is a thing of the past." In front of the director-client, he would also say something that favors the director. The success or failure of a film is affected by many factors. The director's control of the film is much more important than the actor's performance. The key to the success of Inception lies in director Nolan. If he were to change the occasion, he would definitely say these words differently. Ridley said, "But choice and vision are the key." Martin chose Nolan's project instead of Robin Hood, and then he succeeded. Robin Hood was a box office failure. Ali could not deny this and said, "Indeed, choice and opportunity are often more important than ability. Martin always chooses the right project at the right time." Ridley asked, "What are Martin's criteria for selecting films and projects?" "I don't know." Ali recalled carefully, and there seemed to be nothing special. He said, "Maybe he has his own criteria, but others don't know." Ridley asked again, "On the night of the premiere, you told me that Martin wanted to work with me." Ali said, "You don't have a schedule now." Martin said that he would wait until you finish this project. "The preparations here are basically ready. I have time now." Ridley thought for a while and said, "I want to meet him as soon as possible and talk to him, especially his new project." Ali couldn't refuse, so he took out his mobile phone and called Martin. He told him the details, and Martin agreed. The two sides agreed to meet at WMA tomorrow. Chapter 596 Martin's prize-winning strategy for Natalie. Century City, in the WMA reception room. Martin sat on the sofa chair, looking through the script catalog provided by Thomas. Ridley Scott, diagonally opposite, carefully looked through the printed manuscript of The Martian. Ali and Thomas, the two agents, were sitting not far away and whispering. Martin flipped through the script catalog, found nothing, and then put it on the table at the side. Ridley raised his head at this time, shook his head to relax his cervical spine, and said at the same time, "This novel involves too many technical details. Without the support of NASA, it is difficult to complete the adaptation and filming." He asked, "Does the author do work or research in this area?" Martin said, "Before Andy Weir wrote full-time, he worked as a programmer in a game company." This identity was beyond Ridley's expectations. He nodded and said directly, "I'm very interested in this project. It is my favorite type, second only to epic films." Hearing the latter sentence, Martin didn't know what to say. Sure enough, science fiction films are just a means of making a living. Epic films are my favorite. Ridley added, if possible, please wait for me for a while. By the end of the year at the latest, I will be able to finish Pharaohs and Gods and start a new project. Martin was a little worried. After all, Ridley was over 70 years old. He tried to ask, is the time too tight? Not tight. Ridley Scott said, one movie a year is the common speed of my generation of directors. Ali interrupted, Martin, don't worry. Ridley is most concerned about efficiency in filming and production. He is not in the same style as David Fincher. It's okay to wait until next year. Martin saw the old man's grey hair and simply said, Andy Weir's novel will be completed soon. In fact, we can cooperate now. Ridley directly rejected it. I must finish the project at hand first. Ali shook his head slightly at Martin. Ridley's determination and will are unshakable. I fell on the epic film, and I will stand up from the epic film. Martin sensed a kind of obsession from his tone and demeanor. It seems that he will never give up unless he succeeds. Ali interrupted again. Martin, don't you still have John Wick 2 to shoot? When you have time, Ridley will be almost done. Okay. Martin couldn't force this kind of thing. He stood up and shook hands with Ridley. Let's make a deal. Ridley shook his hand vigorously. It's a deal. He returned the manuscript to Martin. I still have work to do on the crew. I'll leave first. Martin escorted him out of the reception room. Ali and Thomas also came out. Martin wanted to leave, but the door of Ali's office next to him opened, and Natalie Portman and a tall and thin man came out. Hi, Martin. Natalie greeted. Martin smiled and responded, hello, Nat. Natalie introduced the man next to him. This is my boyfriend Benjamin Millipede. Martin shook his hand. Ali pointed to the reception room and asked Martin, let's go in and talk. Martin asked directly, what's the matter? Natalie said, I have something to ask you about movies. Martin said, let's go in and talk for Ali's sake. Benjamin Millipede didn't seem to be very good at socializing and said, you guys talk. I have something to do at the Los Angeles Philharmonic. Several people entered the reception room one after another. Thomas closed the door. It's a pity that I didn't get to play opposite you in Gone Girl. Natalie smiled very naturally. I failed in the last round of auditions. Martin said vaguely, I believe there will be opportunities to work together in the future. Natalie Portman is Ali's #1 female client. Ali interrupted at this time. Natalie was very sad to miss the role of the magical Amy. I helped her get the leading role in Black Swan, directed by Darren Aronofsky, a genius in the independent film circle. Martin had no intersection with the independent film circle and had never heard of the name of this director, but he knew Black Swan. Ali added, this art film has been fully produced. I've attended a preview. It's an artistic masterpiece, and Nat's performance, in particular, deserves a big award. Martin spread his hands and said, I've never made an independent film. My only experience with art films is The Reader. I'm seriously lacking experience in this area and don't understand the relevant operations. Natalie took over. Martin, you've been nominated for an Oscar several times and won the Best Supporting Actor last year. You're very experienced and vying for awards. Can you give me some advice? Hearing these words, Martin understood immediately. He ignored Natalie and looked at Ali instead. You planned today, right? Ali smiled and said, you always have a lot of ideas. Help me. Martin looked at Natalie again and said, you are born with advantages. You are highly educated, Jewish, and famous for your acting skills. But Natalie said, many times, these are not the key to winning awards. Martin certainly understood this. For example, for his Best Supporting Actor, the Joker was indeed outstanding on the one hand, but the key also lies in the Santa Monica Pier incident. If the shooting incident had not happened during the awards season, Martin would have had a hard time winning the award, because he saved many people and directly eliminated the possibility of causing a greater disaster. In Harvey's case, Ali's brother in the White House had made a lot of efforts. Now that Ali came to help, Martin couldn't refuse. When you go back and forth, you have to give and take. Martin stared at Natalie for a while and said, your boyfriend. Natalie misunderstood what Martin meant and immediately said, if you need it, don't worry about him. No, Nat, you misunderstood. Martin searched his memory and asked, I remember reading in the newspaper that your boyfriend is from the crew of Black Swan. Natalie was not in a hurry this time and said slowly, yes, we met and fell in love on the crew. Martin nodded and asked Ali, you haven't formulated a strategy yet? Ali said, go to Venice first. It would be best if you can win the Best Actress award at the Venice Film Festival. Then there are those publicity and public relations. You know everything. He took a sip of water and said, now that Harvey has fallen, I guess a lot of people will rush to share the cake and the Oscars. Nat wants to win the award this time. I think she must prepare some advantages that others don't have. Martin joked, I can't always find a group of Russian spies and let Nat shoot them all. Natalie followed his joke and said, I'll be the only one who gets shot. Martin recalled some gossip he had read and said, I've thought of a less reliable method, which may offend some people. Natalie said, just tell me. Martin nodded slightly, are you planning to have a child? Natalie was stunned for a moment, but she was a very smart girl with a lot of ideas, and gradually grasped the meaning of Martin's words. You mean? Anyway, if he didn't say it, Natalie would probably think of it soon. So Martin simply said, if you want to have a child, show your pregnancy during the critical period of the Oscars, and when you show your pregnancy, post more photos of you in the media, and don't say much, you will naturally receive certain preferential treatment. According to the gossip he had read in his previous life, Natalie had twice competed for the Oscar for Best Actress, and twice showed her pregnancy during the award season. This was too coincidental. However, the first time was successful, and the second time was not so effective. Ali, the Golden Bachelor, came to his senses, and shouted at Martin, you are a genius. The Academy and the Oscars should set up a special contribution award for you. Martin smiled and said, I don't want the special contribution award, Ali, just give me one of your properties. Thomas interrupted, Ali's properties are all over the world. Ali knew that the two bastards were joking, and covered his chest and said, you are murdering me, you want to kill me. Natalie sat on the sofa, maintaining a ladylike smile, but her mind was thinking quickly about Martin's words. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was highly feasible. The whole society is everywhere to give preferential treatment to pregnant women, and the same is true within the Academy. When she shows her pregnancy and announces her engagement with Benjamin Millipede, she can also attract the attention of the media and the audience, and even save a lot of money on buying announcements. Natalie is not Martin. She doesn't have so many sponsors behind her, and she doesn't have the strong support of a large group like Coca-Cola. Ali came to Natalie's side, sat on the sofa, and said, I think it's possible. It's highly feasible, and has the advantage of cheating. Martin said no more. These PRs said that they could inspire Ali with an idea, but they were not as good as these professionals in making plans and actual operations. Natalie only thought about it for less than half a minute, and nodded and said, I agree. Ali, let someone make a plan for how to do it. Ali pointed outside. Your boyfriend? Natalie said, Benjamin loves me very much. There is no problem at all. I will get engaged to him, and will not let the pregnancy become a scandal. Ali said, leave the rest to me. This time I will equip you with the best PR team. Martin stood up. Nothing else. I'll take my leave. The crew will leave for Europe tomorrow for publicity. I have to go back to prepare. Ali came over and bumped fists with him, saying, man, if you didn't become a star, you would be the best in the industry as an agent and PR manager. Martin said, with my education, I can't even get into your company. The lowest education level of WMA is a bachelor's degree from a prestigious school. Natalie got up to see Martin off, and came to his side and said, whether we succeed or fail, I owe you a favor. Whenever you ask me to pay it back, I'll be there at your beck and call. Martin smiled and said, Nat, don't be so polite. Bruce, who had been silent the whole time after coming out of WMA, got in the car and asked, are you interested in Natalie Portman? What a joke, I'm not interested in her. Martin fastened his seatbelt and said, I'm doing this for Allah's sake. Bruce started the car. I believe you are not interested in her now. Martin was stunned. What do you mean? Bruce said, wait until she gets engaged to her boyfriend, then you will be interested in her. Martin reached for the gun, Furious, old Bruce, I will use the most civilized way to make you shut up. Chapter 597 Leonardo returns. The European premiere of the film was held in the romantic city of Paris. On the day of the premiere, not only were all the main creative staff such as Martin and Nolan present, but the supporting actor Mene also invited Sophie Marceau and Isabelle Huppert to come to help. When taking pictures, Mene stood between the two leading French actresses, with one hand around one waist, looking indescribably romantic and unrestrained. He stole all the limelight by himself. The French media even praised him, after Morgan Freeman, the best supporting African actor in Hollywood. Of course, Martin's limelight was not weak either. On both sides of the premiere red carpet, there was a large area of red. Hundreds of fans wearing red cultural shirts of the Coke cult raised their cokes high to pay tribute to Martin. They shouted loudly, "Long live the leader." Some even shouted loudly, "Leader, lead us to overthrow the useless Paris City Hall and establish the Coke cult kingdom." The romantic Parisian citizens not only went on strike, but also wanted to set off a wave of big names again. Martin opened a can of Coke and toasted with them. The Coke cultists in Paris were so excited that they clamored to strike to celebrate the arrival of the leader. But no one took it seriously, mainly because no one cared. After all, they were either on strike or on the way to strike. Compared with Martin and Mene, the British actors in the crew were treated coldly, and neither fans nor the media liked them very much. The British actors also seemed to be going through the motions and hurried by. The premiere went smoothly. When it was over, Martin and Ellen Page accepted Huppert's invitation and went to her place for a drink. It was just a simple drink. Leonardo and Nicholson have come to Paris. Martin needs to conserve his energy to deal with the upcoming Maumee War. The crew returned to the hotel where they were staying. When Tom Hardy walked in, he met Leonardo and Nicholson, who were also returning from going out. The two knew Nolan and chatted for a few words. Tom Hardy followed Nolan and secretly listened for a while. Leonardo mentioned that he wanted to have a party or something and invited Nolan, but Nolan declined. After taking the elevator upstairs and returning to the room, Tom Hardy pondered Leonardo's words. The Hollywood bastards are notorious. Martin will definitely attend Leonardo's party in Paris. Tom Hardy has been in Hollywood for a while and has heard a lot of rumors, such as there is an organization like a fashion supermodel group in the United States, and he often hangs out with Martin, and they take turns every time. It is said that the bastards often hold some shady parties and gather a large group of people to mess around. Tom Hardy thought for a few minutes, called his henchman Rogers, and said, "Go and find out who Leonardo and Nicholson, who live in the same hotel, have been hanging out with recently. I heard they are going to organize a large party." Rogers didn't understand what his boss was going to do, and said, "These two are very high profile and often go in and out with others. It shouldn't be difficult to ask." Tom Hardy patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead and ask more carefully." Rogers smiled and said, "Put in some tips. The doorman and waiter in the lobby will tell you everything." Tom Hardy nodded. "Don't draw attention to yourself." Rogers left the room, went downstairs to get close to the doorman, and quietly handed over a few euros. He quickly asked a lot of questions. He was afraid that the doorman would not tell the truth, so he asked two other lobby waiters and then returned upstairs. "Boss, I've basically found out." Rogers entered Tom Hardy's room, closed the door and said, "Leonardo and Nicholson checked into the hotel a day earlier than the crew. They have had several contacts with the newly divorced Russian supermodel Natalia Vodanova, and they talked for a long time in the lobby lounge this afternoon." Tom Hardy knew the supermodel. She had married into an old British aristocratic family before and later divorced. He calculated and said, "Not quite right. Natalia is 27 years old and is not within Leonardo's hunting range." Rogers reminded, "Didn't you say they were going to organize a large party? Natalia has a great influence in Russia, Ukraine, and the entire former Soviet republics. Will Leonardo invite people through her? After all, the quality of young female models in Eastern Europe is not generally high." Tom Hardy thought it was very likely. He had also participated in some large parties in the entertainment industry, many of which were organized by a middleman with extensive connections. For example, the famous Huppert Macup party in the Paris entertainment industry was organized by Huppert with her own reputation. Tom Hardy asked, "Do you know who will be attending?" "No one has asked," Rogers said softly. "They only saw Leonardo and Natalia in contact. No one else." Tom Hardy could judge. The bastard trio must be organizing a party, but we don't know when or where. Rogers replied, "They didn't even invite us to attend. They are really a bunch of bastards." Tom Hardy scratched his head, thought for a long time, and said, "Go down and give more tips. Let the doorman pay attention. If Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson go out together, notify us immediately." Rogers said, "Boss, you're not trying to cause trouble, are you?" He reminded, "I heard that Brad Pitt and Ben Affleck both wanted to get Martin, but now they are in the hospital." Tom Hardy was unhappy. "When did you become so timid? Hollywood has selectively forgotten these people, but I have seen a report about Ben Affleck in the corner of the newspaper." Rogers is not to blame for being timid. Ben Affleck came out of prison to see a doctor temporarily, and he went to the irreverent department. Hearing this, Tom Hardy's legs tightened for some reason, but he was still somewhat confident, mainly because he did not intend to do anything too extreme, and said, "We will not do anything risky, just find out when and where they will gather, and then call the media." Rogers' heart was put back in his stomach. Tom Hardy said again, "The paparazzi are always crazy. I heard that a group of them are messing around. If you are brave enough, run in and take pictures. It will be very exciting." "Boss, you are really good." Rogers calmed down and went out of the room and downstairs. Tom Hardy came to the window and looked at the brightly lit Paris and finally felt a little relieved. He thought carefully and asked Rogers to rent a car and buy a new mobile phone the next morning, which could be thrown away directly after making a call. The crew is still in Paris to participate in various promotional activities. Martin, Nolan and Menot are the busiest, with at least 2 announcements every day. From the exclusive interview of Le Figaro to the Ace program of France 1, they can be seen. Inception is already a big hit in North America, and there are many French elements. Coupled with the appeal of Martin and Nolan, the film earned $8.89 million in the first weekend of its release in France. In the British market across the strait, the film also performed well at the opening, with a revenue of $9.66 million in the first weekend. Inception, which was mainly released in Europe and Latin American countries, earned $62.2 million in its first week overseas. In North America, the film has been extremely stable with good word of mouth, and only fell 39% in the second weekend, earning another $45.92 million. Counting the gains of the previous 4 days, the North American box office has accumulated more than $150 million. Good reputation and high box office, not many people can do it. In the hotel room, Nicholson put down the newspaper in his hand and said to Martin, "You bastard, you have both." Martin said cheerfully, "Do you know what vision is?" "This is vision." Leonardo looked down on him and said, "Since you have vision, let me ask you, when can I get the best actor?" Nicholson replied, "Wait another 10 years. Maybe there will be a chance this year." Martin had just given Natalie Portman a bad idea a few days ago. Facing his old friend Leonardo, inspiration burst out like a spring. He first analyzed seriously, "You see, Harvey Weinstein was brought down by us. Although the trial has not started yet, he will have to spend at least 10 years in prison. Now the award season means that a large amount of resources are freed up. If you act quickly, you may really be able to grab an Oscar." Nicholson nodded slightly. "What you said makes sense." Martin recalled carefully, who was the best actor in the same year as Natalie Portman. "I really can't remember, but in my previous life, it seems that Harvey had his last wave in the first few years after 2010, and he made a big splash at the Oscars, and his fierce public relations also made people hate him. Now that Harvey is gone, the status of those movies and people he promoted has become unknown." Hearing what his 2 best friends said, Leonardo suddenly gained confidence. "My performance in Shutter Island is outstanding, and the film has a good reputation. I have been applying for an Oscar for 10 years. It's time for the Academy to consider me, right?" Nicholson said, "That's hard to say. In recent years, the Oscar-winning situation has become more and more obvious. It is difficult to win awards just by relying on roles and normal publicity and public relations." After a serious analysis, Martin began to talk nonsense. "Leo, you angered the old men back then. so you must show an attitude and prove that a prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. Leonardo frowned. Aren't my 10 years enough? Martin said, I have a way. If you do as I say, there is a 90% chance that you can win the Best Actor award next year. Leonardo felt that Martin's idea must be a bad one, but after years of trying for an Oscar with nothing to show for it, this bastard Martin won the Oscar for acting before him. He still couldn't help asking, do you have any good ideas? Martin said seriously, it's very easy to prove to all the Oscar judges that Leonardo has turned over a new leaf. If you get married at the beginning of the award season, it will definitely change the judges' views on you and prove that Leonardo has matured and is no longer the rebellious boy. Chapter 598 Female Spy. Hearing Martin's nonsense, Nicholson added fuel to the fire. Men with stable families are more likely to win people's favor. Leo, think about it carefully. Aren't the candidates for the president or governor showing their family affection in various ways? Leonardo thought of Guanhei, Xiaobu, and Zipper, and nodded. Indeed. Martin said again, for the Oscar winner, get married. Nicholson was still ambitious. I have a ready-made candidate here. As long as you don't sign a prenuptial agreement, Lorraine is ready at any time. Hearing this, Leonardo came back to his senses instantly and said, you two bastards actually teamed up to trick me and try to trick me into getting married. Hey, man. Martin looked considerate. We are helping you so that you can get the Oscar for Best Actor as soon as possible. He spread his hands, looking innocent. Others ask us how many Oscars the trio has. We have 4. And then ask who the one without is. You are not embarrassed. We are embarrassed for you. Leonardo was almost led into a ditch by these two people. Now he has come to his senses and sneered. Daniel Day-Lewis, the bastard among bastard men, winner of 2 Oscars for acting. Jack Nicholson, winner of 3 Oscars for acting, a typical example of a failed marriage. Martin Davis, a Hollywood playboy, a fan of other people's wives or fiancés, an Oscar for acting. Stop, you said the wrong line. Martin stopped and corrected. I admit that you are right about the other things, but the fan of other people's wives or fiancés is pure slander. Nicholson, the shameless fence sitter, said, you have the courage to do it, but not the courage to admit it? Martin raised 2 middle fingers at the same time. Leonardo raised his eyebrows and said, originally, I specially prepared a married Russian actress for you. Martin was too lazy to refute them. Unfortunately, Marina Alexandrova divorced her husband 2 months ago. Leonardo continued, she was your favorite type, but now she has downgraded. Speaking of the party, Martin asked, can they speak English? Don't let us lose communication then. Leonardo said, all those who come to the party this time are those who want to develop in Hollywood or the United States, and they can speak fluent English. He has organized similar parties more than once or twice. Don't worry, I have taken everything into consideration, including the physical examination and the location. One of you is responsible for carrying the gun, and the other is responsible for paying, and I will take care of the rest. Martin asked curiously, did you invite these people through Natalia? Leonardo said roughly, Natalia stayed away from the fashion circle for a few years after her marriage, but her husband has some influence in Britain and the United States. Many models and actors from former Soviet republics who want to develop in Western Europe and the United States will go through her channels, so she has accumulated a lot of connections. Martin always felt that the name sounded familiar. After asking carefully, he heard that the other party had just divorced this year. He thought it was another slander made by Leonardo. He is a decent man. Why would he go out of his way to steal someone else's girlfriend? Nicholson was most interested in another thing. I hope there will be a swallow in there, and then we can catch it, so we can see what the swallow can bear. It's not easy to train a swallow. Martin said a fact. We are just entertainment stars. They can't send a swallow that costs a lot of money to train for us. Nicholson looked at the time. No more talking. Go to bed early and get enough energy for tomorrow night. Martin and Leonardo left Nicholson's room one after another. Back to his room, Martin said to Bruce, who followed him, tomorrow night, the bodyguards in the dark will follow us and be on standby. Bruce nodded. After leaving Los Angeles, they have been following us. Martin was relieved, gave a few instructions, and went to bed early. In the morning, Natalia, who had just divorced, was very busy, telling everyone who flew to Paris about the relevant precautions. Because the funds given were very sufficient, Leonardo also promised to introduce the Hollywood crew, and the people who came said that these were not a problem. Natalia's career was interrupted because of her marriage. It's not easy to restart. She also hopes that the three bastards can help her. This time, they will do their best. She came out of the room of Sasha Ruth, a female model who just turned 18, and happened to meet Marina, who was going out. She asked, "Why are you going out so late?" Marina smiled and said, "My uncle lives here and asked me to go over." Natalia reminded, "Don't delay the afternoon. We will leave on time at 4 o'clock." Marina nodded, "I will be back before noon." Natalia went downstairs with Marina. When they came to the hall, a Ukrainian actor came over. The other party was about 30 years old, not tall, and had a serious expression. He came to Natalia and said, "We are old friends. Please help me this time and introduce me to someone in Hollywood." Natalia said, "Alexandro, this is really not appropriate. I said it before in Kiev. I will introduce you to Leonardo next time." Alexandrovich asked, "Why can other people go to the party but I can't?" Natalia said, "Because they are women and you are a man." Alexandrovich understood at once, but he didn't give up yet. "Maybe someone likes men. Please don't bother me anymore. I will introduce you when there is a chance." Natalia was ready to leave here. That's it. Alexandrovich had to stop carrying his briefcase to the glass curtain wall and watched Natalia get on a Mercedes commercial vehicle and leave. He had a comedy script about Napoleon in his bag. In the script, Napoleon was set as an infomaniac, and the roadmap for conquering Europe was formulated based on the breast size of women in European countries. This will be an outstanding comedy. Alexandrovich is very confident about it because he will play Napoleon. Alexandrovich is very ambitious. As a Jew, he is full of yearning for the United States and Hollywood. He thinks that if he goes to Hollywood, he will become a comedy master like Jim Carrey. The only thing missing is the opportunity. On the other side, Marina entered the watch shop opened by her uncle, greeted her aunt, and went to the back of the shop with her uncle. When they came to a room, her uncle nodded. Marina put down her bag, took out her mobile phone, watch and other items, put them on the table, and followed into the storage room. The uncle closed the door and his expression became extremely serious. "Marina Alexandrova, all your actions during your stay in Paris are under my command." Marina said, "I have received instructions from my superiors before I came." She asked directly, "What is my mission tonight?" "You accepted the special recruitment after your divorce was finalized in May." The uncle said in a declarative tone, "You have only undergone less than 2 months of special training, and your experience and ability are seriously insufficient." What they valued was not Marina's ability, but her identity as a well-known actress. "So, you don't need to do anything tonight. Just make sure Leonardo's party goes on normally. You can get close to Martin Davis, win his favor, and establish a good relationship with him." As someone who is in the entertainment industry, of course, she understood what this meant. Marina responded, "I will do my best." The uncle added, "If he is willing to take you back to Los Angeles and develop in Hollywood, you have to accept it." Marina nodded and continued to wait for instructions. Multiple sources indicate that Martin Davis's coke cult is having an impact on American politics, and he himself has close ties with many figures in the Washington authorities. My uncle's tone has never changed. If you can stay with Martin Davis, you can influence Martin Davis through your relationship, and through him further influence the people in his network. Marina was slightly surprised. Is it that simple? After all, they were somewhat related by blood. After conveying the instructions from the superiors, the uncle softened his tone a little and warned, "You are not capable enough. Don't act rashly. This may be a mission throughout your life." Marina asked softly, "Why did you choose Martin Davis? He is just an entertainment star." The uncle said, "We have made a comprehensive analysis. According to the development trend of Martin Davis, he is likely to have political ambitions like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He has advantages that Schwarzenegger does not have. He was born in the United States and has the support of a large pan-faith organization." He paused for a moment and said, "It is much easier to send people to him now than when he really enters the political arena in the future." Marina roughly understood that she was a chess piece prepared for a rainy day. It might come in handy in the future, or it might not. Although she had only experienced 2 months of special training, she could guess that the superiors must have sent many people like her to the United States. Marina had also seen similar news. Just last month, Anna Chapman, a Russian socialite in New York, was arrested by the FBI on charges of espionage. The uncle said, with the skills you have trained in the Russian entertainment industry, you know what to do tonight to impress Martin Davis. Even if you can't go to Los Angeles this time, you must keep in touch with him. Marina replied, I will. The uncle added, our people will be scattered around to ensure that the party goes on normally. If there is an unexpected situation, use the normal contact methods between you and me. Marina stayed here for a while and returned to the hotel near noon. After lunch, Natalia came again. She told everyone to take a shower, remove hair, put on makeup, change clothes, etc. Marina changed into a suitable evening dress and knocked on the door of Svetlana Kudchenkova's room across the street. The two took the same flight to Paris, knew each other before, and were of similar age. Naturally, they walked closer in this strange city. They checked each other's makeup, accessories and clothes, striving to achieve perfection. Then, they waited patiently for the car to pick them up. Chapter 599. They are all acquaintances. Coming out of the hotel, Martin saw a Mercedes-Benz bus. He followed Leonardo and Nicholson into the bus and found that it was a large RV. Leonardo shouted, let's start our romantic journey. Nicholson took out his sunglasses and put them on, looking very cool. Leo, I'm very satisfied with what you have done. I have decided not to let Lorraine marry you. Thank you so much. Leonardo was speechless. Martin sat on the leather sofa and said, let's start our happy bus. Bruce opened the door leading to the driver's cab, went directly to the co-pilot seat, and asked the driver to drive. The bus slowly drove away from the hotel entrance and headed towards another hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, a doorman said to his companion, stay here for a while, I'm going to the toilet. The companion nodded, hurry up. The doorman returned to the hotel and quickly walked into the men's toilet on the side of the lobby. He entered the partition, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. Sir, they are leaving. Rogers on the other side said, I know. On the main road with heavy traffic, a silver grey Citroen was slowly mixed in the traffic. Rogers, who was driving, was very patient because the Mercedes-Benz bus in front was too conspicuous and could be seen from a long distance. He asked, boss, do you want to notify the reporters? Tom Hardy, who was sitting in the passenger seat, shook his head. It's not time yet. They may not stay on the bus for a long time. Let's follow them from a distance. Rogers drove slowly and followed behind them, full of envy and jealousy. The bastard trio only has 3 people. How many women did they find? They actually used a bus to pick them up. Aren't they afraid of sudden death? Tom Hardy didn't need to hide his true thoughts in front of his younger brother. I hope they all die suddenly. He couldn't help but say, Nicholson is okay, but Martin and Leonardo have occupied so many resources in the circle. The high quality resources are always sent to them first, and then others have their share. People of similar age to them, who doesn't want them to die early? Roger saw the bus in front of him turn to a hotel and reminded him, boss, they went to the hotel to pick people up. Tom Hardy said, let's go to the parking lot in front of the hotel. The Citroen quickly entered the parking lot and stopped at a place where the main entrance of the hotel could be seen clearly. Not far behind them, a black Peugeot car also turned into the parking lot. The 2 bodyguards in the car watched many cars turning into the hotel parking lot one after another. Most of the people in the cars got off quickly, either going to the hotel or other places nearby. The 2 had undergone professional training, and their combat effectiveness might be poor, but their tracking and identification abilities were good. Their eyes fell on a Citroen almost at the same time. No one got out of the car, but an arm was on the open passenger window. There were at least 2 people in the car. The person in the driver's seat, who could not make a judgment for the time being, said, wait a minute. The person in the passenger seat nodded slightly and took out his mobile phone to notify Bruce at any time. In the Citroen car, although it was far away, Tom Hardy still saw that at the entrance of the hotel, more than a dozen tall and beautiful young women, led by Russian supermodel Natalia, got on the bus one after another. "Those three bastards are really beasts," Tom Hardy muttered. Others organized a group carnival party, and there were so many Eastern European and American beauties. Rogers felt uncomfortable and said, "Boss, we must report them." Tom Hardy nodded and said, "Follow them and see where their destination is." The Mercedes-Benz bus started and slowly turned out of the hotel corridor. Rogers waited for a moment, started the car and followed it. Natalia led her companions to the car and met the three male protagonists tonight. Nicholson wore sunglasses and combed his hair back. He was a veteran Hollywood actor with a very stylish and cool look. Leonardo was dressed in a formal suit. He still looked handsome and unrestrained 10 years ago, but he couldn't hide his wide and fat body rewarded by time. Martin wore a black casual suit. Even when he was sitting, people could see his strong physique. Coupled with his sunny and easygoing temperament, Nicholson looked like a villain and Leonardo looked like a supporting actor. Natalia whispered, "Girls, you can choose whatever you want. I won't force myself with them." After saying that, she strode towards Martin. Although her career was interrupted due to marriage, Natalia always kept in touch with the supermodel circle. She knew about the existence of the fashion supermodel group and what the only test to join the group was. She also heard several of her companions discuss how cool it was to go through the test. Of course, she had to choose Martin. Marina Alexandrova saw that Natalia had taken the lead and hurried to follow. Tonight, she had only one target, Martin Davis. Svetlana Kudchenkova, who had a good relationship with her, also walked towards Martin without hesitation. And Sasha Ruth, the youngest of the group, only thought about it for a moment and chose Martin. The others walked over to Leonardo and Nicholson and sat on the long sofa where they were. Martin stretched out his arms, one hand around Natalia and the other around Marina. Sasha Ruth and Svetlana also came over. The five people squeezed together, shaking as the bus drove, and kept bumping into each other. Martin saw that they looked familiar, and asked their names one by one. He had known Natalia for a long time. He had heard KK and Natalie Polly mention her. She was a Russian supermodel, but after seeing her, he had a general impression of her. In her previous life, she seemed to be the princess of a certain group. Martin recognized Svetlana at a glance. He had long forgotten all the other roles she played, but he had a deep memory of Mrs. Viper in Logan 2. She was the key figure leading to the finale of Logan 3. Although Sasha Ruth looked very young, Martin still recognized her. She was the heroine of a killer movie by Luc Besson in her previous life. As for Marina, she looked very much like Catherine the Great, whom he had seen countless times in short videos. Chatting with four people at the same time, not ignoring any of them, but also provoking small internal fights among them. Martin had already trained himself in battle after battle. If a social media chat group is set up now, Martin believes that more than a dozen small groups will soon emerge. Martin also had time to look at Leonardo and Nicholson. He looked at the people on Leonardo's side. They were all young, blonde and long-legged. Nicholson saw a familiar Russian model named Irina. Martin clapped his hands and said loudly, "Handsome men and beautiful women, we have traveled halfway around the world to meet here tonight. To commemorate and celebrate our gathering, I suggest that we have a drink together." "Okay." Leonardo agreed loudly. Others also agreed. Without waiting for Martin to get up, Marina took the initiative to get the wine and ask Martin's opinion and poured a glass of champagne for each person. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. Marina's seat next to Martin was occupied by Sasha Ruth, who did not make a fuss, smiled at Martin, and sat aside. The car was not as stable as a train, and it stopped and started while driving. A mobile phone rang. Natalia took out her mobile phone and adjusted it to vibrate. "Sorry." Martin waved his hand. "It's okay. They would not do anything wrong in the car, and there was no signal blocking or other things set up, nor was there any restriction on the use of mobile phones in the car. Everyone just drank, talked and laughed, and chatted like friends." Martin started the topic, and it was interesting to listen to the four women talking about their experiences and interesting stories. Natalia had the most experience. She currently lives in Paris and is still closely connected with the fashion circle. Marina lives in St. Petersburg and graduated from a regular art school. Sasha Ruth was discovered at a flea market in Moscow when she was a teenager and became a model. Svetlana is an actress who is determined to enter the Western market. Because Martin himself does not have many American prejudices against Russians, the 5 people chatted happily. On the streets of Paris, after turning another corner, the Citroën was still hanging behind the Mercedes-Benz bus not far away. The 2 people in the Peugeot car were sure that this car had been tracking it all the way. It might be French paparazzi, the person in the driver's seat said. The person in the passenger seat confirmed, "We must report whoever is following us." He dialed the number with one click, waited for the call to be connected, and said, "Old Bruce, there is a tail, a silver grey Citroën, the license plate is." Bruce asked, "Are you sure it's a paparazzi?" The person in the passenger seat replied, "No." He paused for a moment. "Wait a minute." The drivers were very tacit and immediately stepped on the accelerator to speed up, and the Peugeot passed the Citroën. The person in the passenger seat quickly glanced at the car next to him, and when he arrived at the intersection ahead, the Citroën passed the sign again because of the heavy traffic in the lane. He observed again, then picked up the phone and said, "I didn't see any filming equipment. It may not be paparazzi or reporters." Bruce said, "Keep watching them." The 2 bodyguards in the Peugeot car focused their attention on the Citroën. Not far behind them, several cars were following each other. In one of the black business cars sat Marina's uncle. Compared with the previous 2 cars, they were undoubtedly more professional, using a method of tracking with multiple cars on different sections of the road. The uncle sat in a business car far away to coordinate and prevent any unexpected situations. On the one hand, he wanted to send Marina to Martin and lurk there as a possible hidden chess piece for a long time, so he had to ensure that the party tonight could go on normally. On the other hand, Martin Davis was not an ordinary person. If Marina encountered an emergency, he could send someone to rescue her as soon as possible. Although he was engaged in a shady profession, the uncle still cared about his relatives. In the Citroën, Rogers saw the bus heading southwest and said, "They should be going to the 16th district. I think the destination is probably a luxurious manor in the suburbs." Tom Hardy said coldly, "I hope they will appear on the front page of tomorrow's French newspapers." Chapter 600 Robbery Collision. On the Mercedes-Benz bus, Bruce opened the door and came out of the cockpit. The sudden noise froze the heated atmosphere in the car. Everyone, including Marina and Natalia, looked at Bruce. "I have something to deal with." Martin stood up and went over. Bruce glanced at the women and whispered, "There is a tail behind us, following us from the hotel. It doesn't look like a paparazzi or a reporter." Leonardo and Nicholson also came over. The latter was most afraid of having nothing to do. When he heard Bruce's words, he became excited and whispered, "Is there really a swallow in the car?" Leonardo frowned and said, "I asked someone to do a background check. Everyone who came this time has more than 5 years of experience as an actor or model. They are not just in name only. They are very active in their respective circles." Martin thought for a while and asked, "What is the specific situation of the tail?" Bruce said, "It's a silver grey Citroën sedan, and the license plate is, well, let's try it out and leave it to me." Martin glanced outside and whispered, "If there is really a swallow in the car, why did she come? She must be here to attend the party and get close to us. So, I guess they will definitely let the party go normally." Leonardo and Nicholson both nodded. "How about this?" Martin whispered a few words. Leonardo agreed. "Okay, I'll listen to you. You're the bastard who has the most bad ideas." Nicholson wanted to go, but the idea was Martin's, so it was not easy to snatch it openly, so he said, "If your method doesn't work, let me go." Martin nodded. "Okay." Bruce returned to the cockpit and closed the aisle door. Martin grabbed the armrest and turned around to look at everyone. Maybe it would take a long time, and some people were fiddling with their phones out of boredom. Natalia turned off her phone and asked, "Did you encounter any situation?" Martin said directly, "Everyone may have to stay in the car for a while. There is a tail behind us. A Citroën has been following us since the hotel. I suspect they have other intentions." "Isn't it a paparazzi?" Elena asked. "I hope it's just an entertainment reporter or a paparazzi." Martin acted very cautiously. "I have encountered some not so good things." I believe everyone has heard about them. These things have made me develop a habit of always thinking the worst of everything. Sasha Ruth laughed and shouted, "You are the god of coke." All the women laughed and shouted. Martin clapped his hands and pressed them down. When the car was quiet, he said, "Let's observe the situation first to see if we can get rid of this tail. If the situation is not good, the party tonight can only be temporarily cancelled and we will meet again another day." The car was going to explode. After all, many people came from Russia and Ukraine, flying thousands of miles to send that thing, but in the end, it couldn't be sent out. Any woman would be resentful. Martin shook her head. Leonardo stepped forward and said, "Even if our party can't be held, all the promises I made to you are still valid." The car immediately became quiet. The ultimate purpose of their coming here is not to talk about love. Everyone knows why. While Leonardo was speaking, Marina held the mobile phone in one hand, with the help of her body to cover, and edited a text message at a professionally trained speed, and sent it to her uncle. She accepted the task, and got on this bus. Of course, she wanted to complete the task. No one on this bus wanted the party to go on as planned more than her. After the message was sent, Marina skillfully switched back to the game interface, and continued playing the game. Martin's voice came again. "Ladies, please be patient. Our super driver will try to shake off the tail behind us." The three of them had discussed a few days ago that they might be targeted by French paparazzi reporters, and they also made several plans to shake off the paparazzi. The Mercedes-Benz bus drove towards a large parking lot with multiple exits. In the black business car, my uncle received the message from Marina. He immediately took the information next to him and looked at the schedule of the Inception crew. The crew of Martin Davis will leave France tomorrow afternoon and go to Spain to start a new publicity journey and then fly around the world. It is impossible to hold such a party in a short time. With Martin's status and appeal in Hollywood, he will soon be attracted by other parties and forget about Russia. My uncle was very decisive and gave the order. An emergency situation has occurred. There is a silver grey Citroen following the target bus. Please pay attention. The target vehicle has been found and is being paid attention to. The subordinates responded promptly. After turning an intersection, someone in another car said, "It is confirmed that a silver grey Citroen is following the target bus. The license plate of the Citroen is." My uncle was very disgusted with these accidents and asked, "Can the vehicle information be confirmed?" A technician retrieved the vehicle information. Based on the license plate, the Citroen is a rental vehicle, and the renter is a British. Hearing that it was a British, my uncle was somewhat disdainful. After thinking for a while, he said, "Find a suitable place to stop them, and don't let them disturb our target." Received. Received. Someone asked one more question. "Do we want to stuff the British head into our ass?" My uncle said, "Throw it in Area 93 and let it fend for itself." He gave priority to ensuring that the party could be held, and then ordered, "The bus is very alert. Everyone immediately withdraw from the tracking and do their best to stop the Citroen. It must be stopped." It was already dark, and the bus turned into the underground parking lot. The vehicles that had been contacted long ago were on standby. A car suddenly had an accident and blocked the entrance to the parking lot. After that, several cars immediately blocked the one-way street at the entrance. The bus entered the parking lot and stopped next to three commercial vehicles. As the front and rear doors opened, Martin, the three bastards, and a group of girls quickly got off the bus, got on the three commercial vehicles, chose a suitable exit, and left the parking lot. The Mercedes-Benz bus simply stopped in the parking lot. At the entrance, the car that couldn't start was briefly repaired and slowly drove into the parking lot. The silver grey Citroen caught in the traffic finally entered the parking lot, but the target had already been lost in front. Arsehole. Tom Hardy watched the Mercedes-Benz bus disappear from his sight, feeling extremely frustrated. He had been planning for several days, but he couldn't get anything in the end, and he was quite disappointed. He didn't give up easily and said, "Look for it, they may not have left yet." Roger slowed down and looked for the bus carefully. The Citroen was driving around the parking lot for a while, and Tom Hardy vaguely saw the shadow of the bus. The bus was parked in the darkest part of the parking lot like a ghost. He pointed, "Over there." Rogers turned around and wanted to turn over. A German Volkswagen drove over from the opposite side. Because it was dark, it turned on the headlights. The light was dazzling, and Roger subconsciously stepped on the brakes. Just as he was about to curse high beam dog or something like that, the Volkswagen blocked the road in front with a harsh brake sound. The bus was in front, and Tom Hardy was a little anxious. He lowered the window and shouted, "Damn it, get out of the way. Get out of the way." There was no response from the other side, only the dazzling headlights. Tom Hardy suddenly felt that something was wrong. Before he could react, two more cars came from behind, one blocking the rear of the Citroën, and the other blocking the angle for the Citroën to turn around. Several men wearing black cotton hats got out of the car. They only showed their mouths and noses, and they were holding pistols, all pointing the muzzles at the front seats of the Citroën. One of them shouted in French, "Get out of the car, get out quickly, take out all your money and valuables, or I will shoot." Damn French, the security is so bad. Tom Hardy cursed inwardly, thinking that he was a robber with a gun. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, he did not dare to say or do anything more, and hurriedly got out of the car. Rogers followed suit. The four of them dealt with one person, with a gun against his head, twisted Tom Hardy's arms behind his back, tied him up with cable ties, sealed his mouth with tape, and put a thick black cloth bag on his head. Then someone came to search him, and took away Tom Hardy's wallet, watch, mobile phone, necklace, etc. The person who searched Tom Hardy was very dishonest, and searched his crotch. This person was like a weird uncle dealing with children, pinching Tom Hardy's big lump hard. Fuck. Tom Hardy screamed in pain, but because his mouth was sealed, he could only make strange sounds. The strange uncle laughed. See, he's enjoying it. Tom Hardy cursed in his heart. This man was full of evil taste, and pinched him again. Tom Hardy wanted to jump up and resist in pain, but the muzzle of the gun against his head cooled his blood. Don't move. The strange uncle hadn't had enough fun yet, and punched him in the head several times in a row. When Tom Hardy felt that his eyes, nose and mouth were not his own, he was lifted up and thrown into the trunk of a car. Rogers was not much better than him, and was also thrown into the trunk like a broken sack. The four cars left the parking lot separately. Tom Hardy lay in the trunk, his hands and feet were trapped, and fear gradually filled his heart. These bastards not only robbed money and raped, but also wanted our lives? For a moment, Tom Hardy suddenly remembered many chaotic legends in Paris. After an unknown amount of time, the car started to bump, and Tom Hardy was dizzy. He seemed to hear some sound in his ears. Before he could make a judgment, he was dragged out and thrown on the ground. Tom Hardy heard the sound of the car getting farther and farther away, and knew that he had saved his life. He wanted to get up, but his hands and feet were tied. His loud shouts hit the tape and turned into sobs. He could only struggle violently. "There's a person here," a voice suddenly came. Then, Tom Hardy heard dense footsteps. The black hood was torn off. Tom Hardy squeezed his eyes hard, and under the dim light, he could only see darkness. The hand stretched out was black, the face was black, and even the hair was black. The black and wrinkled skin was like a group of devils. For Tom Hardy, these black people living in District 93 were devils. The devils tore Tom Hardy's clothes frantically. "His coat is nice, it's mine. Don't fight with me for the belt. This pair of underwear fits me best. Okay, I don't want the clothes anymore. This white man has delicate skin and tender flesh." One by one, the dark hands took Tom Hardy down. It's like an army driving a self-propelled artillery into a valley to escape, but is blocked from going forward. They must blast through the blockade with one shot after another, open up a road, and find a way out for life. Here comes the third update. Please vote for me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.